Douluo, Transmigrated as Huo Yuhao, encounters Zhu Zhuqing. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Explanation. The original 74th chapter was blocked, and after deletion and revision, it was added before the 75th chapter, and the chapter name was also changed to 74th chapter. Brothers can see it by refreshing. If you want to read the original text, join the group. Brothers who read questions can go to the comment area and click on the hot comments to find the group quarter code. Chapter 77 Remarks on the release. This book will be released at 12:10 noon today. Please support the First Order. Let me talk about the performance of this book first. It is not ideal. I asked Napeng on Tuesday. The follow-up reading is more than 900. It should exceed 1000 today. However, there are only 2 rounds of recommendations, and it did not advance to the 3rd round, so it can only be released in advance. This book was opened in a hurry, and the preparation was not sufficient. It was revised once. Now it seems that there are still many problems and many details are not sure. For example, Damube is indeed a white tiger martial spirit, and evil eyes are his characteristics. The performance is not good, but I have been writing for more than a month. I don't want to give up just like that. I will release it if I can. Let's talk about the update after the release. For the time being, it is set as follows. If the First Order exceeds 500, 5,000 words will be updated every day. If the First Order is 600, 6,000, and so on. The upper limit is 10,000. However, if the First Order is not even 500, I will cry to death, and I can only guarantee 4,000 every day. If the performance is too bad, I will consider opening 2 books at the same time, because I have to solve the problem of eating. I will publish 10,000 words first. After all, it's a bit sudden, and I don't have much manuscripts in my storage. I'm destined to write all day today. If the results are good, I can still reach 10,000 words a day. Thank you brothers for your monthly ticket recommendation ticket support, as well as rewards. There should be many brothers who came from the Dragon Knight book. Thank you for your support. That's it, brothers. Please give me a First Order. The better the results, the more updates. Please don't pity me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 78, How Cruel My Sister Is. First Order. In Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang felt that every day was very tormenting, and he was anxious. Because more than 10 days had passed, there was still no news about Flanders and Zhao Wuji. Since the 2 went to hunt down Huo Yuhao, they seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Is Huo Yuhao really protected by a big shot? Yu Xiaogang was restless, his face pale, worried about revenge. After all, even Flanders and Zhao Wuji were unknown, whether they were alive or dead. Behind Huo Yuhao was definitely a powerful figure at the level of titled Douluo. If such an enemy was provoked, no one in Shrek Academy would be able to resist, and would be destroyed. And Yu Xiaogang did not dare to tell the people of Shrek Academy about the whereabouts of Flanders and Zhao Wuji, which would cause panic. In the Sunset Forest, this old ghost tiger was already injured, and it looked like it was seriously injured, so it was easy to control. Its age should be exactly 10,000 years. Its size is smaller than that of an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast. Even in its prime, Huo Yuhao was confident that he could kill it, not to mention that it was injured now. The ghost tiger was fleeing, and it seemed that there were enemies chasing it. It was very fast, stirring up gusts of wind, and it was not affected by the dense forest. Soon, the 10,000-year ghost tiger was 300 meters away from Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. At this distance, Huo Yuhao's soul shock was already effective. However, in order to make this soul skill as powerful as possible, Huo Yuhao did not make a move, suppressing the impulse in his heart and waiting for the ghost tiger to get closer. In just one breath, the ghost tiger was less than 50 meters away from Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's eyes were fixed on the ghost tiger's figure, motionless. Suddenly, a sharp golden light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Soul shock. Roar. The ghost tiger staggered and directly crashed into several large trees that two people could hug together, and then stopped. He fell there in a mess, making low roars, not understanding what happened. However, after Huo Yuhao activated other soul skills, the effect of the simulated soul skills disappeared, and the two figures also appeared in the sight of the ghost tiger. Two humans dared to appear in this sunset forest. They were really looking for death. Soul beasts have a natural hatred for humans. Humans appear in the soul beast forest basically to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. As a powerful soul beast of the 10,000 year level, the ghost tiger has killed many humans. It shook its head as big as a millstone, trying to ease the pain in its brain, but it was useless. Huo Yuhao used all his strength in the soul attack just now. Although it did not kill the 10,000 year ghost tiger directly, it could also injure it. The intelligence of the old soul beast is not as good as that of adult humans, and its mental strength is even more fragile. Therefore, under Huo Yuhao's attack just now, the ghost tiger was already injured, and blood flowed from his ears and eyes. Originally, it was seriously injured by other soul beasts in the depths of the sunset forest. At this moment, it was attacked by Huo Yuhao again. The spirit was severely shocked, the injury worsened, and it became violent. The ghost tiger rushed towards Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. Even if it might die, it would tear the two humans in front of it to pieces first. Huo Yuhao was not afraid and rushed forward. His martial soul had already transformed from the spirit eye to the blue silver emperor. Although the blue silver emperor is actually an auxiliary martial soul, the 4 soul skills granted by Huo Yuhao's first soul ring are all biased towards combat. The first soul skill, Blue Silver Overlord Spear. A blue light suddenly flashed in Huo Yuhao's hand while he was rushing and condensed into a 2-meter long spear. He faced the 10,000 year ghost tiger head on, and the blue dot overlord spear in his hand thrust out and stabbed at the head of the 10,000 year ghost tiger. This ghost tiger was more than 4 meters tall, with a strong body and extremely fierce. At this moment, it rushed towards Huo Yuhao with a trail of after images. Suddenly, its body was split into 3. This was not an afterimage caused by the fast speed, but a real entity. Each ghost tiger exuded a strong aura. Huo Yuhao was slightly startled, but he did not panic. His target was the ghost tiger in the middle. The ghost tiger suddenly leaped forward with its front paw slapping at Huo Yuhao's spear. With a clang, the spear in Huo Yuhao's hand was slapped away, but the ghost tiger also screamed, because a deep bloody wound appeared on its tiger paw, and blood kept pouring out. Obviously, he was injured in the previous fight. With the help of the ghost tiger's powerful strength, Huo Yuhao retreated 10 meters and just avoided the other 2 ghost tigers that rushed over. Zhu Zhuqing had also made a move. Originally, 1 ghost tiger was fine. Although it was powerful, the 2 of them were still confident that they could kill it together. Now suddenly 2 more appeared. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing's face was a little heavy. She rushed to the ghost tiger on the right and dealt with it with her ghostly speed. Zhu Zhuqing, who was originally only a soul master, was obviously not as fast as the ghost tiger of the 10,000 year level, which was also known for its speed. However, after absorbing a soul bone a few days ago, Zhu Zhuqing's speed was greatly improved. The right leg bone of the 10,000 year 4-eyed cat owl can not only permanently increase Zhu Zhuqing's speed by 50%, but also allow him to have the ability to walk in the void for a short period of time. Of course, he can only walk 3 steps. But for a quick attack soul master, 3 steps are enough to open a long distance. Zhu Zhuqing jumped up and came to the sky above the ghost tiger and immediately used the soul bone skill. His straight and round long legs took 2 steps in the air and came behind the ghost tiger. The 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing held the 3rd level soul guide dagger and slashed out a 2-meter long black blade light, which slashed directly at the already injured hind leg of the ghost tiger. With 1 slash, blood and flesh splattered. The ghost tiger's hind leg was actually cut off by Zhu Zhuqing's slash. Roar. The ghost tiger let out a tragic roar and suddenly turned around and bit Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing knew his own strength and could not fight the ghost tiger head on. The netherworld slash just now had done its job. She retreated explosively, pulling away from the ghost tiger. On the other side, Huo Yuhao faced two ghost tigers at the same time. Blue-silver stab. Countless blue-silver vines suddenly emerged from the feet of a ghost tiger, like spears, with extremely sharp tips. Caught off guard, the ghost tiger was instantly severely injured. Dozens of blood marks appeared on its body, and its flesh and blood rolled back. There were even two blue-silver vines piercing the body of the ghost tiger. Its huge body was held up in the air by the blue-silver vines. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Roar! The other ghost tiger took this opportunity to rush up, waving its extremely sharp claws and slapping Huo Yuhao's head. If this claw really landed on Huo Yuhao's head, it would be a result of killing him on the spot. Although Huo Yuhao was confident that his body was relatively strong, it was impossible to compare with a 10,000-year level soul beast. Of course, Huo Yuhao would not let him succeed. He held the blue-silver overlord spear and slashed down, smashing the claws of the ghost tiger. Clang! In a flash, the blue-silver overlord spear collided with the iron-like tiger claws of the ghost tiger. Huo Yuhao was directly thrown out and smashed into a tall tree beside him. However, the ghost tiger was also in great pain. The flesh and blood on his tiger claws were broken, and blood was spilling. Huo Yuhao's strength was so amazing that it was obviously difficult for it to bear. Zhu Zhuqing dodged continuously and looked for opportunities to attack. It was too difficult for a 3rd level soul guide to hurt a 10,000-year level soul beast. She had to inject soul power to make the soul guide dagger sharper so that it would be possible to shed blood on the 10,000-year ghost tiger. Fortunately, this ghost tiger had lost a leg. Its strength dropped sharply and its speed was also weakened, so Zhu Zhuqing could still deal with it. A soul master actually dragged a 10,000-year soul beast. No one would believe it if they told others, because it was too amazing. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not an ordinary soul master. At level 40, she has basically no rivals in the soul master realm. Even if she faces some soul sect level soul masters alone, she can still win. Netherworld slash. Zhu Zhuqing cried out, and her speed suddenly increased. She left a bloody mark on the ghost tiger's head at lightning speed. Moreover, the knife was very accurate. It not only cut open the ghost tiger's forehead, but also pierced one of its eyes. The intense pain made the ghost tiger roar shrilly. It fell into madness and was extremely ferocious. It rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing. However, perhaps because the skill time had expired, the ghost tiger's figure gradually dissipated. Even the ghost tiger that Huo Yuhao had inserted in the air with the blue-silver spike had disappeared. The two clones turned into energy bodies and injected them into the body of the ghost tiger in front of Huo Yuhao. However, this did not make it stronger, but instead made it weak. Huo Yuhao seized the opportunity and stabbed a gun directly into the ghost tiger's hideous mouth. The ghost tiger struggled in pain, and the huge force threw Huo Yuhao away. However, Huo Yuhao, who was still in the air, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the ghost tiger. He kicked the blue-silver overlord spear in ghost tiger's mouth with a fierce kick, and the huge force made the blue-silver overlord spear pierce into ghost tiger's throat. Ghost tiger closed his mouth and bit the blue-silver overlord spear tightly. The spear shaft and the tiger's fang rubbed violently, sparks flew, and the tiger's fang was broken. The spear pierced into ghost tiger's throat, and the spearhead came out from behind. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing rushed over and jumped high, slashing out with a soul guide dagger in his hand again. Netherworld slash. The 2-meter-long black blade slashed down along the bloody wound caused by the blue-silver overlord spear, leaving a deep wound on the thick neck of the ghost tiger. This wound almost cut off the ghost tiger's head. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the ghost tiger stared angrily, but could only make a woohoo sound. Boom! The huge body of the ghost tiger fell down, and blood continued to pour out, gathering into a blood puddle on the ground. Not long after, the ghost tiger was completely dead, and a black soul ring emerged from its body. Zhu Zhuqing panted slightly, obviously very tired. After finally killing the ghost tiger, Zhu Zhuqing smiled. And at this moment, something strange happened. The cry of a bird of prey broke through the sky, and a huge figure swooped down from not far away, casting a shadow. Huo Yuhao pulled out the blue-silver overlord spear from the ghost tiger in the air, came in front of Zhu Zhuqing, and looked at the huge figure with a serious look. Golden Scaled Eagle. This is a 10,000-year level golden scale eagle, whose strength is even more terrifying than the ghost tiger that just died, especially the pair of claws that seem to be cast from gold, which can penetrate gold and split rocks and easily tear the earth. Huo Yuhao soon realized that the ghost tiger had fought with this golden scale eagle before, and was eventually killed and injured, and fled from the depths of the sunset forest. However, the golden scale eagle did not give up the pursuit. Even after seeing Huo Yuhao and the other two fighting with the ghost tiger, they hid and waited for the battle to end before attacking. Huo Yuhao's face was solemn. This was a flying soul beast, and its strength was even greater than that of the ghost tiger. It was difficult to deal with, because Huo Yuhao did not have the ability to fly. As long as the golden scale eagle flew high in the sky, he could not hurt the opponent at all. However, before the golden scale eagle approached, a more powerful aura came quickly from a distance, bringing up flames all over the sky. A red figure suddenly rushed over and knocked the golden scale eagle down from the sky. It was Ma Xiaotao. Her red skirt fluttered, and her momentum was as strong as a mountain and as powerful as the sea. Ma Xiaotao grabbed the golden scaled eagle's wings, lifted it up, and then slammed it to the ground. Ma Xiaotao, who was tall and nearly 1.8 meters tall, was holding the golden scaled eagle with a wingspan of more than 15 meters, and smashing it to the ground. The scene was so brutal. She stood proudly in the void, looking at the golden scaled eagle that was already dying at her feet, and was about to kill it. "Sister, wait a minute." Huo Yuhao shouted hurriedly. Ma Xiaotao, who was about to take action, heard Huo Yuhao's voice, but forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart, and came to Huo Yuhao's side with a somewhat unhappy look on her face. "Why stop me?" Ma Xiaotao asked. "The cultivation level of this golden scaled eagle is between 20,000 and 30,000 years, which is suitable as Zhuqing's 5th soul ring. Let's keep it alive first, and take it later." Huo Yuhao explained hurriedly. "You know, Ma Xiaotao is still in the state of an evil spirit master. If it weren't for the 90% favorability, she would never have been obedient and stopped attacking." Ma Xiaotao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then nodded. "Thank you, Sister Xiaotao," Zhu Zhuqing said hurriedly. Ma Xiaotao's eyes were kind, except when she looked at Huo Yuhao. When she looked at other people, even Zhu Zhuqing, she had a hint of fierceness. This made Zhu Zhuqing very nervous. If Huo Yuhao hadn't explained to her that Ma Xiaotao's current state was a bit special, she would probably think that she had offended Ma Xiaotao in some way. "Zhuqing, absorb the spirit ring first. With Sister Xiaotao and I here, there won't be any problems," Huo Yuhao said. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, then avoided the blood on the ground, found a cleaner ground to sit down, and began to absorb the spirit ring. "Xiaohao, I just attacked, and it was a little difficult to suppress the murderous intent in my heart. I need to meditate to stabilize it." Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao. "Sister, rest assured and stabilize your state. I will protect you," Huo Yuhao said. "Yes." Ma Xiaotao found a place far away from Zhu Zhuqing and sat cross-legged, and began to calm the murderous intent in her heart. On her body, black flames emerged, evil and full of tyranny, which surprised Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked at the evil fire on Ma Xiaotao's body, and felt a headache, but when he thought that he could soon solve this problem with the fiery apricot, his frown relaxed. The third soul skill, blue-silver purification. Huo Yuhao came to Ma Xiaotao with a tender and green blue-silver grass in his hand. The blue-silver grass scattered a little light and fell on Ma Xiaotao's body. After the blue light came into contact with Ma Xiaotao's evil fire, it was able to extinguish it. Ma Xiaotao also felt the change, opened her eyes, and looked at Huo Yuhao in front of her, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 79, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. First Order Request. After Masaoteo adjusted for a quarter of an hour, the evil fire in her body was finally suppressed. She stood up, patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder, and said, "Zhuo Yuhao, I didn't expect you to have this special soul skill that can purify the evil fire in my body." Masaoteo said happily, "With you here, I can do whatever I want in the future without worrying about being devoured by the evil fire." Although she is an evil soul master, she also has her own rationality. However, once she makes a move, it is difficult to control the evil fire in her heart, and she will be full of tyranny and murderous intent. As soon as she makes a move, she wants to kill all the living beings in front of her. As for Huo Yuhao, her favorability has reached 90. It can be said that in this world, she has regarded Huo Yuhao as the most important person, so naturally she does not want to hurt Huo Yuhao. Therefore, she has been suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. At this moment, with Huo Yuhao's blue-silver purification, she can feel that her evil fire has been purified, and the impact on her is weakening. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao is only a soul master now. If Huo Yuhao was a titled Douluo now, he might be able to completely resolve the evil fire in her body with this soul skill, allowing her to completely get rid of the influence of her martial spirit. Huo Yuhao smiled bitterly. He had just released the blue-silver purification for Masaoteo for a while, and he felt that his soul power was like water, draining away at a very fast speed. The evil fire in Masaoteo's body had been completely aroused. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao in her heart, she might have completely become an evil soul master at this moment, reckless and indifferent to life. "Don't worry, sister, I will completely resolve the evil fire in your body," Huo Yuhao promised. "Of course I believe you." Masaoteo smiled slightly. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and she was amazingly beautiful. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing's process of absorbing the soul ring was not smooth. This time she absorbed a soul ring of the 10,000 year level. Generally speaking, only soul masters at the Soul King level can absorb it. However, she is only level 40 at the moment. Although through the powerful effect of the tempering pill, the strength of the physical body has been increased to the level that can withstand the impact of the soul power of the 10,000 year soul ring. But in fact, the most difficult step in absorbing the 10,000 year soul ring is to bear the resentment of the soul beast. That is an impact on the spirit and soul, and one must be wholehearted and not slack off. At this moment, Masaoteo was no longer a problem, so Huo Yuhao stayed by Zhu Zhuqing's side to observe her situation. Although before this, Huo Yuhao had already made an estimate of whether Zhu Zhuqing could absorb this soul ring, and there was a great possibility that she would absorb it successfully. But neither Huo Yuhao nor Zhu Zhuqing was completely sure. Absorbing soul rings is a dangerous process, and no one can guarantee that they will be able to absorb it successfully. But as long as there are no accidents, Zhu Zhuqing will definitely have no problem. 3 hours passed, and Zhu Zhuqing still hadn't finished. However, it can be seen that Zhu Zhuqing's condition has improved a lot. At this moment, the violent soul power on her body began to calm down, and she was about to succeed. In the center of the sunset forest, there is a valley, surrounded by poisonous fog on the outside, and there is a spring inside, with ice springs and fire springs blending together, which is very strange. Masaoteo said. Huo Yuhao showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "The yin-yang eye of ice and fire, that's where I'm looking for. Wait until Zhuqing finishes absorbing the spirit ring, then we'll go there. There's something there that can completely solve the evil fire in your body." Huo Yuhao said. Okay. After another half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing finally succeeded in absorbing the spirit ring and became a spirit master. "Brother Yuhao, I succeeded." Zhu Zhuqing stood up excitedly and hugged Huo Yuhao excitedly. "I told you that you can do it." Huo Yuhao smiled and patted Zhu Zhuqing on the back. "What level are you now?" Huo Yuhao asked. "Level 44. After successfully absorbing the 10,000 year spirit ring, her spirit power level jumped to level 44. Absorbing the 10,000 year spirit ring beyond the level of the 1000 year spirit ring will improve the spirit power more than the 1000 year spirit ring. Before absorbing the spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed a 10,000 year level spirit bone. It's not surprising that she can directly upgrade from level 40 to level 44. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "It seems that I have to work hard, otherwise I will be surpassed by you. Our soul power levels are the same, but brother Yuhao is definitely stronger than me." Zhu Zhuqing knew very well that, even though she was at the same level as Huo Yuhao at the moment, her strength was still far inferior to Huo Yuhao. However, this was already a big breakthrough, and the gap was huge. It was impossible to achieve it overnight, and it required a little bit of effort. Zhu Zhuqing did not ask herself to surpass Huo Yuhao, but only hoped that the gap between the two would not be too big, and she did not want to be left behind by Huo Yuhao. Haha, of course. Huo Yuhao laughed. "We should go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire." Ma Xiaotao's voice came from the side. Zhu Zhuqing realized that there were other people around her, and her face suddenly blushed, and she broke free from Huo Yuhao's arms. Ma Xiaotao had a blank expression on her face, and she felt annoyed when she saw the two of them being so close, and she herself did not know why this happened. She just felt that her things seemed to have been taken away by others. In the memory implanted by the system, Ma Xiaotao knew Huo Yuhao when he was very young and regarded him as her younger brother. At this moment, her brother had grown up and found a girl he liked. She should have been happy, but she felt melancholy and worried. "Sister, let's go." Huo Yuhao did not notice that Ma Xiaotao was wrong. Ma Xiaotao came between Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, grabbed one of them by the shoulder with one hand, tapped the ground with her toes, and took the two of them to the sky. Huo Yuhao could see the scene under his feet passing by quickly. Ma Xiaotao was a strong attack spirit master, and speed was not her strong point. But at this moment, even with two people, the speed she showed was extremely fast. She also distractedly condensed a spirit power shield to protect herself, Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. Otherwise, flying at such a high speed, her hairstyle would probably not be able to be saved. Going deeper into the center of the sunset forest, Huo Yuhao was able to detect many powerful auras through spiritual detection. Undoubtedly, these auras came from powerful 10,000 year soul beasts, or even soul beasts close to the 100,000 year level. Most of the soul beasts in the sunset forest were high level soul beasts, but there was no trace of the 100,000 year soul beasts. Of course, the area Huo Yuhao explored was just a drop in the bucket for the entire sunset forest. Perhaps in some hidden places, there were still soul beasts of 100,000 years old. A mountain appeared in front of him, with thick dark green fog lingering around the mountain. There was silence near the mountain, and there was no trace of soul beasts, only some soul beast skeletons. It seemed that there was something terrible that made the soul beasts dare not approach, and most of the soul beasts that approached died. Chapter 80, Ice and Fire Tempering the Golden Body. First order request. Facing the poisonous fog, Ma Xiaotao did not slow down, but instead accelerated and plunged into it. A fiery dark red flame suddenly emerged around the three people's bodies. The flame contained an extremely high temperature, which could completely burn the surrounding poisonous fog, and could not corrode Huo Yuhao and the other two. Through the poisonous fog, there was a small valley. The valley was filled with a strong breath of life and full of various plants. In the center of the valley, there was a strange spring. The spring water was red and blue, the red part was like magma, and the blue part was like an ice pool. The two colors of spring water each accounted for half, and they did not blend with each other, but depended on each other. Twins at a glance, the two yin and yang counteracted each other. This strange scene surprised Zhu Zhuqing. Near the spring, there were many plants, and each plant looked very extraordinary. Huo Yuhao was also very excited at this moment. These are all immortal level medicinal herbs, and any one of them is a priceless treasure. Because any immortal herb, as long as the right person takes it, can be reborn and undergo an amazing transformation. Even a waste can become a top genius after taking the immortal grass. In today's era, taking the immortal grass is the best way to improve the qualifications for cultivation. Even the Zuan Shudan obtained by Huo Yuhao from the treasure chest cannot compare with it. Fiery Apricot Gyoshu, Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass, Yalxi Ankylo's Iron Pin. Haha, Zhuqing, sister, we are rich. Huo Yuhao was overjoyed. Although he originally knew that these natural treasures existed here when they were really in front of him, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, there are plants in various shapes and forms, and any of the various plants would be sky high in the outside world. However, at this moment, they will all belong to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao knew that this was Douluo's retreat, but Douluo was not here at the moment. Even if Douluo was here, there would be no way. With Mazioteo, Douluo, although he is a titled Douluo, is useless. And Douluo has no knowledge of goods at all, guarding the treasure mountain without knowing what it is. It is a pure waste. And if Huo Yuhao didn't take the immortal grass away, it might still fall into Tang San's hands when the world line converges in the future. Huo Yuhao naturally couldn't leave the immortal grass behind. Sister, it takes a while to refine the immortal grass. You protect me, and I will teach you how to take it later. Huo Yuhao said. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can disturb you. Mazioteo nodded. By the way, if a titled Douluo level strongman breaks in here, try not to kill him if you can. Huo Yuhao said. Okay. Huo Yuhao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and began to look for the immortal grass that suited him. In the original novel, Tang San used the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot to refine his body, so he also had to arrange for himself. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass is a white herb with a top like a large white flower, octagonal in shape, and a few stamens in the center that sparkled like ice crystals. As soon as he approached the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, Huo Yuhao felt an astonishing chill. However, his physical strength far exceeded that of Tang San in the original novel, so he naturally did not need soul power, and was able to resist the cold. The 8-angled black ice grass was located in the center of the ice spring, and the chill was overwhelming within 10 meters. Moreover, this was a deadly poisonous grass. Ordinary people would be poisoned by the cold poison, even if they stayed close to it for too long, let alone taking it. There was no medicine to cure it. After seeing this 8-angled black ice grass, Huo Yuhao looked at the other side. In the center of the fire spring, there was a plant that looked like a cabbage and was all fiery red. It was called the fiery apricot. This was a highly poisonous immortal product with top-level fire poison. It only grew in hot places, and its medicinal effect was exactly the opposite of the 8-angled black ice grass. After determining the location of the two immortal herbs, Huo Yuhao took action, picked the 8-angled black ice grass, and then activated the lightning kingbird's left leg bone soul skill, teleporting directly to the side of the fiery apricot and picking it. This process was extremely fast, and even Zhu Zhuqing and Mazioteo in the distance were a little surprised at Huo Yuhao's speed. In just a moment, Huo Yuhao felt a sharp pain in his two palms. One hand was cold and the other hand was hot. He did not hesitate and stuffed the two immortal herbs into his mouth. They melted in his mouth, and the fragrance was overflowing. The taste was really good. The two immortal herbs were both highly poisonous, but they just counteracted each other. With poison fighting poison, the toxicity was completely offset. However, the next moment, Huo Yuhao's body trembled violently, and the two colors of ice blue and fiery red appeared alternately on his body. The cold was pressing, and the heat was steaming. Under the impact of the two extreme auras, Huo Yuhao almost lost his mind. Fortunately, his physical strength was already very strong at this moment, and he could still withstand the impact of the two auras. Huo Yuhao jumped directly to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, where the ice spring and the fire spring met, and sank into it. After taking the two immortal herbs, you must immediately jump into the water, otherwise it will only take a moment for Huo Yuhao to be dead. Huo Yuhao's actions also startled Zhu Zhuqing and Mazioteo, who were standing by. Although they were some distance away from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, they could feel the powerful energy contained in it. Zhu Zhuqing even thought that she could not get close to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Whether it was the power of the ice spring or the fire spring, it was enough to kill her. However, Huo Yuhao was directly immersed in the water at this moment. Masaoteo frowned slightly. With his powerful strength as a titled Douluo, he could only vaguely feel Huo Yuhao's life breath. Although it was weak, it was very tenacious. She clenched her fists, cold sweat broke out between her palms, and her eyes were fixed on the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. If Huo Yuhao was in any danger, she would risk her life to save him. Sister Zaoteo, brother Yuhao will be okay. Zhu Zhuqing was also very worried in her heart, and asked Masaoteo beside her. Believe in him. Masaoteo said in a deep voice. This was Huo Yuhao's choice. If he was not sure, he would not take the risk. Two extreme energies were madly impacting Huo Yuhao's body, as if they were about to tear it apart. The extreme pain made Huo Yuhao groan in pain. But he still persisted, trying not to faint. After a day and a night, Huo Yuhao felt that his mental strength was almost exhausted. He had been enduring extreme pain, which made him very tired, and he might faint at any time. Huo Yuhao had been circulating his soul power, absorbing the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs, and tempering his body through the extreme energy of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Such an opportunity to improve the strength of the body is incomparable to the tempering pill. Even now, the tempering pill has little effect on Huo Yuhao. Masaoteo, who had been waiting for a day and a night, became more and more impatient. She was already full of evil fire in her body, and her personality was violent and impulsive. Chapter 81 Douluo comes back, and his house is robbed. At this moment, she was worried about Huo Yuhao's safety. She became more and more anxious, and her body began to emit violent flame energy. Sister Zaoteo, calm down. Brother Yuhao will be fine. Zhu Zhuqing, who was also anxious at the moment, comforted Masaoteo instead. Because Huo Yuhao had told her about Masaoteo's condition, once she was excited, the evil fire in her body would be aroused, and the consequences would be disastrous. Yeah. Masaoteo nodded, and calmed herself down, by taking a deep breath. She also knew her own situation. Now Huo Yuhao didn't know what was going on. She couldn't let herself lose control, otherwise if Huo Yuhao really got into trouble, she wouldn't be able to save him. Zhuo Yuhao, you must not get into trouble. Masaoteo whispered. Huo Yuhao was the only person she cared about in this world. If Huo Yuhao died, then her world would lose the last light, and would fall into darkness completely. Suddenly, a strong breath came rapidly from a distance and soon approached the valley. Masaoteo's face was gloomy, and she suddenly turned around, and looked at the sky above the valley. Who are you? You dare to break into my territory? Don't you want to live? A tall figure appeared above the valley. He was dressed in dark green clothes, and had long dark green hair. He exuded an extremely powerful aura, and was full of hostility. Zhu Zhuqing was a little surprised. This might be another title Douluo. He was too powerful, and could not tell the other party's strength at all. Leave here, or you will bear the consequences. Masaoteo looked at the other party and spit out these words coldly. Huo Yuhao said that once a title Douluo level strongman broke in, he would not be killed if he could, so at this moment she restrained her murderous intent in her heart. Young people don't know the height of the world. Do you know who I am? Douluo laughed in anger, and looked at Masaoteo and Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, the two girls in front of him were not very old. How strong could they be? I'm afraid that they had to work hard to enter this valley, otherwise they might not even be able to break through the poisonous fog lingering around the mountain. Masaoteo said, I don't care who you are, leave now or die. I want to see how you make me die. Douluo sneered, and swooped down from the valley, with an incomparable powerful aura. Soul rings appeared on his body one by one. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. Title Douluo. However, Masaoteo was staring at Douluo, and suddenly, a terrifying pressure emerged from her body. Black, 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 red. A total of 9 soul rings emerged, and the terrifying aura completely suppressed Douluo's aura. Squeak. Douluo stopped his forward rush with a foot brake. He widened his eyes, and looked at Masaoteo in disbelief. What the hell is going on? There is such a young title Douluo? There is such a perverted title Douluo? Douluo was confused and had no idea what was going on. 8 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. Is this still a human? Douluo was stunned, but Ma Xiaotao moved. Since she had decided to take action, she would not let Douluo go. Ma Xiaotao rushed towards Douluo with an extremely powerful aura. Endless flames were surging, turning into a boundless sea of fire, as if to destroy the valley directly. Of course, with Ma Xiaotao's control over her own power, it was naturally impossible for her to affect the immortal grass next to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Although she didn't know what these immortal grasses were for, or how precious they were, Huo Yuhao attached great importance to them, so she couldn't damage them. Douluo's face suddenly changed, and he was obviously shocked by Ma Xiaotao's strength. Such a young titled Douluo, his aura directly crushed him. This was simply a ghost. But Douluo was also a titled Douluo level strongman, and he was also a group of people standing at the top of the continent. If he retreated without a fight, he would probably become a laughingstock. Moreover, although Ma Xiaotao's aura was extremely powerful, he had no idea how strong she was. He had no idea of the power of 100,000-year spirit ring, so he thought that he was no match for it, but even if it was not low, he could still escape. Let's fight. Douluo made a move, and the 9 spirit rings on his body moved rhythmically, and a powerful aura surged out. Ma Xiaotao rushed to Douluo and slapped him. A big hand condensed by flames appeared, and slapped Douluo fiercely. In just a moment, Douluo's face changed drastically. From this attack alone, he could feel Ma Xiaotao's powerful strength. Douluo directly used his spirit skills to meet Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao was undoubtedly very crazy in the battle. The terrifying evil fire on her body was completely aroused. At this moment, she was like a fire demon. The violent aura even surprised Zhu Zhuqing behind her. Because Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were still here, Ma Xiaotao intended to lead the battlefield to a distance. Douluo naturally wanted to see his medicine field destroyed. The two fought farther and farther, but the earth-shaking fluctuations made the mountains and forests shake, and the beasts wailed. Zhu Zhuqing looked around cautiously. She could still feel the two extremely powerful auras colliding with each other. She naturally wanted to watch the battle between two titled Douluo level masters, but Huo Yuhao's situation was unclear at the moment, and she was very worried, so she didn't have this idea. Zhu Zhuqing was guarding near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, feeling a little anxious. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao had been led away by an unknown titled Douluo. If someone else appeared, she would have to take action. Brother Yuhao, please don't be in trouble. Zhu Zhuqing prayed in her heart. A day and a night had passed, and Huo Yuhao still didn't move, as if he had sunk into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The battle between Ma Xiaotao and Douluo seemed to be coming to an end. Zhu Zhuqing could feel the terrifying aura of fire, but the aura from Douluo became weak. Sister Xiaotao is too powerful. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. This was a titled Douluo level master, and Ma Xiaotao was able to defeat him in such a short time. This was the power that countless soul masters yearned for. Suddenly, the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire surged, and the aura of extreme cold and heat was stimulated at the same time. Zhu Zhuqing had to retreat and stay away from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Otherwise, with her current strength, she would not be able to resist the two mutually repelling energies. A figure jumped out of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and landed beside the spring water. After seeing Huo Yuhao's figure, Zhu Zhuqing was very excited, and was about to rush towards Huo Yuhao. However, she suddenly discovered that Huo Yuhao was naked at this moment. Chapter 82, Evil Fire Eruption. First order request. Huo Yuhao's skin was as crystal clear as jade, his muscles were perfectly defined, and he was full of powerful qi and blood. Just standing there, he was extraordinary. His body had undergone a transformation, and Huo Yuhao had grown from 1.75 meters to 1.87 meters tall. He was tall and strong, handsome, and extraordinary. Just looking at his figure, who could guess that he was just a 15-year-old boy? Whether it was his upper body or his lower body, he didn't look like he was 15 years old. Zhu Zhuqing's face was hot, and she looked at Huo Yuhao's naked body, shy and excited, standing there not knowing what to do. She covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't resist her curiosity and spread her palms to peek. Although the two slept in the same bed, they were limited to kissing and hugging, and had never seen each other's bodies. Zhuqing, where is Sister Xiaotao? Huo Yuhao asked. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing covered her eyes, her face flushed to her ears, and she pointed at Huo Yuhao's body. Huo Yuhao realized his situation, and took out a set of clothes from the storage space, and put them on quickly with some embarrassment. Until Huo Yuhao came to Zhu Zhuqing's side, the girl still covered her eyes tightly, and did not move. Huo Yuhao could not help laughing and said, "Why are you shy? You will see it later." Zhu Zhuqing slowly moved her palm away, and when she saw that Huo Yuhao was already dressed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao and said, "Brother Yuhao teased me again." Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was flushed, and couldn't stand it. "She's so cute. By the way, where is Sister Xiaotao?" Huo Yuhao asked. Just now a titled Douluo came, and Sister Xiaotao fought with him. Zhu Zhuqing said hurriedly. Huo Yuhao also felt the two powerful auras, one of which was at its peak and extremely powerful. The other was a little decadent and a little weak. Huo Yuhao hurriedly pulled Zhu Zhuqing and rushed towards the direction of the two auras. 500 meters away from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Huo Yuhao finally saw the two warring parties. Who else could the old man in green with the strength of a titled Douluo be except Douluo? Douluo was very frustrated at the moment. He was at a disadvantage the moment he fought with Ma Xiaotao. He tried every possible means, but still couldn't do anything to Ma Xiaotao. The opponent's strength was simply abnormal. Douluo felt that even the chrysanthemum pass of the spirit hall was far inferior to Ma Xiaotao in front of him. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Even as a titled Douluo, his spirit did not have the ability to fly. But Ma Xiaotao was a flying spirit master with extremely fast speed. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't escape. Douluo vomited blood, and fell into despair. Am I going to die here today? What about Yan'an? Douluo felt sad. He was covered with scars, and his dark green hair was now charred and burned by Ma Xiaotao's flames. Sister, please show mercy. Huo Yuhao shouted hurriedly when he saw that Douluo was about to be killed by Ma Xiaotao. Hearing Huo Yuhao's voice, Ma Xiaotao, who had fallen into a violent state, regained a bit of rationality. She turned around and saw Huo Yuhao not far away. She abandoned Douluo and came to Huo Yuhao's side. Douluo took this opportunity to flee directly to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. He had originally thought that he was doomed, but now there was a glimmer of hope. He fully stimulated his potential, squeezed the last bit of soul power in his body, and fled quickly. Zhuo Yuhao, how are you? Ma Xiaotao came to Huo Yuhao's side, stretched out her hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, and checked his condition. I'm fine. How is Sister Xiaotao? Huo Yuhao said. Ma Xiaotao suddenly felt something was wrong. The flames attached to the surface of her body were still burning, and they were getting more and more intense. Let's go back. Ma Xiaotao grabbed Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, and in a few breaths, she took the two back to the valley, where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was located. I can't suppress the evil fire in my body. Ma Xiaotao's eyes were a little anxious. This time, she fought against a titled Douluo level warrior, although her strength far exceeded Douluo. But as a titled Douluo, Ma Xiaotao could only go all out to quickly kill Douluo. Therefore, she did not suppress the evil fire in her body, which seemed to have been fully aroused at this moment, and was somewhat difficult to suppress. Ma Xiaotao slapped out one palm after another, opening up a deep cave on the stone wall of the valley, and then entered it, and sealed the cave tightly. Brother Yuhao, what happened to Sister Xiaotao? Zhu Zhuqing asked worriedly. Something went wrong. Sister needs to meditate to suppress the evil fire. It will be fine. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly. Ma Xiaotao seemed to be out of control at this moment. Even through the thick stones, Huo Yuhao could feel the violent aura of Masaoteo in the cave. Isn't it true that something happened? Huo Yuhao muttered in his heart, worried about Masaoteo. Suddenly, Masaoteo's painful cry came from the cave, and Huo Yuhao was shocked, thinking that it was not good. He quickly came to the yin-yang eye of fire and ice, and found a herb with red leaves and a cockscomb-shaped top. Huo Yuhao picked it, then came to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Stay away from this place, I'll go in to see how my sister is doing." Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Huo Yuhao's arm, unwilling to let Huo Yuhao face the danger alone. At this moment, Masaoteo was out of control, and the terrifying flames on her body could not be controlled at all. Zhu Zhuqing was worried that Huo Yuhao would be injured. "Don't worry, the 2 immortal herbs I took before made my body invulnerable to water and fire. I'll be fine." Huo Yuhao comforted. He moved the boulder outside the cave, walked into it, and sealed the exit of the cave. Although Masaoteo was a character summoned by the system, she actually belonged to the world 10,000 years later. But after more than half a month of getting along, Huo Yuhao already regarded her as his sister. After all, the favorability of up to 90 was not fake. Masaoteo completely regarded him as a younger brother, and Huo Yuhao had to do some things that a younger brother should do. The cave opened up by Masaoteo was very spacious. After moving the stone that sealed the door, Huo Yuhao entered it easily. At this moment, Masaoteo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with terrifying black flames lingering all over her body. The violent soul power fluctuations constantly impacted the surrounding stone walls. Huo Yuhao stared at Masaoteo's soul power pressure, endured the pain of the burning flames, and came to Masaoteo's side. "Sister." Huo Yuhao called softly. Masaoteo suddenly opened her eyes. Her originally pink eyes were now black and red, with a strong murderous intent bursting out. She looked at Huo Yuhao, as if looking at an enemy, who might suddenly kill Huo Yuhao at any time. "Leave here, quickly." After seeing Huo Yuhao's appearance clearly, Masaoteo temporarily regained a trace of clarity and said anxiously, "Brothers, rush to place the first order, I will continue to type." Chapter 83, The Evil Fire is Hard to Extinguish. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, "I want to help you." He placed the fairy grass in front of Masaoteo and said, "This fairy grass is called Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. It can increase the intensity of your flame and soul power. Most importantly, it can remove the evil fire in your body." Masaoteo groaned. Suppressing the evil fire was an extremely painful process. At this moment, her heart was full of murderous intent, but because Huo Yuhao was right in front of her, she could only suppress it by force. "Zhuo Yuhao, I can't hold on any longer. Take Zhuqing away from here, the farther the better." Masaoteo's voice was hurried, and her beautiful face was full of pain. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything, and directly released the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit, and then used the third soul skill, Blue-Silver Purification. Without considering the consumption of soul power, Huo Yuhao fully exploded this soul skill to the extreme. In the cave, illuminated by the fire, a blue-silver grass broke out of the ground, emitting a dreamy blue light. The light fell on Masaoteo's body, gradually extinguishing the black flames on her body. Blue-silver purification can remove all negative states. It would naturally have some effect on Masaoteo, who was about to be devoured by the evil fire. However, Huo Yuhao's soul power level was too low, and it was obviously far from enough to remove the evil fire from Masaoteo, who was at the title Douluo level. However, this short-term relief also made Masaoteo's situation much better. She looked at the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower in front of her, picked it up without hesitation, and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, an extremely domineering flame suddenly burst out from Masaoteo's body. This was a flame that was not inferior to Masaoteo's Phoenix Evil Fire at all, and it could even devour the evil fire. In just a moment, Masaoteo felt the amazing medicinal power of the fairy grass. She originally thought that she was about to lose control, but now hope rose in her heart. Maybe this time, she could not only wake up, but also remove the evil fire in her body and completely solve the hidden dangers of instability. Masayoteo's body was surrounded by blazing flames, burning the surrounding stone walls red. Huo Yuhao, who was beside her, was also feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. Even though he had taken the fiery apricot and the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, and tempered his body in the yin yang eyes of ice and fire, making him invulnerable to water and fire, and his body very strong, it was still difficult to resist the flames on Masayoteo's body. He did not dare to stay away, and always released his soul skill blue silver purification, to help Masayoteo clean up the evil fire in her body. If Masayoteo was not a titled Douluo now, and her cultivation was lower than that of a Soul Emperor, perhaps the coxcomb phoenix sunflower alone would be enough to completely solve the evil fire in her body. But at this moment, her cultivation was too strong, and the evil fire in her body had grown, second only to the ultimate fire. It would take the help of Huo Yuhao to remove the evil fire. Huo Yuhao endured the almost suffocating heat, and tried to stay away from Masayoteo. The blue-silver grass he released also had the characteristics of being invulnerable to water and fire, but it was still difficult to resist in front of Masayoteo's evil fire. Huo Yuhao took out a Zuanshu pill and swallowed it. Although this pill had almost lost its effect on him, the energy contained in it could restore some of his soul power. Boom! Endless flames erupted from Masayoteo's body, and the extreme high temperature erupted in the cave, and even the mountain was shaking violently. Outside the cave, Zhu Zhuqing was anxious, but she couldn't even get close. Once you get within 10 meters of the cave entrance, you can feel waves of heat coming, and ordinary soul masters can't resist it at all. In the cave, Huo Yuhao's whole body was red, and at this moment he felt that his flesh and blood were about to be roasted. If he hadn't tempered his body with the fairy grass and the yin yang eyes of ice and fire in advance, and had a physique that was invulnerable to water and fire, he would probably have been burned to ashes by this terrifying flame at this moment. This is the powerful strength of the titled Douluo. This is a terrifying high temperature after the evil fire phoenix exploded. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. Masayoteo is a genius that Shrek rarely sees in 100 years in the original work, and she is so powerful that it is suffocating. At this moment, just the flames emanating from her body have made Huo Yuhao feel very dangerous. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be finished. However, what surprised Huo Yuhao was that after this outbreak, the flames on Masayoteo seemed to have weakened a lot. Or it could be said that most of the evil fire had been cleared. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's soul power was almost exhausted, and he had to take out another Zuanshu pill and swallow it, converting the energy contained in it into his own soul power, and continue to release blue-silver purification. In the original work, Mahanjan completely solved the problem of the evil fire in his martial soul with the help of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. But at that time, Mahanjan was just a soul master, and the evil fire in his body was not completely out of control. Masayoteo just now was close to the edge of losing control, and how could the evil fire of Mahanjan, when he was a soul master, be compared with Masayoteo, who is now at the level of titled Douluo? The gap is like a chasm. Endless flames filled the air, and Huo Yuhao's clothes could not withstand such high temperatures at all, and were completely burned at this moment. Even Masayoteo's red skirt was burned, because she could not control the power of the flames. Huo Yuhao felt his mouth dry after just one look at the red jade body. This was too tempting. Even in normal times, Masayoteo had a beautiful face and a proud figure. At this moment, Huo Yuhao could see more clearly the perfection of Masayoteo's figure, which was exquisite and full of temptation. Huo Yuhao quickly closed his eyes, and did not look at anything indecent. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to release blue-silver purification, to remove the evil fire from Masayoteo's body. After the Zuanshu pill, it was the Shenghen pill, and then the recovery pill. The recovery pill can not only recover from injuries, but also restore soul power. At this moment, these priceless pills were taken out one by Huo Yuhao, and then swallowed, just to support the consumption of the blue-silver purification soul skill. Although the flames gradually weakened, they were still strong. Huo Yuhao could feel that his body had been burned in many places, and he used the recovery pill to treat it. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Huo Yuhao felt that the flames on Masayoteo's body had calmed down, and knew that the problem of the evil fire had been almost solved. The temperature in the cave dropped, and the blazing flames were gradually absorbed by Masayoteo. Huo Yuhao was so weak that he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He was dizzy and his soul power was almost exhausted. He was so tired that he didn't even want to move a finger. Masayoteo had reached the final stage. The evil fire problem was almost solved, but the effect of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower she took had been completely consumed, and Huo Yuhao had stopped releasing the blue-silver purification. Therefore, she could only rely on herself at this last moment. After a long time, the evil fire was almost completely purified, leaving only the last trace. At this moment, Masayoteo was completely awake, and the remaining trace of evil fire could no longer make her fall. Opening her eyes, Masayoteo saw Huo Yuhao not far away. Zhao Yuhao. Masayoteo quickly got up and ran in the direction of Huo Yuhao. However, she had been fighting against the evil fire for a while, and she was mentally exhausted. As a titled Douluo, she stumbled and fell over. Feeling the strange touch, Masayoteo realized that the two of them were now naked. Masayoteo couldn't help but blush, but she couldn't help but glance at Huo Yuhao's body. Huo Yuhao, who was only 15 years old, was half a head taller than Masayoteo. After tempering his body, except for his delicate face, his well-defined muscles were simply fascinating. Masayoteo glanced at Huo Yuhao and breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, he has fallen asleep. Masayoteo bit her thin lips slightly and couldn't help swallowing her saliva as she looked at Huo Yuhao's body. In the end, she couldn't help herself and stretched out her jade fingers to pass across Huo Yuhao's chest and brush across his 8 abdominal muscles. She helped Huo Yuhao sit up and leaned against her arms. She felt the mature masculine aura of Huo Yuhao, and the evil fire in her body began to stir again. But this time, Masayoteo didn't want to suppress it, but to release it completely. Masayoteo injected her soul power into Huo Yuhao's body to help her recover her soul power. However, in the process of overexerting soul power, Masayoteo did not filter out the last trace of evil fire she had left. A trace of evil fire entangled the two of them. Hot. So hot. My whole body was hot. Huo Yuhao woke up slowly, but felt his body was burning. Not only hot, but also thirsty. Sister. Huo Yuhao was already unconscious, and he wanted to get closer to Masayoteo according to his instinct. Huo Yuhao's eyes were red and his whole body was hot. Looking at the hazy figure beside him, he stretched out his hand, trying to touch it. Today is the last chapter, brothers, go for it. The first order is almost 500. Chapter 84, Love Heartbroken Red. The next morning, there was no light in the cave, and Huo Yuhao woke up from his sleep. After a big battle last night, he still felt sore in his waist and back. Huo Yuhao looked down at the person in his arms. Masayoteo had a satisfied smile on her face, and her face was ruddy, which had not yet faded. She curled up in Huo Yuhao's arms. With her tall and lifted figure, she looked a little like a little bird. Being held in Huo Yuhao's arms, her pretty face was pressed against Huo Yuhao's chest, and her saliva slid down from the corner of her mouth. Huo Yuhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Queen Masayoteo would rule when she was sleeping. Sister. Huo Yuhao called softly. Masayoteo seemed very tired and didn't wake up. She muttered, "Okay, my waist hurts, let me sleep for a while. You also have a waist pain?" Huo Yuhao was stunned for a while, then reached out and massaged Masayoteo's waist to relieve the pain. The waist is very thin and soft. Suddenly, Masayoteo realized something was wrong and opened her eyes suddenly. She saw Huo Yuhao's clear eyes and was embarrassed. "Zhao Yuhao, I." Masayoteo didn't know how to explain. She was the one who led the battle last night and was later suppressed by Huo Yuhao and turned the tide. Although she was affected by the evil fire, if it wasn't for the intention in her heart, that little bit of evil fire would not have worked at all. I'm sorry Huo Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao recalled everything that happened last night, feeling a little guilty and secretly cursing herself. Ma Xiaotao, Huo Yuhao is only 15 years old. How could you have the heart to do that to him? Ma Xiaotao didn't dare to look into Huo Yuhao's eyes, and her face became more and more red. Huo Yuhao, I don't know how to explain. Last night Ma Xiaotao's face was red as blood, and she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand to lift Ma Xiaotao's head, looking at that beautiful face with a bit of shame and guilt. He said, "Sister, am I small? You." Ma Xiaotao was about to speak, but she reacted, and her eyes were a little evasive, not small at all. As she said that, Ma Xiaotao frowned and bit Huo Yuhao's shoulder viciously. "Okay, you learned to tease your sister? It hurts. It hurts. Sister, shut up." Huo Yuhao cried out in pain. "That's what happened last night. I know I shouldn't do this, but since it has happened, I don't regret it. Sister is almost 30 years old, so you can only take advantage of me," Ma Xiaotao said softly with a firm attitude. Outside the cave, Zhu Zhuqing walked back and forth. A day and a night had passed, but it was still unknown what was going on in the cave. Last night, Zhu Zhuqing could already feel the temperature radiating from the cave gradually decreasing. Finally, she was able to get close to the cave. The flames were suppressed, and Ma Xiaotao's condition should have improved, but the two of them had not come out until now, which made her very anxious. For a day and a night, she simply ate some dry food, and had no appetite at all. She was concerned about the safety of Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer bear the inner torment, and decided to go into the cave, to see what was going on. When she came to the entrance of the cave, and wanted to move the boulder that sealed the cave, the boulder suddenly broke apart, and two figures walked out of it. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was walking in front. His spirit had recovered, but he had changed his clothes. Ma Xiaotao was also in a ruddy complexion and there was nothing unusual. The evil fire that had gone out of control a day ago had been completely resolved. "Brother Yuhao." Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward and was overjoyed to see Huo Yuhao, who was intact. "Brother Yuhao, are you alright?" Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Huo Yuhao's hands and asked about Huo Yuhao's condition. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Sister Xiaotao is fine too." Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Zhuqing, but his eyes were a little evasive, and he quickly explained, "I'm glad you're okay. I was worried." Zhu Zhuqing threw herself into Huo Yuhao's arms, her voice a little tearful. Huo Yuhao patted Zhu Zhuqing on the back and comforted her. "Silly girl, how could anything happen to me? Yeah." Ma Xiaotao consciously walked to the side. What happened last night was too crazy. The feeling of being infatuated was fascinating, and she couldn't help herself. She wished she could be trapped in it and stay in that moment forever. Until now, Ma Xiaotao's beautiful face was still blushing. Thinking back to everything last night, she couldn't help herself, and her legs were weak. 15-year-old Huo Yuhao, you tell me this is 15 years old? Can a 15-year-old have such fighting power? Huo Yuhao and the evil fire state is simply not a human, like an animal, and he is not obedient at all, and he doesn't have any sympathy for women. Ma Xiaotao regretted it all the way. It was just her own choice. She had to bear the consequences of her mistakes. Compared with the battle last night, fighting Douluo before was like bullying a child. Especially when she saw Zhu Zhuqing at this moment, Ma Xiaotao felt extremely embarrassed and felt guilty. She quickly left here, feeling uncomfortable staying here. "Brother Yuhao, what did Sister Xiaotao do?" Zhu Zhuqing asked Huo Yuhao when she saw Ma Xiaotao leave. "Maybe she went to look for food," Huo Yuhao said. He also felt empty in his stomach and was very hungry at this moment. He thought Ma Xiaotao also needed to replenish some energy. Not long after, Ma Xiaotao flew back with a 100-year-old porcupine in her hand, and her soul ring had not yet dissipated. Huo Yuhao quickly took action, cleaned the porcupine, cut it into pieces, and made a fire to grill the meat. The 100-year-old porcupine weighed more than 500 kilograms, and the meat was fragrant with just a little seasoning. And Huo Yuhao, who had the spirit martial spirit, grilled it himself, and controlled the heat very accurately. After roasting, the meat was golden and full of fragrance. The three of them ate with relish, and they finished nearly 100 kilograms of meat in one meal. Huo Yuhao also selected the better meat parts of the remaining pork, and stored them in the storage space. After eating and drinking, Huo Yuhao came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire again, and began to choose fairy grass for Zhu Zhuqing. Well, in order to prevent these immortal herbs from falling into Tang San's hands, Huo Yuhao decided to catch them all. Huo Yuhao held a palm-sized white flower. The flower was palm-sized, shaped like a peony, without leaves, and a large stone was connected to the root stem. The weight was amazing. He handed the immortal herb to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "This flower is called Acacia Heartbroken Red. It is a divine treasure among immortal herbs. It will choose its own owner. So if you want to pick it, you must face your beloved when picking it. Spit out a mouthful of blood and sprinkle it on the petals. You must be wholehearted and not have any distracting thoughts." Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed when she heard this, because her beloved was right in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Acacia Heartbroken Red, and then her eyes fell on Huo Yuhao again, full of tenderness. The soul power in her body circulated, urging the blood and ki. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth slightly and spit out a mouthful of blood, which was sprinkled on the petals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 85. Yesterday was okay, but today is not. The heartbroken acacia red swayed gently, and then just floated down from the stone, and landed in Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the heartbroken acacia red, and suddenly a line of tears slid down from the corner of her eyes. "Zhuqing, what's wrong with you?" Huo Yuhao saw Zhu Zhuqing crying and asked hurriedly. "It told me a story about the legend of the heartbroken acacia red," Zhu Zhuqing said softly. Huo Yuhao gently hugged Zhu Zhuqing in his arms and said, "With the recognition of the heartbroken acacia red, you have also received its blessing. We will be together forever, and will never be separated." Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously, and hugged Huo Yuhao tightly, wishing she could merge into his body. Ma Xiaotao, who was standing aside, turned her head, and felt a little irritated. Seeing the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, she was very envious. However, when she thought that she got Huo Yuhao before Zhu Zhuqing, she was relieved, and even felt a little guilty. Guilt for Zhu Zhuqing. After taking the heartbroken acacia red, your soul power will be greatly improved. Perhaps here, you will directly break through to the Soul King, Huo Yuhao said. Zhu Zhuqing looked up in surprise. From Huo Yuhao's mouth, she already knew the preciousness of this heartbroken acacia red, but she didn't expect it to have such a powerful effect. "Brother Yuhao, are you saying that it can help me break through to the Soul King?" Zhu Zhuqing asked in disbelief. At this moment, even Ma Xiaotao was surprised. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had accumulated a lot of experience before, so she was able to break through to the Soul Sect after obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring, and her soul power level was raised to level 44. However, there is still a huge gap between level 44 and level 50. Even if Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation talent is already very strong at this moment, it will still take at least 3 years to upgrade from level 44 to level 50. But at this moment, Huo Yuhao said that with a fairy grass, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power can be directly raised to level 50. What a terrifying and amazing effect. Huo Yuhao nodded and said with a smile, "This immortal grass is the most precious among all the immortal grasses here. It can not only greatly improve the level of soul power, but also improve physical fitness, mental strength, etc. in all aspects. It has endless uses. Brother Yuhao, this is too precious. You should take it. Zhu Zhuqing said immediately. If Huo Yuhao takes it, wouldn't he become even stronger if it has such a powerful effect? Huo Yuhao said, I have taken 2 immortal grasses before, and the medicinal effects are still settling in my body. Even if I take the acacia heartbroken red, it will not help me much. You should take it quickly and absorb the medicinal power. This time, you will break through level 50 faster than me. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing stopped and held the acacia heartbroken red in both hands. For a moment, she was reluctant to take it. Because it was too precious. There was another most important reason. That is, this acacia heartbroken red recognized her love for Huo Yuhao. If you leave it alone, it will just be a grass. If you absorb it and turn it into your own strength, you can reflect the power and preciousness of the immortal grass. Huo Yuhao spoke again. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, then sat cross-legged, swallowed the acacia heartbroken red into her mouth, and began to refine it. Ma Xiaotao walked to Huo Yuhao's side and said, I can also pick this acacia heartbroken red. Of course I believe you, but Zhuqing needs it more. Huo Yuhao glanced at Ma Xiaotao and said with a smile. When Ma Xiaotao heard what Huo Yuhao said, a stunning smile suddenly appeared on her face. She believed that her love for Huo Yuhao was definitely not inferior to Zhu Zhuqing. Although there was no practical proof, as long as Huo Yuhao believed it, it was enough. Then do you have the confidence to pick it? Ma Xiaotao suddenly asked. Huo Yuhao looked embarrassed, shook his head, and said, I had confidence before yesterday, but not today. He originally only loved Zhu Zhuqing, and his feelings were pure, so he could naturally pick the acacia heartbroken red. However, after everything that happened last night, he now loves 2 people in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing is the first girl he has, and Ma Xiaotao is the first woman he has. The status of the 2 in his heart is very important, and there is no comparison at all. So you're blaming me? Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao. No, not at all. Huo Yuhao emphasized. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao immediately said happily, you're smart. Even if you blame me, I don't regret it. She was beautiful, even when she was expressionless. At this moment, her smile was so beautiful that it made all the flowers pale in comparison. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao stayed by Zhu Zhuqing's side, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb the effect of the heartbroken acacia red. The original novel described that the heartbroken acacia red could at least increase Zhu Zhuqing's soul power by 10 levels, and would also comprehensively transform and improve the soul master's body. Perhaps after taking it, Zhu Zhuqing's talent would be improved to an astonishing level, and even if the soul power was filled up first, it would not be comparable. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing in the original novel was unable to pick up the heartbroken acacia red. At that time, she had just broken through to the Soul Master. Now Zhu Zhuqing's soul power has reached level 44. Perhaps the heartbroken acacia red's improvement on her is not as terrible as level 10, and level 7 or 8 is still okay. Huo Yuhao took out another immortal herb. It was green and looked inconspicuous. The strange thing was that in the center of the herb, there were 3 snow white leaves, and there were a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, just like the dew left in the morning. What kind of immortal herb is this? Ma Xiaotao asked. Wanchuan Kiashudu. After taking it, you can refine into a golden eye that can see through everything. Of course, this is an exaggeration. My martial soul is my eyes, and taking this immortal herb will be of great benefit to me. Huo Yuhao explained. Then take it now. I will stay here and no one can disturb you. Ma Xiaotao said. Yes. Huo Yuhao raised the Wanchuan Kiashudu above his head, raised his head, and then dripped a few drops of dew condensed on it into his mouth. The moment the dew fell, the Wanchuan Kiashudu also withered, and turned into dust, and dissipated in the blink of an eye. He quickly sat down cross-legged, and began to refine the medicinal power of the immortal herb. After the few drops of dew entered his mouth, they turned into a stream of pure energy, and poured into Huo Yuhao's eyes. Huo Yuhao felt his eyes were extremely cool and comfortable. This plant of longing for the autumn water dew could not only strengthen Huo Yuhao's mirror pupil martial soul, but more importantly, it could enhance his mental strength. Huo Yuhao's mental strength was already very strong, far surpassing that of a soul master of the same level, and even comparable to that of a soul emperor. And now, he could feel his spiritual sea expanding and becoming more and more vast. 3 hours later, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and saw a beam of light burst out, like a flash of lightning. Chapter 86. Can you see through things? Huo Yuhao stood up and looked at Ma Xiaotao beside him. She was wearing a red dress and looked extremely beautiful. However, when Huo Yuhao stared at her, he could see through the red dress. Huo Yuhao, I said that's enough. Ma Xiaotao could see that Huo Yuhao's eyes had been lingering. She felt very uncomfortable and couldn't help but remind him. Okay. Huo Yuhao nodded quickly and then looked down. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's blood surged and something flowed out of his nostrils. Huo Yuhao reached out and wiped it, and it turned out to be blood. Beauty can hurt people. Huo Yuhao was shocked and turned his head away quickly, not daring to look again. However, Ma Xiaotao also noticed Huo Yuhao's situation and couldn't help but laugh. She walked to Huo Yuhao's side and looked at him with a strange look. Young people are full of blood, but it shouldn't be like this. Ma Xiaotao laughed. She was a little embarrassed just now, but now she stood in front of Huo Yuhao, stretching out her proud figure, especially deliberately sticking out her chest, as if she was going to break free from the restraint of the red skirt. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened, and the nosebleed that had just stopped gushed out again. Huo Yuhao retreated again and again, unable to resist. Ma Xiaotao also felt strange. What was wrong with Huo Yuhao? Is her sister so charming? Then, she reacted. Could it be? She walked to Huo Yuhao's side with shame and anger, and stretched out her hand to twist the soft flesh on Huo Yuhao's waist, and rotated it 180 degrees, as if she had learned it by nature. Huo Yuhao screamed. His body was very powerful, but how could it compare to Ma Xiaotao, who was a titled Douluo? How did I offend you? Huo Yuhao asked angrily. Tell me, sister, do your eyes have any special abilities? Ma Xiaotao snorted coldly. What special abilities? Huo Yuhao pretended to be puzzled. For example, perspective. Ma Xiaotao said. This. Huo Yuhao hesitated. You still don't admit it? Ma Xiaotao raised her eyebrows, and the 180-degree vision turned into 360-degree vision. Yes, it's perspective. Huo Yuhao confessed directly. Ma Xiaotao then let go of her hand and said, Huo Yuhao, I think you will become a bad man. With such ability, aren't you afraid of bleeding to death one day? I saw everything last night. Just watch it a few more times, and get used to it. Huo Yuhao laughed. Can't control it? Ma Xiaotao frowned. Yes, I can't see it under normal circumstances, unless I use my mental power, or sometimes I accidentally use my mental power when I get excited. Huo Yuhao said. Then you should be careful, and don't let me find out that you are looking at other girls. Ma Xiaotao snorted. Promise not to look at anyone except my sister. Huo Yuhao immediately made a promise. I can't look either. Ma Xiaotao said unhappily. The thought that she might be seen naked in front of Huo Yuhao at any time made her feel very uncomfortable, whether she was wearing clothes or not. But I've seen it all. Huo Yuhao felt a little wronged. How dare you say that? Ma Xiaotao was filled with shame and indignation, and her delicate white fist had already landed on Huo Yuhao's chest. Okay, I promise, as long as my sister doesn't want to, I will never look at it. Huo Yuhao said. That's more like it. Ma Xiaotao said. After taking the fairy grass, you have gained this ability? Ma Xiaotao returned to the main business. This is just one of the reasons. My mental power has been greatly improved. I guess it's not worse than that of a soul saint. Huo Yuhao said. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's eyes flashed with surprise. Generally speaking, the mental power of a soul master improves with the soul power at the same time. Even for some soul masters with spiritual attributes, The mental power is at most one level higher than the soul power. And Huo Yuhao is just a soul sect, but he actually has the mental power of a soul saint. This is a leap of 3 levels. The effect of the longing for the autumn water dew has not been completely absorbed. In the future, my mental power will continue to improve. Huo Yuhao said. The fairy grass is worthy of the name of the fairy grass. Ma Xiaotao said in surprise. These immortal herbs are natural treasures, priceless treasures, even more precious than soul bones. Otherwise, how could the coxcomb and phoenix sunflower solve the evil fire in your body? Huo Yuhao said. Speaking of solving the evil fire, Ma Xiaotao reflexively thought of the crazy battle last night. Because the opponent was too strong. Even Ma Xiaotao doubted whether Huo Yuhao had rich combat experience, otherwise how could he be so fierce? She couldn't resist at all. Thinking of this, Ma Xiaotao couldn't help rubbing her waist. It was a little painful, her waist was sprained. In the end, it was not you who solved it? Ma Xiaotao blushed. Huo Yuhao said, you are already a titled Douluo. Even if the coxcomb phoenix sunflower is a fairy product, it is difficult to completely solve the evil fire in your body. If you are only a soul master now, a coxcomb phoenix sunflower will definitely solve it completely. Huo Yuhao paused for a moment, then laughed and said, but I'm also very happy to be able to help you. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao slapped Huo Yuhao on the head and said, you are taking advantage of me. After another hour, Zhu Zhuqing finally completed the refining of the acacia heartbroken red. At this moment, her soul power level jumped to level 50. She stood up and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. She seemed to be much lighter, her mental strength was also strengthened, her eyes were clear, and her physical fitness was strengthened. Brother Yuhao, I'm really level 50. Zhu Zhuqing jumped up and said happily. Since being with Huo Yuhao, her personality has also changed. Her originally cold and taciturn personality now released the nature of a little girl and began to become lively and cheerful. Congratulations, you will soon be able to become a Soul King. I'm afraid there has never been a Soul King at the age of 12 on Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao smiled. This is all thanks to Brother Yuhao. If it weren't for your help, I might not have broken through to Soul Venerable yet. Zhu Zhuqing knew very well that she was able to achieve such a huge breakthrough because she met Huo Yuhao. Otherwise, even if she worked hard, she could only break through to Soul Venerable at most with her innate soul power of only level 7. Huo Yuhao touched Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, let's eat something first, and then go hunt a soul beast for you. Okay. It was already approaching evening, and after dinner, there was still time to find a soul beast suitable for Zhu Zhuqing's 5th soul ring. Huo Yuhao took out the porcupine meat that he had prepared in the morning and stored in the storage space. He grilled some of it and cooked some of it in broth. Because the storage ring was connected to the system space, Huo Yuhao was not afraid of not being able to put it down, and he prepared a lot of pots and pans, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. After finishing the food, Ma Xiaotao stood up and said, you wait here, I'll go catch a soul beast. After saying that, without waiting for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing to reply, she hurriedly flew away. Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and the two looked at each other. They had originally wanted to go together, but now that Ma Xiaotao took the initiative, they naturally didn't need them. Ma Xiaotao, who was at the title Douluo level, could catch a soul beast of 10,000 years. Wouldn't that be as easy as catching a bug? Half an hour later, a ball of fire flew quickly over the sky above the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Looking closely, it turned out that Ma Xiaotao was back. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth slightly, and her pretty face was full of surprise, because in Ma Xiaotao's hand, she was holding a shadow wolf that was more than 8 meters long. Boom, the huge shadow wolf was thrown down from the sky by Ma Xiaotao, and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the shadow wolf was already dying, with scars all over its body, and many places were burned by flames. The most fatal blow was the bloody wound that went through the chest and back, which was already charred. It should have been pierced by a skill like Fireline. Huo Yuhao remembered that Ma Xiaotao's first soul skill was Phoenix Fireline. Because of the extremely high temperature of the phoenix flame, this soul skill has extremely strong penetrating power. How pitiful. Huo Yuhao sighed. The shadow wolf in front of him was very powerful. At least Huo Yuhao was not sure to kill it alone, but he met Ma Xiaotao and could only be beaten brutally and then used as a soul ring. Ma Xiaotao fell from a high altitude, kneeling slightly, without any dust splashing, which was enough to show her strong control over her own flying ability. The age of this shadow wolf is about 28,000 to 30,000 years, which is exactly the limit of your body being able to absorb soul rings at this moment. Ma Xiaotao said. Thank you, Sister Xiaotao. Zhu Zhuqing was very grateful. After all, this was the second person who treated her well besides Huo Yuhao. Thank me. Ma Xiaotao looked at Zhu Zhuqing meaningfully and said, as long as you don't hate me in the future, that's enough. Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled and asked, why did Sister Xiaotao say that? Go and make the final blow, otherwise this shadow wolf will die. Huo Yuhao hurriedly urged Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Xiaotao's attack was very heavy. This 28,000-year-old shadow wolf was on the verge of death. If Zhu Zhuqing didn't make the final blow in time, when it died, even if it was killed by Ma Xiaotao, Zhu Zhuqing would not be able to absorb the spirit ring. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much about it. She came to the side of the 10,000-year shadow wolf and used the third spirit skill, mythical / to directly end the life of the shadow wolf. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing's physical strength was comparable to that of a soul king. After the soul power was continuously improved, the physical body was also strengthened. Before that, she took the acacia heart broken red, which greatly improved in all aspects. At this moment, absorbing this shadow wolf with an age of 28,000 years close to 30,000 years is naturally not a problem. If Zhu Zhuqing dares to take risks, she has a great chance of absorbing a soul ring with an age of 35,000 years. Just to be safe, Ma Xiaotao chose a shadow wolf with the most suitable attributes and sufficient age. The waiting time is undoubtedly long. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao sat not far from Zhu Zhuqing and chatted. Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation has surpassed you. Aren't you panicking? Ma Xiaotao teased. It's okay if your cultivation is not better than mine, but now you can't even beat Zhu Zhuqing. Huo Yuhao was a little helpless. Although he took 3 immortal herbs, none of them could improve his soul power. Their main function is to improve Huo Yuhao's physique, enhance his physical strength, and mental strength. Although Huo Yuhao's soul power level is still level 44, both his physical body and mental strength have far surpassed his previous self. In other words, Huo Yuhao's soul power level remains unchanged, but his combat power has doubled. In fact, this is the most terrifying, because Huo Yuhao's strength cannot be viewed by level at all, and there is still a lot of room for future growth. Even if Zhu Zhuqing breaks through the Soul King, she will never be Huo Yuhao's opponent. The spirit of the Nether Spirit Cat limits Zhu Zhuqing's strongest combat power. Although this spirit is already one of the top spirits, it can only be the bottom among the top spirits. It is not as good as the White Tiger, the Evil Fire Phoenix, the Blue Silver Emperor, the Clear Sky Hammer, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, etc. I don't know if the system treasure chest can open the spirit evolution potion in the novice gift package. If there is, it can be arranged for Zhu Zhuqing. Huo Yuhao is never stingy with his woman. Take your time, I'm only 15 years old. Huo Yuhao said. Huo Yuhao is already very satisfied with his cultivation speed. The 15-year-old soul sect is no worse than Huo Yuhao in the original book, and he believes that his strength is stronger than Huo Yuhao of the same level in the original book. This is enough. Zhu Zhuqing is only 12 years old. Ma Xiaotao said faintly. I trained a 12-year-old Soul King. Huo Yuhao smiled, feeling proud. Ma Xiaotao wanted to use Zhu Zhuqing to suppress Huo Yuhao, but then she thought that what Huo Yuhao said was true and could not be refuted. Yes, I know you are the best. Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Zhu Zhuqing's absorption of the soul ring lasted for 3 hours, which was much shorter than when she absorbed the 4th ring of 10,000 years not long ago. It can be seen that Acacia Heartbroken Red is really amazing. Finally, when Zhu Zhuqing completely absorbed the 28,000 soul ring into her body, the aura on her body became even stronger. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, revealing a hint of cunning in her eyes, and suddenly, her figure disappeared from the spot. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao were stunned at the same time. What happened? Ma Xiaotao stood up suddenly, with a powerful aura. This means of disappearing out of thin air. Could it be that she was kidnapped? Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, staring intently, and had already used his newly acquired ability. The golden light in his eyes was blazing, able to see through illusions. Suddenly, his right hand stretched out like lightning, and grabbed behind him. Ah! A girl screamed, and Zhu Zhuqing's figure emerged. Huo Yuhao pressed her directly between her legs, and then raised his palm and snapped her. The sound was crisp and the touch was excellent. Chapter 87 Zhuqing, a little naughty. Zhu Zhuqing, you're a little naughty. Huo Yuhao raised his hand and slapped it down. Slap, very quickly. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she quickly said in a tender voice, Brother Yuhao, I won't dare to do it again in the future. Do you want to have a future? Huo Yuhao frowned and slapped again. Woo woo. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. She could feel the strange gaze of Ma Xiaotao beside her, and felt her face burning. She was completely embarrassed. She just wanted to test the spirit skills she had just obtained, but she didn't expect Huo Yuhao to see through it at a glance. The spirit skills obtained by the spirit ring of nearly 30,000 years. This is it? Okay, Huo Yuhao, don't bully Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Xiaotao couldn't bear it anymore, so she said. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to get up from between Huo Yuhao's legs, covered her perky buttocks with one hand, and looked at Huo Yuhao with a face full of resentment. Brother Yuhao didn't know how hard to hit. It hurts. Zhu Zhuqing said with a pout. The burning pain on his buttocks was nothing compared to the burning shyness on his face. If they were alone, it would be fine to have some fun, but now Ma Xiaotao was standing next to him. Does it hurt? Let me rub it for you, Huo Yuhao said. No, it doesn't hurt now. Zhu Zhuqing stepped back again and again, trying to get away from Huo Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao walked up, looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Zhu Zhuqing, was the invisibility you just got? Zhu Zhuqing nodded and said, this soul skill is called Nether Ghost Shadow, which can make you invisible, but once you attack, the invisibility will be lifted. However, the first attack, after using the soul skill will increase the power by 100%. After hearing what Zhu Zhuqing said, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao were a little stunned. They looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, you have picked up a treasure this time. This soul skill is very powerful. Ma Xiaotao smiled. But my invisibility is not good. Brother Yuhao saw through me at a glance. When we were fighting, I was already noticed by my opponent, before I could get close to him. Zhu Zhuqing said. Haha. Ma Xiaotao chuckled. This girl obviously didn't react. How could ordinary soul masters have such a strong mental power and ability to see through illusions as Huo Yuhao? It can be said that even she didn't notice the moment Zhu Zhuqing disappeared just now. It was only by using the mental power of the title Douluo level and the ability to sense the breath that she barely caught Zhu Zhuqing's trace. And Huo Yuhao was playing tricks. His eyes, in addition to being able to see the girl's body, can also see through illusions and see the real scene. So only after using the power of his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing's invisibility ability has no effect at all, and she will be seen directly. Your soul skill is very powerful. Even a strong person at the level of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint can't see you in the invisible state. Huo Yuhao said. He still remembered that Zhu Zhuqing's 5th soul skill in the original work was called Nether Shadow Connection. At this moment, the Nether Ghost Shadow that Zhu Zhuqing obtained was obviously much more powerful than any Nether Shadow Connection. After becoming invisible, the power of the first attack increased by 100%. This was to become an assassin. Zhu Zhuqing was also a smart person. At this moment, she also realized that Huo Yuhao could see her because Huo Yuhao was not an ordinary soul master at all. Brother Yuhao, I'm now level 53. Zhu Zhuqing said her soul power level. Even though Huo Yuhao had told her before that the effect of Acacia Heartbroken Red was really powerful, after experiencing it personally at this moment, she truly understood that this was really a fairy grass that should not exist in the world. No matter how poor the soul qualification of a soul master is, as long as he can swallow a plant of Acacia Heartbroken Red, he will become a soul master with the most top talent and have unlimited potential. Huo Yuhao nodded and was happy for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, who is now at the Soul King level, will definitely be able to defeat her sister Zhu Zhuqing with a crushing momentum if she meets her sister Zhu Zhuqing again. Huo Yuhao remembered that Zhu Zhuqing was only a soul master in the soul master competition a year later. How could she compare with Zhu Zhuqing, who was now a Soul King? However, Zhu Zhuqing had given up the fight for family power. To her, those things were not important. What she wanted most now was to stay by Huo Yuhao's side forever. Brother Yuhao, you took 3 immortal herbs. Didn't your soul power improve at all? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. She took 1 immortal herb and was able to improve from level 44 to level 53. Huo Yuhao took 3 immortal herbs. Although the effect of a single immortal herb may not be comparable to that of the Acacia Heartbroken Red, the 3 herbs combined would never be able to stay the same. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and said, although my soul power level has not improved, other aspects have made great progress. Huo Yuhao did not say which aspect he was referring to, but it was all aspects anyway. It's okay, brother Yuhao. I will protect you in the future. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her delicate fist, raised her fist, and said seriously, okay. After catching all the immortal grass in the yin yang eyes of ice and fire, Huo Yuhao took Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing to leave the Sunset Forest and head for Xiandao City. The distance between Sunset's Forest and Xiandao City was only 100 miles, and the 3 of them had already arrived in Xiandao City at noon the next day. First, they found a hotel and booked a large suite, which was completely enough for the 3 of them to live together. Then, Huo Yuhao was dragged by Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing to wander around Xiandao City. Although she was already a titled Douluo, Ma Xiaotao was still a woman after all, and she still wanted to buy things she liked. However, she had no money on her, and Zhu Zhuqing's money was all in Huo Yuhao's hands. So Huo Yuhao had to be dragged along, and the most important point was that someone had to carry the bag. It was just that the prices in Xiandao City were very expensive, and some stores sold clothes at an outrageous price of several thousand gold soul coins. Huo Yuhao's accumulation over the years totaled less than 10,000 gold soul coins, and he ran out of money after buying a few clothes for Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing. No, I have to make some money, otherwise I can't even support my woman. Huo Yuhao made up his mind, and then pulled Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing to the Xiandao City auction house. The Xiandao auction house is a semicircular building, upside down on the ground, with a diameter of more than 500 meters, and the highest point is more than 80 meters. The gate of the auction house is semicircular and milky white. 4 tall girls stood in front of the gate. They looked only about 20 years old, with beautiful faces and well-proportioned figures. However, when Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing approached, the 4 girls seemed ordinary, even ordinary. There was no way, whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Ma Xiaotao, they were both stunning. Although Zhu Zhuqing was only 12 years old this year, she had a hot body and amazing proportions, especially her pure and lovely face with her exaggerated figure, which simply refreshed people's perception of childlike faces and big breasts. This kind of talent is different from ordinary people. Ma Xiaotao, who was almost 30 years old at this time, looked no different from a girl in her 20s, and had an extra mature temptation. Ma Xiaotao's face was a standard oval face, completely flawless, with red hair and a red dress, which made her skin look whiter than snow. Ma Xiaotao's figure was also flawless. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and had a proud figure. The red dress could not hide her exaggerated curves at all. Her waist was slender and could be held in one hand. What was most fatal to men was her pair of legs that were extremely long, round and straight, slender and white. When the four girls saw Huo Yuhao and the other two approaching, they hurried forward and bowed slightly and asked, "Is there anything you three can help with? We are here to sell things." Huo Yuhao said, "Please follow me. We will go to the treasure appraisal room first. There are special treasure appraisers waiting there. The items to be sold need to be appraised by our shy and our auction house's special treasure appraisers. Only those with a value of more than 1000 gold soul coins are eligible to participate in the auction. If the auction is successful, we will take 10% of the transaction price as a handling fee." Huo Yuhao nodded and took Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing to the treasure appraisal room with the girls. Appraiser number 1, these two guests need to auction items. Oh, what items do the three guests need to auction? The appraiser looked at Huo Yuhao and the other two. He was first surprised by the appearance of Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing. After a brief pause, he spoke. Huo Yuhao took out a wrist guard and a long sword from the storage space. "These are 2 soul guides," Huo Yuhao said. "Soul guides?" The appraiser was a little surprised and asked, "What functions do they have?" Huo Yuhao said, "After injecting soul power into this long sword, it can stimulate a 3-foot long blade light, which can easily cut through steel. It is enough for soul masters at the level of soul lords. And this arm guard, after injecting soul power, can stimulate a shield, which is strong enough to withstand attacks at the level of soul kings." Hearing this, the appraiser was very surprised. It's not that he has never seen soul guides before, but soul guides used in combat are very rare. Ordinary people can hardly see them. Only some very powerful forces have them. And they are all excavated from various ruins. Now Huo Yuhao actually took out 2 soul guides, which surprised the treasure appraiser. After taking the 2 soul guides from Huo Yuhao, the treasure appraiser asked someone to fetch a piece of metal. Then he injected soul power into the long sword and saw that the originally black blade suddenly lit up and a 3-foot long blade light suddenly burst out from the tip of the sword, which was extremely sharp and revealed a chilling aura. The treasure appraiser himself was also a powerful soul master. After injecting a trace of soul power, he activated the long sword. At this time, a waiter walked into the treasure appraisal room holding a heavy iron block in both hands. From the expression on his face, it can be seen that the iron block is very heavy and it is very difficult to hold it. This is a piece of fine iron that has been forged many times. The hardness is amazing. Even an ordinary soul master at the level of Soul King will find it difficult to damage it. "Put it on the table," said the treasure appraiser number 1. With a bang, when the waiter put the iron block on the table, the people in the treasure appraisal room could feel the vibration. Appraiser number 1 came to the side of the iron block with a long knife in hand, and then swung the knife to cut it. He did not use all his strength in this knife. However, the knife flashed, and the stone was split into 2. Appraiser number 1 was stunned. Although he could feel the resistance, it was enough to show the sharpness of the long knife. What surprised him even more was that this soul guide did not consume much soul power. "This item can be auctioned," appraiser number 1 said. Then, he began to test the second soul guide. At Huo Yuhao's signal, he injected soul power into the arm guard, and then a shield with a diameter of 3 meters was activated, completely covering appraiser number 1. After receiving the eye signal from appraiser number 1, a man came forward and directly released his martial soul, which was and on his body, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, flashed. This is a soul king. He was seen holding striding towards appraiser number 1, raising the dark iron stick in his hand, and smashing it on his head. He had some strength left in this strike. After all, he was not sure about the strength of this soul barrier, and was worried about hurting the number 1 treasure appraiser. With a bang, the iron rod hit the soul barrier, which only trembled slightly, and did not break, but the iron rod was directly bounced away. The Soul King was a little surprised. Although he had some strength left in the previous attack, it was still difficult for ordinary soul masters to withstand. And this soul barrier was able to defend against it. Just for this reason, this soul guide arm guard is eligible for auction, and can be auctioned at a good price. Try again. Use your full strength. The number 1 treasure appraiser looked a little surprised. Okay. The Soul King did not hold back this time and even used his third soul skill. The iron rod instantly grew larger and longer. The iron rod, which was only more than 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist, became more than 4 meters long, like a stone pillar, emitting a powerful aura. The Soul King swung the iron rod again and smashed it down fiercely. Boom. The soul shield finally cracked and shattered. However, it was considered to have blocked the attack, and the number 1 treasure appraiser did not have any problems. The Soul King was also shocked by this powerful force and took several steps back. This is a treasure. The number 1 treasure appraiser exclaimed. Such a powerful defensive soul guide has never been used by anyone. For low-level soul masters, this can be used as a means of saving their lives. Being able to block a powerful attack from the Soul King level is a treasure for the Soul King and the soul masters below the Soul King. Once it appears in the auction, it will definitely be sought after. After all, some people in major forces will not be stingy with gold soul coins and will buy it and give it to their young descendants. Dear guest, these 2 items can be auctioned as auction items later. Please rest assured that our Xiandao auction house will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The number 1 treasure appraiser was a little excited. After all, whether it is a longsword type attack soul guide or an arm guard type defensive soul guide, it has not appeared in the auction for many years. Most of the soul guides that exist in the world today were excavated from ancient ruins. Even if there are attack and defense soul guides, they have long been damaged. Even if there are any, they will only appear in the treasure houses of major forces. Dear guests, please follow me. The auction is about to begin. Chapter 88. The richest man in the continent. Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Xiaotao to put on the masks issued by the auction house and followed the girl to the auction hall. Under the guidance of the girl, they found their seats and sat down. The appearance of Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing attracted the attention of many people. After all, the people who could come here were all nobles in powerful forces, and they were also surprised by the stunning appearance of the 2 women. After all, women with such beauty were very rare, and in their eyes, they were rare resources. However, when they saw Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing sitting on the left and right of Huo Yuhao, they couldn't help but wonder who this boy was, and the 2 girls around him were so beautiful. Especially Ma Xiaotao, who was tall and beautiful, had an unparalleled temptation for men, and Zhu Zhuqing could be seen as a little girl at a glance. Although her body proportions were very exaggerated, her youthful and tender face showed that she was still a child. Of course, some nobles' hobbies were to like little girls like Zhu Zhuqing. The auction started soon. Although everyone could enter the auction house, people were divided into different levels. The seats closest to the booth belonged to the VIPs of the Xiandao auction house, who were in the red seats. They were all wealthy people with more than 1 million in funds, and they also had to be people of high status. Then there were the black seats, which did not require status, as long as the funds on their bodies exceeded 1 million. In the outer position, there were the purple seats, followed by the yellow seats and the white seats where Huo Yuhao and the other 2 sat. They corresponded to funds of 500,000, 100,000 and 10,000 gold soul coins respectively. Huo Yuhao and the other 2 were able to sit in the white area because of the auction items. Many noble children sitting in front of Huo Yuhao and the others turned their heads at this moment, and their eyes swept back and forth between Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing. Finally, a man with noble appearance walked towards Huo Yuhao and the other 2. Miss, I want to invite you. He acted politely, but his eyes always stayed on Ma Xiaotao. Go away. Ma Xiaotao's face was cold, and her eyes did not move from beginning to end, looking calmly ahead. Just when she said the word get out, a very powerful aura suddenly emerged from her body. The man's face changed drastically, and he retreated repeatedly in shock from the powerful aura. Okay. The man turned around immediately and returned to his seat. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Just now, he seemed to have stepped into the gate of hell and felt the breath of death. That powerful aura was at least possessed by a soul Douluo level strongman. As a nobleman, the man naturally saw many strong men, and even in his family, there were soul emperors or even soul saints. But from Ma Xiaotao, He felt an aura that was even more terrifying than those of the strong men in his family. He was instantly frightened and dared not stay any longer. He returned to his seat and sat down honestly. Originally, he saw that the seats of Huo Yuhao and the other two were the lowest level white seats, so he was a little disdainful and had his eyes on Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. But he didn't expect to meet a powerful soul master. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and didn't care, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. However, a middle-aged man not far from Huo Yuhao and the others had a strange look in his eyes and couldn't help but look at Huo Yuhao and the other two. He didn't wear a mask and he had a noble temperament, but he gave people a gentle and elegant feeling, and he was approachable. Suddenly, an old man suddenly appeared beside him. The old man was tall, with his back straight, but no one noticed how he appeared. Only Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were slightly fixed, and after a glance, he didn't care and continued to chat with Huo Yuhao. Fengzi, that woman is a titled Douluo. The old man sitting next to the middle-aged man whispered. Titled Douluo. Ning Fengzi was very surprised. Such a young titled Douluo is unheard of on the mainland. Compared with other titled Douluo level masters, Zhu Zhuqing's age is really too young, and she looks only about 20 years old. Except for the hidden worshippers of the spirit hall, I basically know the title Douluo on the mainland, but I have never seen this woman, so young, but not famous at all. The old man also sighed. Uncle Gu, can you tell the other person's cultivation? Ning Fengzi asked. Ning Fengzi is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, one of the top 3 sects on the continent, and he is also a level 79 soul saint. When he travels, there must be a titled Douluo level strongman to follow and protect him. The old man next to him is Gu Douluo, one of the 2 titled Douluos of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Gu Douluo shook his head and said, it was just a moment of breath. I can't judge at all, and I can't tell her cultivation. The young men and women around him have good cultivation. Judging from the fluctuations of their soul power, they are at least soul sect or soul king level. Gu Douluo whispered. Ning Fengzi was even more surprised. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he guessed that as a titled Douluo level strongman, she might have the ability to retain her youthful appearance. Just like the contemporary pope of the spirit hall, Babi Dong, she is also a beautiful woman, but she is over 40 years old. As for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, you can tell at a glance that they are very young, no more than 15 or 16 years old. At this age, they can have the cultivation of soul sect or even soul king level. These are 2 peerless geniuses. Ning Fengzi said in surprise. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi has many martial soul geniuses in the sect, and his daughter Ning Rangrang is also an extremely outstanding genius. However, Ning Rangrang's soul power level has not yet broken through level 30. Compared with them, Ning Rangrang's talent seems to be nothing. Uncle Gu, let's go and meet these 2 young geniuses. Ning Fengzi stood up and walked towards the direction of Huo Yuhao and the other 2. After noticing their movements, Zhu Zhuqing whispered in Huo Yuhao's ear. The old man is a titled Douluo level strongman, and his soul power level is higher than mine. And the middle-aged man is probably also at the soul saint level. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly. Although he did not know Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo, Huo Yuhao could guess their identities, based on the cultivation level of the other party judged by Zhu Zhuqing and the temperament of the 2. Have you just arrived in Xiandao City? Ning Fengzi sat on the seat next to Huo Yuhao, which was empty by 2 seats. On Huo Yuhao's left was Zhu Zhuqing, and 1 seat was empty, which was Ning Fengzi. Huo Yuhao nodded, and did not deny it. I have some impression of the young talents in Xiandao City, but this is the first time I see you, so I guessed it. Ning Fengzi smiled. Is there anything for you, Sect Master Ning? Huo Yuhao directly stated the other party's identity. You actually know me. Ning Fengzi was a little surprised. His status was noble. As the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, even the emperor of the Xiandao Empire had to treat him with courtesy, and the people he knew were all top nobles in the Xiandao Empire. And Huo Yuhao, a kid who had never met him before, actually told him his identity right away. The sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the richest man on the continent. Huo Yuhao smiled. So in your eyes, I'm just a rich man. Ning Fengzi chuckled. Money can solve many problems. It is a good thing. Huo Yuhao said. He came to the auction house because he was short of money. With money, he could take Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing to buy nice clothes and skirts. They were happy, and Huo Yuhao was also feasting his eyes. Which family are you from? Ning Fengzi asked tentatively. I'm just a civilian soul master. Huo Yuhao said frankly, not hiding his identity. But Ning Fengzi didn't believe it at all. How could a civilian soul master have a titled Douluo level strongman around him? And Huo Yuhao's martial soul talent is extremely powerful. Generally speaking, it is impossible for him to be born ordinary. Because martial souls are inherited by blood, it is very difficult for ordinary families to have a soul master, let alone a soul master with such a strong talent. But he didn't continue to ask, thinking that since Huo Yuhao didn't want to say it, he didn't ask anymore. He just regarded Huo Yuhao as the young master of a big force, who came out to experience. But with a title Douluo as a protector, how big should this big force be? Could it be the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzi guessed in his heart that only the wealthy Spirit Hall could send a titled Douluo level strongman to protect a genius's growth. After all, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi's protection of his daughter was only that of a soul Douluo. He was naturally aware of Ning Rangrang sneaking out of the sect and joining Shrek Academy, and he did not object, but only sent a soul Douluo to protect her secretly. So he believed that Huo Yuhao, who had a titled Douluo around him, was from a hidden big family or big power, even if he was not from the Spirit Hall. You know my identity, but I don't even know your name. My name is Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao. Ning Fengzi had never heard of a big family with the surname Huo in his memory. What did you like this time? Since we know each other, the expenses of the things you like in this auction will be borne by our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, sect leader Ning, but no, I'm here to auction items. The list of items for this auction was placed on each seat. Huo Yuhao glanced at it and found that there was nothing he, Zhu Zhuqing, or Ma Xiaotao needed. Although many precious items appeared, they were of no use to Huo Yuhao and the other two. Ning Fengzi did not force it. The auction began. The host on the stage was a beautiful woman with a thin waist and long legs, but Huo Yuhao only glanced at her and did not look at her again. After all, the two most beautiful girls in the audience were sitting next to him. After spending a long time with Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing, Huo Yuhao's vision has improved a lot, and ordinary beauties are no longer pleasing to the eye. The next one to be auctioned is a soul guide, a rare treasure. Those who are interested, please pay attention. The host kept smiling and introduced the auction items to everyone. A etiquette lady pushed a cart and pushed the auction items covered by red cloth in front of the host. The host lifted the red cloth and a pitch black longsword appeared. This longsword is a rare Malay soul guide. After injecting soul power, it will emit a 3-foot long blade light which can easily cut fine iron. And it does not consume much soul power from soul masters, which is enough to support soul master level battles. With this sword, even auxiliary soul masters will have good combat power, and if it falls into the hands of combat soul masters, their strength will be greatly improved. The host described the power of the long sword endlessly, even more exaggerated than the sword itself. This also attracted the attention of many people. A Malay soul guide is a good thing, and it can support the battle of soul master level masters, and many people want to get it. Starting price: 10,000 gold soul coins. All distinguished guests can start bidding. 10,000 gold soul coins. 15,000 gold soul coins. 20,000 gold soul coins. The competition was a bit fierce, which surprised Zhu Zhuqing. Although she also knew that the soul guide made by Huo Yuhao was valuable, she also knew that the cost of making this sword was less than 100 gold soul coins. At this moment, the starting price was 100 times the price, and at this moment, it was favored by many nobles, and the price soared to 50,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi was also somewhat tempted, and directly bid 60,000 gold soul coins. A melee soul guide that can be equipped to the soul sect is a rare item. In this era, there is no such profession as soul guide, and most of the soul guides used are found in ruins. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is one of the top 3 sects, a large number of the sect's disciples are auxiliary soul masters, or the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower soul masters directly from the sect. These soul masters basically have no combat power. If they can be equipped with a melee soul guide, it will undoubtedly enable them to have a certain combat power. Although there is only one long sword, Ning Fengzi can also buy it for his daughter. And Ning Fengzi also observed that it was not until this auction item appeared that the attention of Huo Yuhao and the other two shifted to the exhibition stand. My friend, could this soul guide be your auction item? Ning Fengzi asked directly. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, yes. Ning Fengzi was a little surprised and became more and more curious about Huo Yuhao's identity. Although a melee soul guide that can be equipped to a soul master is rare, it is not worth much. However, there are not many forces that can produce such a soul guide. He believed more and more that Huo Yuhao must be from a hidden family. Ning Fengzi's 60,000 gold soul coins were not the end, and the price continued to rise. However, when the price was called to 90,000 gold soul coins, there were fewer people bidding. After all, it can only be used by a soul master, which is not considered powerful, and 90,000 gold soul coins can't be higher. 91,000 gold soul coins. 92,000 gold soul coins. The price continued to rise, but it only increased by 1,000 each time. 100,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi bid again. This time, no one competed with him. Ning Fengzi took the long sword at the price of 100,000 gold soul coins. The next lot is also a soul guide, but its value is higher than the long sword just now. Let's look forward to it together. Brothers, the new book has just been put on the shelves. Try not to support the book. The results are very important, otherwise there is no motivation to update. Brothers who support the book can open an automatic subscription. Thank you. Chapter 89. No mode for practice, no sleep all night. This is a soul guide arm guard. It can store soul power in advance. When using it, only a trace of soul power is needed to activate the soul power shield. And this shield is enough to withstand the full force attack of an ordinary soul king. When this was said, many people in the auction hall were surprised. Most of the people here are middle-aged. Who doesn't have a few excellent backers? Their cultivation is still weak, and they need protection. Each injection of soul power is enough to activate the shield 3 times. After 3 times, soul power needs to be re-injected. This is a rare treasure. It is undoubtedly a guarantee for the backers and the family. It may save lives at critical moments. Starting price. 50,000 gold soul coins. Huo Yuhao was not surprised at this price. After all, the 3rd level soul guide longsword had been auctioned at a high price of 100,000 gold soul coins. And this arm guard is a 4th level soul guide. Of course, it is also the highest level soul guide that Huo Yuhao can make at present. 60,000 gold soul coins. 80,000 gold soul coins. 90,000 gold soul coins. The competition for this soul guide arm guard was much more intense than the soul guide longsword just now. It was raised to 150,000 gold soul coins in a short time. In the end, the soul guide arm guard was bought by Ning Fengzi for 210,000 gold soul coins. Although the people here are very rich, who can compare with Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the richest sect on the continent? As long as Ning Fengzi wants it, basically no item can escape from his palm. My friend, this soul guide is also from your hand? Ning Fengzi was a little surprised. Although it is not surprising to see soul guides in the Xiandao auction, those soul guides are mostly storage or daily necessities. Defensive soul guides like this, that can withstand the attacks of soul kings are extremely rare, and have not appeared for many years. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, if Sect Master Ning is interested, I still have a lot at home. Name a price, I want them all. Ning Fengzi said bluntly, I can sell it to Sect Master Ning, but I hope to exchange it. Huo Yuhao said, you say, I need all kinds of rare metals, the more the better. Huo Yuhao said, We in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect do not lack rare metals. As long as you can provide a soul guide such as the soul guide arm guard, I can exchange metals for it. Ning Fengxi said. Okay, then it's settled. I will exchange soul guides for rare metals of equal value. Of course, since sect mastering has a great demand, I can make some concessions on the price. Huo Yuhao smiled. 200,000 gold soul coins per piece. I will take as many as you have. Ning Fengxi said. I will give you the first batch of goods in a month. Huo Yuhao said. Ning Fengxi took out an exquisite token with a pattern of a 7 treasures glazed tile tower on it. My friend Huo Yuhao, from now on, you are a distinguished guest of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. With this token in hand, you can enjoy a 20% discount in any store under the name of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. If you want to find me, just show this token, and the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will notify me as soon as possible. After the auction, Huo Yuhao left the auction house with Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing, and then strolled around Xiandao City to shop. The 2 soul guides were sold for a total of 310,000 gold soul coins. After deducting the 10% commission from the auction house and adding the remaining gold soul coins from Huo Yuhao, he now had 280,000 gold soul coins. For an ordinary soul master, this is definitely a huge sum of money, which can allow him to live a carefree life. Brother Yuhao, I didn't expect that we would meet the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect as soon as we arrived in Xiandao City. Zhu Zhuqing said. After knowing the identity of the middle-aged man, she was a little surprised. After all, with Ning Fengxi's identity, he should have sat in the red seat in the front row, but he met him in the white area. Huo Yuhao nodded. In Xiandao City, perhaps everyone you meet casually is a descendant of a big family and has great power in the Xiandao Empire. Ma Xiaotao reminded, you can earn a lot of money by selling soul guides, but the most important thing for you now is cultivation. Soul cultivation is the foundation of everything. I know that soul guides are only a skill, and I won't spend too much time on it. At my current level, it doesn't take a long time to make a soul guide arm guard. After strolling until dark, Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing still felt a little reluctant to leave, but it was late, and it was time to return to the hotel. After finding a restaurant and eating a hearty meal, Huo Yuhao and the other 2 returned to the hotel they had booked before. Practice, practice, practice. However, Huo Yuhao had no intention of practicing tonight, and the scene of the previous battle with Ma Xiaotao kept appearing in his mind. That was his first battle with a titled Douluo level warrior, and he had to summarize his combat experience. A few hundred words have been deleted and modified, so use your imagination. Chapter 90 Brother Yuhao, I can give you. Brother Yuhao, if you want, I can give it to you. Late at night, Zhu Zhuqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito, almost inaudible. However, Huo Yuhao had amazing hearing, so he could hear it clearly. He was shocked and almost couldn't help turning into a wolf. But in the end, he still held back. Huo Yuhao whispered, go to sleep quickly. When you grow up, I will eat you sooner or later. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing responded softly. After a long time, a delicate panting sound came from the quiet room. Brother Yuhao, can you please stop moving? I feel a little uncomfortable. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, and a strange feeling came from her body, making her unable to sleep at all. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Huo Yuhao stopped moving his hands, hugged Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, and then fell asleep. In the next room, Ma Xiaotao tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, with evil fire in her heart. She lifted the quilt, thinking that it must be because the quilt was too thick, and she couldn't sleep because of the heat. The next day, Ma Xiaotao changed into a white dress, and the 3 of them washed and had breakfast as usual. After dinner, Zhu Zhuqing stayed in the hotel to practice, while Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao went out to buy various metals worth 30,000 gold soul coins, enough to make a batch of soul guide arm guards. In the hotel living room, various metal blocks were placed on the coffee table. Huo Yuhao held a carving knife and began to engrave various core arrays. He wanted to make some close combat soul guides for himself and Zhu Zhuqing. Huo Yuhao's previous longsword had been auctioned yesterday, but Zhu Zhuqing's short dagger was kept by her, and she was reluctant to sell it. Now Huo Yuhao is already a soul lord, and Zhu Zhuqing has even broken through to the Soul King. The 3rd level soul guide can no longer increase their combat effectiveness. With the strength of the two, only the 5th level soul guide can help them to a certain extent. Therefore, Huo Yuhao is now learning to engrave the 5th level soul guide array. He is still a soul lord, and it stands to reason that he can only make the 4th level soul guide at most. However, Huo Yuhao's situation is special. Although his cultivation is only a soul lord, his strength has surpassed the Soul King. Therefore, as long as you work hard, it is not difficult to make a 5th level soul guide. Huo Yuhao in the original novel was also able to make soul tools beyond his level, and he completely inherited this talent for making soul tools. The difficulty of making a level 5 soul tool is much higher than that of a level 4 soul tool, and it requires a more advanced and complex soul tool array. The morning passed quickly, and Huo Yuhao finished his study and began to practice his martial soul. The time spent studying soul tools every day cannot exceed 2 hours, which is a rule set by Huo Yuhao himself. Once too much time is wasted on learning soul tools, it will affect his martial soul practice. For Huo Yuhao, martial soul is the foundation after all. In the room, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were immersed in the state of practice. What happened last night made Huo Yuhao feel ashamed. He didn't expect that the incident would have such a great impact on him. Sure enough, women are the stumbling blocks on my way to becoming stronger. After Huo Yuhao's deep self-examination, he had cleared the distracting thoughts in his heart and devoted himself to the state of practice. Suddenly, the aura on Huo Yuhao's body became stronger, and he broke through. The two of them finished their practice in tacit agreement. Zhu Zhuqing said happily, "Brother Yuhao, you have made a breakthrough." Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "I'm now level 45. It has been less than half a month since Huo Yuhao's last soul power breakthrough. In other words, in the past 10 days, Huo Yuhao's soul power has broken through 2 levels in succession. Although the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot and longing for the autumn water dew cannot directly increase soul power, they contain a lot of energy after all. Before the medicinal effects are completely absorbed, my cultivation speed will probably be amazingly fast." Huo Yuhao thought to himself. The medicinal effects of the 3 immortal herbs are too huge and cannot be completely absorbed in a short period of time. There are still many left in Huo Yuhao's body, which will be gradually refined as Huo Yuhao practices. "Let's continue to practice and consolidate," Huo Yuhao said. In order to make up for the loss of Zhu Zhuqing's failure to practice last night, Huo Yuhao decided to practice until night today. Okay. Huo Yuhao had just broken through and needed some time to stabilize his realm. Zhu Zhuqing's progress during this period was very fast, and she had improved her soul power by more than 10 levels in a row. Although the foundation is very solid, it also needs a long time to consolidate. Whether it is soul bones, or the 10,000-year soul ring that exceeds the limit, or the fairy grass acacia heartbroken red, the 3 have greatly improved Zhu Zhuqing, and there are almost no side effects. But it is not entirely a good thing to improve soul power too quickly. Zhu Zhuqing needs some time to adapt to her own realm. After breaking through the soul sect, she stayed for only a few days and then promoted to Soul King. Too much improvement in a short period of time, and also has 2 new soul skills, all of which require time to adapt and become proficient. So in the evening, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing finished their training and went to the Xiandao City Great Soul Fighting Arena with Ma Xiaotao. Xiandao City is worthy of being the imperial capital of the Xiandao Empire, and its prosperity far exceeds that of Soto City. Even the Great Soul Fighting Arena is several times wider and taller than the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City. The Great Soul Fighting Arena in Xiandao City is undoubtedly very lively. There are too many nobles and rich people here. The long night is always a place to have fun. And the Great Soul Fighting Arena is undoubtedly a place of passion and excitement. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing showed their gold fighting spirit medals, and after updating their spirit power levels, they successfully signed up for the fighting spirit competition. Coming to the fighting spirit field in a big city like Xiandao City, there are countless gold fighting spirit level spirit masters, and they don't have to worry about not finding a matching opponent. Moreover, most of the gold fighting spirit level spirit masters are also Soul Ancestor and Soul King level. Huo Yuhao and the other two came to a branch fighting spirit field, which was already full of spectators, and the cheers and shouts were extremely loud. Most of the seats in the rest area were also filled. These were the spirit masters who were going to participate in the competition. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's competition was relatively late. They sat in their seats, watching other people's competitions, while waiting for their own competitions to come. The spirit masters competing in this branch fighting spirit field were all gold fighting spirit level, not only with strong cultivation, but also very strong strength. Half an hour later, it was finally Zhu Zhuqing's turn to compete. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent was also a woman, and the two walked onto the fighting spirit field together. The woman was petite, looked to be in her 30s or 40s, had a pretty face, was not tall enough, but was very slim. However, compared with Zhu Zhuqing, there was a huge gap. Whether in terms of appearance or figure, Zhu Zhuqing was better than the woman. However, this was a fighting arena, and what determined the outcome was not appearance, but strength. When Zhu Zhuqing played in the Xiandao City fighting arena for the first time, she attracted deafening cheers. There was no way such a beautiful girl came on stage, and men of all ages in the audience could not help but get excited. Such a scene also made the woman on the opposite side frown slightly. Although she was not young, she was also a beauty, and she had a unique temperament of a young woman, which many little girls could not compare to. But today when she met Zhu Zhuqing, she was completely turned into scum in seconds. Before the fighting began, Zhu Zhuqing had already felt a hostility in her opponent's eyes. But she didn't care, adjusting her own state, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game. The two sides of this soul fight are Jianzi, who has maintained a 3-game winning streak and has the spirit of the Wind Demon Wolf, and the newcomer Zhu Zhuqing, who has the spirit of the Nether Spirit Cat. Now, I declare the match open. The match began, and Zhu Zhuqing and her opponent Jianzi released their spirits at the same time. Jianzi's spirit is the Wind Demon Wolf, a very powerful spirit beast, and even as a spirit, it is a high-level spirit. However, compared with Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Spirit Cat, the quality of her spirit is slightly inferior. The Wind Demon Wolf and the Nether Spirit Cat are both agile attack spirits, and the explosive power and speed of the Wind Demon Wolf are almost the same. Soul rings of various colors emerged one by one. Jianzi is a soul master with the best soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, and when Zhu Zhuqing showed his spirit, the whole audience was shocked. Yellow, purple, black, and black. As a spirit king, Zhu Zhuqing's 4th soul ring is actually at the 10,000 year level. Jianzi was shocked, looking at the 5 soul rings on Zhu Zhuqing's body. As she had won 3 battles in a row, her soul power had reached level 57. On Zhu Zhuqing, she felt a soul power aura that was not inferior to her own. Zhu Zhuqing was even better, having 2 soul rings of 10,000 years. Judging from the strong aura emanating from her body, she was also stronger than Jianzi. How did you do it? Jianzi was very surprised. She did not attack Zhu Zhuqing at the first time, but asked Zhu Zhuqing. However, how could Zhu Zhuqing tell the other party? She rushed forward and wanted to start fighting. Jianzi also reacted, asking the opponent about the age and skills of the soul rings involved privacy. How could ordinary people tell their opponents their secrets? This battle would be difficult. Jianzi quickly adjusted her mentality. If the opponent's 4th soul ring was really at the 10,000 year level, then this battle would be a fight. The 1st soul ring on Zhu Zhuqing's body shone brightly. For a moment, her speed suddenly increased, and there were after images behind her. In just a breath of time, she rushed from one side of the fighting arena to Jianzi's front. The 1st soul skill, Mythical Stab. This soul skill can greatly increase Zhu Zhuqing's sprint speed, and to a certain extent, enhance the hardness and sharpness of the claws. The first soul skill, Wind Demon Wolf Claw. Giant Z also quickly released the soul skill. The sharp claws that originally grew between the 10 fingers after the martial soul possessed her body now added a touch of black, and stretched to 5 inches long. Clang clang clang. The sound of fine collisions continued. The first collision between the two was very intense. Countless claw marks collided with each other, sparking a series of sparks. With a bang, the two flew backwards and retreated at the same time. This collision also showed the difference in strength between the two. Zhu Zhuqing only retreated 2 steps, while Giant Z retreated 7 steps. If she hadn't bent her knees in time to gain leverage to stand firm, I'm afraid she would have retreated again. Giant Z looked at Zhu Zhuqing with shock in her eyes. The other party not only had a soul ring configuration beyond common sense, but also had amazing strength. Giant Z could feel the pain in her claws, and she suffered a lot in the collision with the opponent. The quality of their martial spirits was similar, but their bodies were very different. After Zhu Zhuqing stabilized her body, she rushed up again. Her figure was as fast as a ghost, and it was difficult for the naked eye to capture her movements. Giant Z was also a spirit master of the agility attack system, but she was slightly inferior to Zhu Zhuqing in speed. Third spirit skill, Wind Demon Body Protection. A fierce gust of wind was set off around Giant Z's body, forming a screen, which could not help but have amazing defensive power. Because the wind speed was too fast, once the flesh was deeply trapped in it, it would make people feel as if they were cut by a knife, and it could easily tear the flesh and blood. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not intend to take risks. After Huo Yuhao obtained the right leg bone of Flanders' four-eyed cat owl, her speed was greatly improved, and she could completely consume the opponent with speed, so there was no need to fight hard. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing believed that, even if she rushed over, she could still defeat Giant Z and win the game, but such a style of play was contrary to the spirit master of the agility attack system. It was not smart at all, and she might get hurt. Zhu Zhuqing surrounded Giant Z, launching attacks from time to time, retreating after one attack, and then looking for the next opportunity. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing fully exerted her speed. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing and Giant Z had similar cultivation levels, but her spirit ring level was better than the other party, and because she took the Acacia Heartbroken Red, her body was greatly improved in all aspects. Her speed was much faster than Giant Z. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing even used the power of the spirit bone. The right leg bone of the four-eyed cat owl could permanently increase Zhu Zhuqing's speed by 50%. This increase was rare among the spirit bones of the 10,000-year level. So at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to turn into a black lightning. Not to mention that the audience in the audience could hardly see her figure. Even Giant Z on the field felt powerless. At this moment, she could only maintain her third spirit skill to avoid being suddenly attacked by Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's speed is not inferior to some agile attack spirit saints, which is a great advantage. Mythical said softly in the audience. The rest area and the audience are very close to each other, and mythical and Huo Yuhao are not far apart. In addition, Huo Yuhao has a shared spiritual detection, so mythical can communicate with him using spiritual power. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Zhu Zhuqing will definitely win this battle, but it's just to adapt to her own abilities in all aspects. If Zhu Zhuqing wants to resolve the battle, it won't take too long. However, during this period of time, her strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes, and her abilities in all aspects have been improved too much, causing her to not even know how strong she is. At this moment, in the battle with Giant Z, her goal is more to adapt to her own strength in time. Finally, Giant Z was unwilling to passively defend, because releasing the third spirit skill all the time would consume a lot of her. If it goes on for a long time, maybe Zhu Zhuqing doesn't need to do anything, and she will lose the game because of exhaustion of spirit power. So instead of passively defending, it's better to fight. However, after Giant Z's third spirit skill, Wind Demon Body Protection, disappeared, Zhu Zhuqing's figure also disappeared. In the huge fighting spirit arena, there was only Giant Z. There was a commotion in the audience, not understanding what happened on the field and why a player suddenly disappeared. However, Giant Z was secretly on guard in her heart. Although the ability of invisibility is very rare, it does not mean that no soul master has it. Obviously, Zhu Zhuqing is using the ability of invisibility at this moment. This invisibility ability is too powerful. Giant Z found that she could not see Zhu Zhuqing's figure, and even the soul power aura on the other party disappeared. It was as if she was the only one in the fighting spirit arena from beginning to end. Suddenly, she had a premonition, and the 4th and 5th soul rings on her body lit up at the same time. Giant Z's original lolly-like figure suddenly rose, and a black light emerged from her body, and her speed increased a lot. She retreated again and again, instinctively wanting to escape, because she knew that she could not resist the attack that Zhu Zhuqing was about to release next. 2 soul skills. One soul skill made her taller and grew fine blue-brown hair on her body, while the other soul skill greatly increased her speed. But Zhu Zhuqing naturally decided to attack, so she couldn't return empty-handed. Giant Z's speed exploded, and Zhu Zhuqing's speed was even faster. The 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash. Giant Z's figure retreated again and again, and Zhu Zhuqing's figure reappeared. At this moment, she was in midair, and she took 3 steps in the air. And with just these 3 steps, she actually caught up with Giant Z's figure. She clasped her hands together and chopped down from the top of her head, like a long sword, with a sharp edge, or 3-meter long blade slashed towards Giant Z's body. She was horrified, and was really scared by Zhu Zhuqing's speed. So fast. How to play? At this moment, her body was covered with blue-brown hair, although for a girl, this would make her ugly, but this soul skill would give her strong defense. The hair stood up like steel needles, extremely hard. However, when the blade was approaching, Giant Z still felt the stinging pain on her skin. If the blade was taken, she would probably be cut in half. Giant Z completely exploded at this moment. The 1st and 2nd soul rings on her body lit up, cooperating with the 4th and 5th soul rings just now. Now, she used 4 soul skills at the same time, and felt that the soul power in her body was like running water, consuming quickly. But this was also her strongest state. The claws between the 10 fingers of both hands were as sharp as knives, and swung out continuously, turning into claw shadows, to attack Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Slash. However, it could not defeat it. Zhu Zhuqing's Sure Slash completely exceeded the power that this soul skill could burst out at this stage. Because of this attack, and the 100% increase in the power of the first attack after the 5th soul skill Nether Ghost Shadow ended its invisibility, it was powerful enough to shake the Soul Saint. After encountering the huge blade of Sure Slash, the claw marks swung by Giant Z were defeated one after another, and could not block it at all. In a flash, Giant Z fell to the ground, and rolled to the side, barely avoiding the attack. The Nether Slash fell on the ground of the fighting spirit arena, leaving a deep crack. Giant Z gasped and stared at the mark in amazement. If she had not dodged in time, the knife might have killed her. I admit defeat. Giant Z said in horror. The gap between the two people's strength was too big. This was the only thought in Giant Z's mind at the moment. No matter how she compared it, she could not be Zhu Zhuqing's opponent. Although she dodged the attack, she used too many soul skills in succession, which consumed too much of her own energy. Even if she continued to fight, she would lose. It would be better to admit defeat directly, rather than being beaten. The winner of this fighting spirit is the owner of the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Spirit, Zhu Zhuqing. Congratulations to her for winning her first fighting spirit victory in the Xiandao City Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Before the voice fell, deafening cheers rang out from the audience. Although the soul fighting was short, the two sides used a series of soul skills and the collision was fierce. Especially Zhu Zhuqing's speed, which was like lightning and flint, so fast that the opponent could not resist at all. It was too exciting. After Zhu Zhuqing nodded to her opponent, she turned around and left the soul fighting field and came to Ma Xiaotao's side in the audience. Because Huo Yuhao's match was behind Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing simply went to Ma Xiaotao's side to wait for Huo Yuhao's match to end. Zhu Zhuqing, not bad. You defeated a Soul King easily. Your opponent's soul power level is 57, which is 4 levels higher than yours. This battle is considered a cross-level battle. Ma Xiaotao smiled. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly stunned. She only knew that her opponent was a Soul King, but she didn't know the opponent's soul power level. It turned out that the strength of a Soul King of level 57 was like this. Zhu Zhuqing now had a clearer understanding of herself. At level 53, she was able to easily defeat an opponent who was also a sensitive attack type, which greatly increased her confidence. The opponent is also very strong. Zhu Zhuqing was a little embarrassed. After a subtle smile, she cast her eyes on the soul fighting field. The next soul fighting will be conducted by 2 soul lords, Shubinga who has the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and Huo Yuhao who has the Spirit Eyes martial spirit. Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned when he heard this name. Shubinga, could it be the Shubinga from Shianshu College? Ice and Fire Phoenix martial spirit, the cultivation of a soul lord, no difference. Shubinga stood in the fighting spirit arena, looking at the boy opposite her. She had a pretty face, a slender figure, and looked very kind. Spirit Eyes martial spirit. Shubinga thought to herself, is the martial spirit an eye? It's really a rare martial spirit. Shubinga was about 1.65 meters tall and had a very well proportioned figure. She was neither the type of exaggerated plumpness nor the type of thinness. Her long aqua blue hair was scattered behind her, and her fair face was dotted with delicate facial features. At first glance, she didn't seem to be particularly stunning, but when you look closely, you can constantly discover her beauty, which is a kind of hazy beauty. Huo Yuhao knew that Shubinga was a beauty, but he didn't expect her to be so stunning, with outstanding looks and skin as white as snow. Her temperament was different from that of Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing. She was gentle, calm, and did not show her emotions. The fighting spirit begins. Huo Yuhao's body showed 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings with the best ratio, and the same was true for Shubinga on the opposite side, also 2 yellow and 2 purple. After he released his martial spirit, there was no special change on his body, except that his eyes became clearer and bluer, like the sea. However, Shubinga changed a lot. After the martial spirit possessed him, her originally slender figure suddenly swelled up. However, it was not all round swelling, but the fatter parts were fatter, and the parts that should not be fat did not change at all. After the martial spirit possessed him, the beast spirit soul master would have some characteristics of the martial spirit. For example, after Zhu Zhuqing was possessed by the nether spirit cat, her ears would become pointed, and her body proportions would become more exaggerated. The most unbearable thing was that a cat's tail would appear behind her, and the Shubinga in front of him was wearing a light blue long skirt, revealing 2 slender white calves, and there were a few ice crystals on her shoulders and the edges of her pretty face. However, this did not affect her appearance at all, and she had a more noble charm, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Huo Yuhao had to admit that after the martial spirit possessed him, Shubinga's appearance was improved to a higher level, and she could be called a stunning beauty. Her beauty seemed to be revealed all at once, no longer as hazy as before, beautiful and breathtaking, but unwilling to blaspheme. The battle began. Shubinga rushed towards Huo Yuhao, her slender calves and long skirt swaying. And as she approached, Huo Yuhao could feel the temperature in the fighting arena dropping continuously. Recommended book, The Unrivaled Tang Sect, Black Light Devouring the Sun, Black Light Martial Spirit, Infinite Evolution. Breaking up Shrek, entering the main body, swallowing the fighting spirit, controlling the sky soul, usurping the sun and the moon, and eroding the world. Childhood sweetheart Huo Lali, degenerates into the blue silver saint, blasphemes the fire phoenix saint, embraces the nether spirit cat, holds the red-eyed ice toad in her hand, and all the beauties are in my arms. Chapter 91, Silly and Sweet Zhu Zhuqing. Shubinga rushed to Huo Yuhao, and her slender white legs swept out, kicking Huo Yuhao's neck. It carried a burst of extremely cold air. This whip kick was very fast, but Huo Yuhao easily dodged it. Shubinga turned around and kicked Huo Yuhao's chest. This time, before Huo Yuhao had time to dodge, he saw the first soul ring on Shubinga's body light up, and then a burst of extremely cold air suddenly appeared, freezing Huo Yuhao instantly. With a bang, the restrained Huo Yuhao was kicked back 2 steps. Crack. Huo Yuhao shattered the ice on his body and punched Shubinga with his right fist. Shubinga's face was expressionless, but there was some surprise in her eyes. Her first soul skill is called Ice Freeze, which can freeze the opponent instantly. It is a powerful control soul skill. Generally speaking, even opponents with the same cultivation level will be restrained for a period of time and need to burst out to break free. However, Huo Yuhao was only restrained for a moment, and then he easily shattered the ice on his body. Shubinga dodged Huo Yuhao's right fist, her long hair flying, and her figure light and graceful. At this time, she released her second soul skill, Frost Armor. Shubinga's body exuded an extremely cold breath, and the rich water vapor spread out, condensing into a gorgeous armor that wrapped her whole body. At this moment, her momentum was a little stronger, and she punched Huo Yuhao. With a snap, Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand and directly knocked Shubinga's hand away. However, Shubinga's offensive did not decrease. She twisted and swayed her body and kicked Huo Yuhao's head again. This time, Huo Yuhao did not dodge. His right hand stretched out like lightning and directly grabbed Shubinga's ankle. The skin was delicate, cold as snow, and felt very good. However, Huo Yuhao did not intend to take advantage of Shubinga. Everything was just for the competition. Shubinga felt the warm hand on her ankle, and she couldn't help but feel strange. A blush appeared on her fair face, and she snorted coldly, "Let go." However, Huo Yuhao did not do so. It was a competition now, so he didn't care about that. He grabbed Shubinga's ankle with one hand and kicked Shubinga's other foot with his left leg. Her body was controlled, and it was inconvenient for her to move, so Shubinga made a quick decision and directly released her third soul skill. With Shubinga's body as the center, her surroundings were suddenly filled with repulsive power. A halo was released from her body and expanded rapidly. The huge repulsive force made Huo Yuhao step back several steps. However, because he had been holding Shubinga's ankle, Shubinga staggered and almost fell to the ground. After Huo Yuhao took a few steps back, he stabilized his body. Shubinga's soul skill can be said to be very powerful. It can repel opponents from all directions and can be invincible at critical moments. If it were an ordinary soul sect, he would have been thrown back dozens of meters at this moment. However, Huo Yuhao was not an ordinary soul sect. His strength had far surpassed that of a soul sect. His powerful physical strength allowed him to stabilize his body and remain unaffected even within the range of Shubinga's anti-ice ring. Shubinga looked at Huo Yuhao with a serious look. She had just broken through to the soul sect and came to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Xiandao City to test her strength. She had never expected to meet a terrible opponent in the first soul fighting arena. In her opinion, Huo Yuhao's strength was unfathomable and his limit was completely invisible. At least up to now, she had used 3 soul skills, while Huo Yuhao had not used any soul skills. As a soul sect, Huo Yuhao only released his martial soul to fight her. In the audience, there were several outstanding girls in the front position. They were wearing various blue skirts and were paying attention to the battle in the soul fighting arena. "Sister may lose this game," the girl who looked petite said. "The captain's opponent this time is very strong, but the captain has just broken through to the soul sect, so it's okay to lose the game against a high level soul sect. But my sister's opponent looks quite young, and it seems that he is also a talented soul master," the girl said. "Yeah, he is also handsome. Now it's a competition. Is being handsome the key point? Is being handsome not the key point? You are a flower maniac. I won't talk to you anymore." In the back of the audience, Ma Xiaotao frowned slightly and said to herself, "Huo Yuhao has learned bad things. He drags his feet in a fight and can't bring himself to fight when he meets a beautiful woman." Zhu Zhuqing said to Ma Xiaotao, "Brother Yuhao is a very good person. Maybe he can't bear to let the other party lose too quickly." Ma Xiaotao held her forehead and felt a little tired. This girl really has no sense of crisis at all. She is just a naive person. In the fighting spirit field, Huo Yuhao and Shubinga fought again. This is the first time Huo Yuhao has encountered an ice attributed soul master, and he is a top level beast spirit soul master like the Ice Phoenix. Shubinga's Ice Phoenix spirit is purer than Mahanjin's and is only inferior to the ultimate ice in terms of attributes. It only needs one transformation to become the ultimate ice spirit. You don't have to hold back. I want to see your full strength. Shubinga frowned and said, Huo Yuhao has not used any spirit skills yet, but he has already gained the upper hand. Once he uses his spirit skills, Shubinga will most likely be defeated soon. However, for a girl like Shubinga, fighting with all her strength, even if she loses, it is easier to accept than the opponent letting her go and eventually losing the game. Okay. Huo Yuhao nodded. Then, he punched out suddenly, directly knocking Shubinga out and retreating more than 10 meters. Shubinga crossed her arms in front of her chest. At this moment, she only felt a burning pain in her arms, and her chest was stuffy and short of breath. She was very uncomfortable. Her calm face finally moved, and she was shocked by Huo Yuhao's power. Is this really the power that a soul master can possess? Shubinga possessed the top beast martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, and she thought that her own strength was definitely not weak. Even though she had just broken through to the Soul Sect, she was definitely outstanding in the Soul Sect realm. But at this moment, she was hit by Huo Yuhao's punch, as if she had been hit by a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and her whole body was about to fall apart. Shubinga breathed steadily and rushed forward again. She was also a talented soul master, and it was hard to believe that the other party was so much stronger than her. The fourth soul ring on Shubinga's body finally lit up. At this moment, she planned to do her best. Even if she was too strong, she would never give up easily. The fourth soul skill, the gift of winter. An extreme chill emanated from Shubinga's body. It was an extreme coldness, and the skull and bone marrow seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul. Huo Yuhao was shocked. He had no impression of Shubinga's fourth soul skill. At this moment, it was released, and even he felt a little threatened. This level of ice attribute may have reached the level of extreme ice. Indeed, Shubinga's fourth soul skill is called the Gift of Winter, which can temporarily raise her own attributes to the ultimate ice, and enhance the power of her own soul skills. Shubinga waved her hand, and the first soul skill was activated instantly, and Huo Yuhao was frozen again. Huo Yuhao could easily break free from the original freezing skill, but now, this is the freezing from the ultimate ice, which makes his body, that is invulnerable to water and fire, feel a little uncomfortable. The ice attribute is a higher attribute of the water attribute, which is stronger than the water attribute, and the ultimate ice, as one of the ultimate attributes, is even more powerful. With this skill, facing an ordinary soul master, he can definitely control the opponent with one blow. Even for a Soul King, it is not easy to break free. However, Huo Yuhao is not an ordinary person after all, and his body is extremely powerful. After seeing that the soul skill worked, Shubinga was delighted and wanted to seize the opportunity to knock Huo Yuhao off the fighting soul field. In the soul fighting arena, there are 3 ways to win: defeat the opponent, make the opponent surrender, and knock the opponent off the soul fighting arena. Shubinga believed that she was no match for Huo Yuhao at the moment, so she could only find a way to freeze Huo Yuhao and then knock him off the soul fighting arena. The skill of freezing can be called a magical skill for control type soul masters. It can be used instantly and is impossible to defend against. Brother Yuhao. In the audience, Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth with some worry. Ma Xiaotao didn't care at all. She knew Huo Yuhao's strength. Although this level of freezing was powerful, it could never restrain Huo Yuhao. After all, Huo Yuhao had once beaten a title Douluo level existence, causing Ma Xiaotao to beg for mercy. Sure enough, when Shubinga approached Huo Yuhao's ice sculpture, before she could act, she heard a crackling sound. With a boom, Huo Yuhao broke through the ice, and couldn't help shuddering. He sighed in his heart. The ultimate ice is indeed powerful, even he feels threatened. For the current Huo Yuhao, the only soul masters of the same level who can threaten him are soul masters of ultimate attributes. And now Shubinga, after obtaining the amplification of the 4th soul skill, has become a soul master of ultimate attributes. However, it is only a threat. Except for not using soul skills, Huo Yuhao fully mobilized all his strength. After 3 or 2 moves, Shubinger was defeated again and again and finally lost. The winner of this soul fight is Huo Yuhao. The host announced the end of the game loudly, and Huo Yuhao turned and left the fighting arena, returning to Zhu and Zhu Zhuqing. Shubinger stayed where she was, staring at Huo Yuhao's back with her eyes, feeling a little unwilling, but eventually she became determined. The following days were sparse and ordinary. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing basically stayed in the hotel to practice, and went to the Xiandao City Great Fighting Arena at night, to fight a fighting soul, to hone their actual combat skills. Huo Yuhao made rapid progress by studying soul guides for 2 hours every day, and successfully made a level 5 soul guide after 10 days. After that, Huo Yuhao spent 5 days making 3 level 5 soul guides. They were a long sword, a short sword, and a soul guide arm guard. With half a month left, Huo Yuhao began to make a level 4 soul guide arm guard. After becoming a level 5 soul guide, Huo Yuhao's speed in making level 4 soul guide shields was also much faster. In half a month, Huo Yuhao made 20 level 4 soul guide arm guards. On this day, Huo Yuhao found a shop in Xiandao City that belonged to the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect with the 4th level soul guide arm guard he had made. After showing the token given by Ning Fengzi, Huo Yuhao met Ning Fengzi an hour later. My friend is very punctual. In the living room, Ning Fengzi signaled his men to serve tea to Huo Yuhao, and then said with a smile, "Since we have made an appointment, I must be punctual." Huo Yuhao raised the storage ring in his hand, and although a soul power wave emerged, 20 soul guide arm guards appeared on the table in front of Ning Fengzi. Sect Master Ning, there are a total of 20 soul guide arm guards here, and according to the agreed price, the total is 4 million gold soul coins. Huo Yuhao said. Ning Fengzi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Huo Yuhao could get so many soul guide arm guards in a month. 20 soul guide arm guards were a bit beyond his expectation. Of course, for the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, 20 soul guide arm guards are just a drop in the bucket. They are in great demand. There is a jade ring on Ning Fengzi's left thumb. After injecting soul power, a pile of rare metals like a small mountain appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Here are rare metals worth 4 million gold soul coins. Please count them. Ning Fengzi smiled. No, I believe in Sect Master Ning. After all, our cooperation will continue. Huo Yuhao said. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Do you have more soul guide arm guards, Huo Yuhao?" Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "My family discovered an ancient relic with many soul guides stored in it. There are still many soul guide shields like this. As long as Sect Master Ning needs it, I can ask someone to send another batch. Or in exchange for rare metals?" Ning Fengzi asked. Huo Yuhao nodded and smiled. To be honest with Sect Master Ning, I have another mission when I come out to train, which is to collect a large amount of rare metals. Then it's settled. I do need a large amount of soul guide arm guards, and the rare metals you need are left to me. I won't let you down. Ning Fengzi said. Huo Yuhao said, "How about this, Sect Master Ning? I will come here once a month to trade with you in the future." Okay. Huo Yuhao took Zhu out of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect's shop and walked leisurely on the streets of Xiandao City. The rare metals obtained from this exchange are enough to support Huo Yuhao to upgrade his soul guide level to level 7. Of course, this is just a guess. After all, the soul guide core array that Huo Yuhao obtained only has a maximum of level 6 arrays. Those above level 7 still need to wait for the system box to be opened. Aren't you worried about exposing your identity as a soul guide? Zhu said. If it's exposed, then expose it. Anyway, you are by my side. Who dares to provoke me? Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Zhu rolled her eyes at him, but did not refute. Now, in addition to pursuing stronger strength, she just wants to stay by Huo Yuhao's side. Even if the relationship between the two is not convenient to reveal, she is willing. After the two left, an old man appeared beside Ning Fengzi, who was Gu Douluo. "Fengzi, do you really believe that there is a big family behind this kid? I have been paying attention to his movements during this period. I stay in the hotel every day. except for going to the big fighting spirit field at night. I have basically not contacted other people. Douluo said. Ning Fengzi smiled slightly and said, whether there is a big force behind him is not important to us. As long as we make friends with Huo Yuhao, we will not make enemies with the forces behind him. Even if Huo Yuhao does not have the so-called big family to support him, there is also a powerful titled Douluo by his side. Such people should be won over. Uncle Gu, there is no need to inquire about their movements and origins in the future, because once such a thing is exposed, it will affect our cooperation. Okay. Ning Fengzi suddenly said, but this Huo Yuhao is indeed a genius soul master. He has maintained a winning streak in the Xiandao City Soul Fighting Arena for the past month, and his soul fighting medal has been upgraded to the purple gold soul fighting level. It's rare to see it. He is indeed a genius. Until now, I still can't figure out what's going on with his martial soul, because he hasn't used any soul skills in this month. Even the girl next to him is very extraordinary. At least I have never seen a soul master who can add a 10,000 year level soul ring to the 4th ring. Douluo's words were full of surprise. Uncle Gu, Ning Fengzi said, do you think Huo Yuhao is suitable to be Rangrang's future husband? Chapter 87 Shuninga was changed to Shubinga. There was an error in uploading. Let me find an editor to change it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 92 You killed them. Young and strong. She's quite suitable. Bone Douluo frowned and continued, but Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing are close. They are probably lovers. That's a difficult thing to deal with. Ning Fengzi said. It's rare to meet an excellent junior, so his mind became active. If his daughter's future husband is Huo Yuhao, then he is willing. But Zhu Zhuqing's existence is indeed a problem. Zhu Zhuqing has a stunning appearance and strong talent. Now she is a soul king and has two 10,000 year soul rings. Although Ning Rangrang is also very good, she has not yet broken through to the soul master. The gap is too big. As it got darker, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao returned to the hotel, where Zhu Zhuqing was, and asked her to finish her meal together. Brother Yuhao, why did you come back so late? Zhu Zhuqing asked. She stayed in the hotel all day today, had lunch alone, and then kept practicing. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao went out. She knew that they were going out. She was just a little confused. Did it take so long to trade a batch of goods? Huo Yuhao was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao shyly. She turned her head away and didn't dare to look at Zhu Zhuqing. We were discussing the future cooperation with Sect Mastering, which took some time. Huo Yuhao quickly changed the subject and said, let's go to the soul fighting arena. Soon, we will be able to upgrade the Sapphire Soul Fighting Badge. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care. In the soul fighting arena of Xiandao City, the arrival of Huo Yuhao and the other two caused real cheers. Because Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing had been undefeated for a month, their strong strength was recognized by the audience. Ma Xiaotao was recognized because of her stunning face and hot body. Such a stunning woman appearing in the audience of the soul fighting arena was enough to cause a real sensation. Of course, there were also many people who dared to harass them, but they were all scared away by Ma Xiaotao's eyes. The aura of a titled Douluo level warrior was enough to scare the shit out of these so-called nobles. After all, there were only a handful of titled Douluos in the entire Xiandao Empire. After easily winning the game, Huo Yuhao and the other two returned to the hotel. At night, Huo Yuhao took out the external soul bone, the 8 spider lance. His soul power level was 45, and it was time to improve his soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was now 53rd level soul king. Huo Yuhao thought that, although his strength was not weak, he still needed to be strengthened. The rarity of the external soul bone was equivalent to that of a 100,000 year soul bone. Even though the 8 spider lance only came from a human-faced demon spider that was less than 2000 years old. But to be able to explode a soul bone, Tangson must have been really lucky. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing had also hunted many soul beasts over the years, but no soul bone had ever exploded. The left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old lightning king bird in Huo Yuhao's body came from the system reward for having a favorability of more than 90 with Zhu Zhuqing. The 10,000-year-old four-eyed cat owl right leg bone on Zhu Zhuqing came from Flanders, the president of Shrek Academy. At this moment, Huo Yuhao will absorb the second soul bone. In the silent night, in the hotel room, Huo Yuhao exudes a hazy soul power light. Even if it is only a 1,000-year soul bone, the external soul bone is a very special existence that can evolve. In the original work, Tang San's 8 spider lance is not inferior to the 100,000-year soul bone in the later stage, and it is transformed into the 8 wings of the sea god, after inheriting the position of the sea god. Huo Yuhao's upper body is completely naked, with strong muscle lines, perfect but not exaggerated. After a night, Huo Yuhao stood up, and with a wave of soul power, 8 crystal-like spider legs grew behind him. Huo Yuhao tried to control the 8 spider lance, and retract it into his body, which was easy to do. He controlled the 8 spider lance to reach in front of him, and landed on the metal block placed on the coffee table in the living room. The sharp 8 spider lance can easily cut the metal block. However, with Huo Yuhao's current control over the 8 spider lance, it is still very difficult to use the 8 spider lance to engrave the desired pattern on the metal. Huo Yuhao had a plan for absorbing the 8 spider soul bone at this moment. His mental power was very strong, far exceeding his own soul power level, and making a soul guide requires engraving the core array on the metal. And if the 8 spider lance is properly controlled, it will be like 8 arms, retracting and releasing freely, and very flexible. If the 8 spider lance can be completely controlled, then Huo Yuhao's speed in making soul guides will be greatly improved. In the next 3 days, in addition to practicing with Zhu Zhuqing every night, Huo Yuhao spent the daytime to master the control of the 8 spider lance. In 3 days, Huo Yuhao was able to control 1 spider leg to engrave the core array on the metal. Of course, the speed was very slow, and it took 3 times as long as usual, but this was already a great improvement. After being able to fully control 1 spider leg and skillfully engrave the core array on the metal, as if it were an arm, Huo Yuhao began to try to control 2 spider legs. With the first experience, Huo Yuhao's speed did not improve. Controlling 2 spider legs at the same time means that he needs to divide his mental power into 2 parts to do it. Although Huo Yuhao has a strong mental power, he has not mastered the skills of splitting the mind into 2 or 3 parts, and can only slowly explore it by himself. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the monthly transaction with Ning Fengzi again. This time, Huo Yuhao brought 30 pieces of level 4 soul guide arm guards to meet Ning Fengzi. The extra events this month made Ning Fengzi feel a little surprised. Don't worry, my friend. During this period, I mobilized the power of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to purchase a large amount of rare metals in the Xiandao Empire. As long as you can still take out the soul guide arm guard, these rare metals will be yours. Ning Fengzi smiled. Huo Yuhao said, Master Ning, I heard that your 7 treasures glazed tile sect has mastered a secret method of splitting the mind to control. I want to exchange these 30 soul guide arm guards. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi frowned slightly. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect has mastered a number of secret methods of distraction control, which can greatly enhance the auxiliary ability of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower. Of course, this is not a secret, and it is not even unique to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. The spirit hall also has similar secrets. However, the 7 treasures glazed tile tower is a very special spirit. After mastering the skills of distraction control, the number of spirit skills that can be controlled at the same time and the number of times they can be released at the same time can be increased. What Huo Yuhao needs is to increase the number of 8 spider lance that can be controlled at the same time. After a month of hard work, Huo Yuhao only mastered 2 spider legs. After that, no matter what, he did not make any further progress. So Huo Yuhao set his sights on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Of course, if the secret method is a secret that is not to be passed on, Sect Master Ning can refuse and complete the transaction with rare metals. Huo Yuhao said. After Ning Fengzi thought carefully, his slightly frowned brows suddenly relaxed. Friend Huo Yuhao, we do have method of distraction control. Although it is precious, it is not a secret that is not to be passed on. If you want to learn, I can send someone to teach you. Ning Fengzi said. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. The number of soul guide arm guards I provide will increase next month. Huo Yuhao said. Oh. Then I look forward to your good news. After Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao left, Bone Douluo frowned and said, Fengzi, the secret method of our 7 treasures glazed tile sect is so easy to pass on to this kid. Ning Fengzi explained, the secret method of distraction control is not unique to our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. The spirit hall also has this secret method. If Huo Yuhao doesn't gain anything from us, he will inevitably contact the spirit hall. In this case, why don't we do him a favor? Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao did not return to the hotel immediately, but came to the Xiandao City Great Soul Fighting Arena and booked the right to use one of the soul fighting arenas. Here, Huo Yuhao will train his actual combat ability, and Ma Xiaotao will be his sparring partner. The competition in the Great Soul Fighting Arena has little effect on the tempering of Huo Yuhao's abnormal combat power, so Huo Yuhao can only fight against the strong. Ma Xiaotao, who was at the title Douluo level, was undoubtedly such a strong man. Next, there was a fierce duel that lasted for 2 hours. The two of them devoted themselves to this battle, so the battle was very fierce. Although Ma Xiaotao was a title Douluo, she was still no match for Huo Yuhao. Who could have thought that a soul sect could actually defeat a title Douluo? Who would dare to believe this? It was simply absurd. However, such things had happened many times in the past month. The two of them would often take time out to hone their actual combat skills. With the improvement of their actual combat abilities, they also mastered more combat skills. Both Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao had gained a lot. Huo Yuhao was a soul sect, but his physical body was very strong. In the battle with Ma Xiaotao, he might be suppressed for a short time, but he will be able to turn the tide in the end. In a word, I can fight you for a day. Even if I can't win, I can wear you out to death. Of course, this was a combat skill that Huo Yuhao had researched specifically for Ma Xiaotao. For now, it was only useful for Ma Xiaotao. The next day, Huo Yuhao went out and came to the shop of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. According to the agreement, Ning Fengzi would send someone here to teach him the secret method of distraction control. What Huo Yuhao didn't expect was that the person who came was actually an acquaintance. The little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rangrang. When Huo Yuhao was in Soto City, he had fought with Shrek Academy twice. Naturally, he had some impression of Ning Rangrang, who possessed the 7 treasures glazed tile tower spirit. After seeing Huo Yuhao, Ning Rangrang was also stunned. The peerless genius that my father mentioned turned out to be Huo Yuhao. Ning Rangrang was very surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, she could accept it. Originally, after meeting a group of friends in Shrek Academy, she thought that her classmates were all monsters. Even though she was a congenital soul power of the 9th level, she was the worst in the academy. Especially after seeing Tangsa Ninja Soul Saint Zhao Wuji with the cultivation of a great soul master, she thought that Tangsan was simply a monster. After encountering Huo Yuhao, she realized that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. There is actually a more evil being than Tangsan. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing alone can pick up 6 people from their Shrek Academy. Ning Rangrang even believes that Huo Yuhao can completely defeat all of them by himself. If there is really a person on the continent who can be called a peerless genius, then it can only be Huo Yuhao. It turned out to be you. Ning Rangrang's eyes were filled with anger and fear. She was afraid of Huo Yuhao's fighting power, and she was angry that Huo Yuhao had lost face for her, the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, we meet again. Huo Yuhao smiled. Huo Yuhao has always been more tolerant of beautiful women. Especially now that he is on good terms with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, it is not appropriate to make enemies. Of course, there is no conflict between him and Ningrangrang. I didn't expect you to come to Xiandao City as well. Ningrangrang's face was complicated. Huo Yuhao said, also, it seems that Shrek Academy is now in Xiandao City. What do you want to do? Ningrangrang was a little alert. What can I do? Huo Yuhao looked kind and smiled. You have always been the ones who provoked me, and I just passively fought back. Indeed, passively fighting back, but every time Shrek Academy suffered a great loss. Is the disappearance of Dean Flanders and Dean Zhao Wuji related to you? Ningrangrang asked. Huo Yuhao did not hide it and nodded directly. You killed them. Ningrangrang's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. These are two soul saints. And with the strength of Flanders and Zhao Wuji, they are also extremely strong among soul saints. If you want to kill them at the same time, unless a titled Douluo level strongman takes action. There is a titled Douluo behind you. Ningrangrang looked at Huo Yuhao in shock. Titled Douluo level strongmen are so rare. Even the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, one of the top 3 sects, only has 2 titled Douluos. And the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has only 1 titled Douluo. And behind Huo Yuhao, there is actually a titled Douluo. No wonder Flanders and Zhao Wuji failed. Shrek Academy lost 2 soul saints and its strength dropped sharply. Under Kinming's suggestion, it could only move to Xiandao City and join Xiandu Royal Academy. It was only because it offended the 4th prince of Xiandao Empire, Zhu Beng, that it was eventually driven out. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, I killed them. Shouldn't you be happy? After all, you are a little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and you have suffered a lot of grievances in Shrek Academy. You must have some resentment in your heart. Ningrangrang was silent. Indeed, when she first entered Shrek Academy, she was severely criticized by Flanders because of her arrogant character. She lost faith and self-esteem. This reminded Huo Yuhao of the plot of the original novel, in which he was repeatedly poor by Tang Shenwang and eventually became the son-in-law of the Tang sect. Although Flanders' methods were far worse than Tang San's, they were still disgusting. Ningrangrang was silent for a long time. From the perspective of Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao killed 2 deans, and there was a great hatred between her and Huo Yuhao. But from a personal perspective, she was relieved. The little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, a genius with the 9th level of innate soul power, was already excellent enough, but she was criticized by Flender as worthless. What's wrong with being a little spoiled? In comparison, isn't the spoiled Ningrangrang much better than the evil-eyed lustful tiger and the brothel phoenix? From the perspective of the sect, Ningrangrang said, I'm from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and will not participate in the conflict between you and Shrek Academy. Come with me. My father asked me to teach you the technique of distraction control. Okay. Huo Yuhao smiled. Chapter 93, Alone and Single. Huo Yuhao and Ningrangrang walked side by side in a garden. There are 5 realms in the method of distraction control, namely the 3 aperture control heart, the 4 aperture constant heart, the 5 aperture dispersion heart, the 6 aperture Uai heart and the 7 aperture exquisite heart. Each realm represents the number of soul skills that can be controlled at the same time and the number of times they can be released at the same time. Ningrangrang explained in detail, I haven't broken through to Soul Master yet, and I have just started to practice this skill. I'm still at the 3 aperture control hard stage. My father taught me the tricks, but I'm still trying. Huo Yuhao listened to Ningrangrang's description of the tricks of distraction control skills, while thinking about Ningfeng's ideas. Among the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the strongest is undoubtedly Ningfengzi, who has a soul power of level 79. His support is the best in the entire continent, and even some titled Douluo level support soul masters cannot compare to him. For this distraction control skill, he has reached the realm of the 7 aperture exquisite heart. Huo Yuhao originally thought that, even if Ningfengzi did not personally teach him this skill, he would arrange for a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect with a higher realm to come. Unexpectedly, Ningfengzi actually arranged for Ningrangrang, a little girl. Although it sounds reasonable, it is just some superficial things, not from his own perception. Use the beauty trap on me? Huo Yuhao had some guesses, but Ningrangrang was too young. What could she do? Nothing. Ning thinks he wanted to find a powerful battle soul master for his daughter as a future partner, and Huo Yuhao was undoubtedly the best choice. At least at his age, no one is his opponent. Such a powerful young genius. If he can be tied to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect as soon as possible, it will undoubtedly be very good for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. In addition, Huo Yuhao has a mysterious ancient force behind him, and has mastered a large number of soul guides, which are urgently needed by the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. In the evening, Huo Yuhao and Ning Rangrang ended a day of practice. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. Although this is a task assigned to you by your father, I'm still very grateful to you. Huo Yuhao smiled. Treating me to a meal? Ning Rangrang was a little surprised, then smiled and said, there are many people who want to treat me to a meal, but if this person is you, I won't be polite. Then let's go. Huo Yuhao said. Wait for me to change clothes. Ning Rangrang hurried back to the room. Then, Huo Yuhao regretted it. It was just a polite remark. Compared with eating with Ning Rangrang, he wanted to stay with Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing. What made him speechless was that Ning Rangrang said that she would wait for her to change clothes, and this wait lasted half an hour. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Huo Yuhao was a little impatient. Huo Yuhao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Let's go. Ning Rangrang came out and seemed to know that she had delayed for a long time, and she showed an embarrassed look on her face. People who don't know would think you took a nap in the room. Huo Yuhao said. Ning Rangrang blushed and said, girls have to dress up when they go out. You have lived in the 7 treasures glazed sect since you were a child. It is close to Xiandao City. You should be familiar with this place. What do you want to eat? Huo Yuhao asked. Come with me. Ning Rangrang's eyes showed a cunning look. She took Huo Yuhao to a restaurant, decorated with golden and magnificent decorations. It was very expensive at first glance. After entering the restaurant, under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to a private room. Ning Rangrang picked up the menu and ordered several dishes, and then handed the menu to Huo Yuhao. Do you want to add anything? Ning Rangrang asked. No, you decide. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the two chatted casually. After a day of contact, Huo Yuhao and Ning Rangrang were considered to know each other. But what Ning Rangrang didn't know was that Huo Yuhao knew her very well. Huo Yuhao, how old are you this year? How old do you think I look? Huo Yuhao asked back. 17, 18, or 19? Ning Rangrang asked. Huo Yuhao shook his head. Do I look so mature? Boss Day is the one with the highest cultivation level among the younger generation that I have ever seen. He is only level 38 now and is 16 years old. You are much stronger than him, so you can't be 16 years old too. Ning Rangrang calculated Huo Yuhao's age based entirely on Daimyo Bei's cultivation level and age. Huo Yuhao laughed and said, Daimyo Bei, are you insulting me by comparing yourself with me? I'm 15 years old this year. Huo Yuhao said. 15 years old, soul sect. Ning Rangrang widened her eyes and asked, are you also born with full soul power? Impossible. Even if you are born with full soul power, you can't cultivate as fast as you do. Huo Yuhao smiled, but didn't say anything. Where is the girl with you? Why is she gone? Ning Rangrang asked. Zhu Zhuqing is practicing. I heard from Boss Day that Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancé. You stole someone else's fiancé and brought her around in front of Daimyo Bei. You are killing people. How dare a rubbish like Daimyo Bei bring up this matter? Huo Yuhao immediately told him about Daimyo Bei abandoning Zhu Zhuqing and running away alone. Ning Rangrang opened her mouth slightly. Although she didn't like Daimyo Bei, she even hated him a little. After all, Daimyo Bei had said that he would do this and that to her first. Boss Day, no, Daimyo Bei didn't expect this kind of person. Ning Rangrang spat and said disdainfully. Ning Rangrang found that among the 4 boys in her college, Daimyo Bei and Mahanjan were not good people at all. One was a playboy and the other was a prostitute. Although Oscar was nice to him, he was too vulgar. Tangsen was devoted to Xiao Wu and seemed to be a good person. You are a little princess of the seven treasures glazed tile sect. You don't stay in the sect properly, but go to Shrek, a rubbish academy, to suffer such grievances. Are you mentally ill? You are the one with a mental illness. I can't stay at home any longer. I want to go out and relax. Ning Rang Grang rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao. What about now? Are you still planning to go back? Our Shrek Academy has moved to Xiandao City and merged with Lanba Academy. We have obtained the qualification to participate in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a year. I want to strive for a good result in the competition and prove myself in front of my father. Ning Rang Grang said. But I heard a piece of gossip that the master seems to have a secret with the dean of Lanba Academy, but I don't know the details. I know. Do you want to hear it? Huo Yuhao smiled. After hearing this story, Ning Rang Grang will have a new understanding of Master Yu Xiao Gang. Yu Xiao Gang was born into a family of blow lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. He mutated when he awakened his spirit. He was a loser. In order to prove himself, he ran away from his family and met Bibidong, the saint of the spirit hall at that time, through some despicable means. The two quickly fell in love. Under his guidance, the love awakening Bibidong made up her mind to help Yu Xiao Gang prove himself and taught Yu Xiao Gang many books and theories of the spirit hall. Based on this, Yu Xiao Gang sorted out the 10 core competitive advantages of the spirit. However, later, because Bibidong's master, the previous pope, opposed it, Yu Xiao Gang had to leave Bibidong under coercion and inducement. Later, he traveled around the continent, spread his theories, and met Flanders and Liu Erlang. The three of them traveled together, and later became the famous Golden Iron Triangle in the Spirit Master world. After Yu Xiao Gang lost Bibidong, he soon became entangled with Liu Erlang, and the two eventually got married with Flanders as witness. But on the day of the wedding, Yu Xiao Gang learned that Liu Erlang was actually his cousin. Isn't that a dog blood thing? Ning Rang Grang's eyes widened, shining with interest. I didn't expect Yu Xiao Gang's first half of his life to be so uneasy. In the end, he chose to escape and abandoned Liu Erlang. The first time, he was afraid of the power of the Pope and abandoned Bibidong. The second time, he could not accept the contempt of his family and abandoned Liu Erlang. Bah, scum. Ning Rang Grang spat. I didn't expect Master Yu Xiao Gang to be such a scum. Ning Rang Grang sighed and said, but as a teacher, Yu Xiao Gang still has his own unique training method. In the academy, he has targeted training for each student, and I think I have made great progress. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao said disdainfully, not to mention that Yu Xiao Gang's theory is completely from the Spirit Hall, plagiarizing the achievements of others. Is his ridiculous training method really useful? Several students of your Shrek Academy, regardless of their character, have outstanding spirit talents, one more genius than the other. Of course, there is a gap compared to me. I know you are amazing. Ning Rang Grang rolled her eyes. Huo Yuhao continued, Master is determined to prove that there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters, but he himself is useless and can never break through level 30. His disciple Tangsun is not a useless spirit master. With full innate spirit power, he can grow rapidly in any academy. Even if Tangsun eventually becomes a titled Douluo, do you think his achievements have much to do with Master? He is just a great spirit master. Even if he has mastered a lot of theoretical knowledge, it is only theory after all. He himself has no experience of cultivation above level 30. You are all fools. How can you trust him to teach such a person? What a monster academy. In fact, it is poor, without good cultivation resources, usually can only run with weights. What is there to learn? What Shrek Academy can do, which high level Spirit Master Academy can't do? Listen to my uncle's advice. Leave Shrek Academy as soon as possible. With your father's status, you can go to Xiandao Royal Academy if you want. Why bother? Huo Yuhao said earnestly. In the future, he is destined to be irreconcilable with Shrek Academy. Apart from other things, Flanders and Zhao Wuji died in his hands, and this kind of hatred must be avenged. Whether it is Liu Erlang or Tangsun and others who will grow up in the future, once they have the chance, they will kill Huo Yuhao without hesitation. So if Ning Rang Grang can get out of it earlier, it will be good for Huo Yuhao. In the original work, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is almost on the same front as Shrek Academy. Although Huo Yuhao is confident in Ma Xiaotao's strength, he does not think that she can defeat the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect alone. Huo Yuhao's words made Ning Rangrang fall into silence. She was also thinking about the pros and cons of staying in Shrek Academy. Ning Feng's attitude was obscure, but she could feel it. As for Huo Yuhao, Ning Feng's he planned to win him over, and even thought that Huo Yuhao was the best choice for her future husband. This time, listen to dad. Ning Rangrang sighed. Although she only stayed in Shrek Academy for half a year, the memory was undoubtedly impressive. Of course, it was not because she knew and befriended that group of people, and she could not let them go. It was because during the 6 months of training at Shrek Academy, she came into contact with things she had never come into contact with before. Of course, those experiences were not good. Being poor by Flanders, being alienated and even threatened by her companions, and the hard training. Huo Yuhao, thank you for telling me this. Ning Rangrang forced a smile on her silent face. It should be Sect Master Ning, and I hit it off at first sight. I have already regarded him as my eldest brother in my heart. You, as the eldest brother's daughter, are also my niece, so you don't have to be polite. Huo Yuhao picked up the cup and drank a sip of water. He had said so many words with great effort, and it seemed that the effect was good. Get out of here, you are taking advantage of me. Ning Rangrang's original melancholy mood was washed away, and she laughed and scolded at this moment. The food was served, and the two began to eat. Huo Yuhao never cared about his image when eating, and he ate with hearty mouthfuls. The most important thing was to eat happily. Ning Rangrang was originally quite reserved, but she finally gave up, and competed with Huo Yuhao in eating faster. Her mouth was full of greasy food, and her white and tender hands were covered with oil. Here are the wines for you too. Suddenly, the waiter pushed open the door of the private room, and walked in with a few bottles of wine. Huo Yuhao was stunned, looked at Ning Rangrang and asked, what did you order? I don't remember ordering wine. I ordered it when the dishes were served just now. Ning Rangrang smiled slightly and said, it's nice to meet you. Let's have a drink to celebrate, and it can also be regarded as a farewell to the experience of Shrek Academy. Are you sure you want to leave Shrek Academy? You said so much just now, isn't it? Just that you hope I will leave. Ning Rangrang didn't know how many times she rolled her eyes tonight. You are sensible. Ning Rangrang picked up a bottle of wine, handed it to Huo Yuhao, and said pitifully, Huo Yuhao, I can't open it. You haven't even tried it. How do you know it can't be opened? Huo Yuhao was a little speechless. Miss, little princess, you are a soul master. Even though he was just an auxiliary spirit master, his physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. How could he not be able to open the cork of a bottle of wine? Huo Yuhao took the bottle and asked, are you sure you want to drink? A man and a woman are alone in a room, drinking to cheer themselves up. Do you know what's going to happen next? I'm working on a school challenge cup project, and writing a paper overnight. I've typed 4,000 words. So I might not have the second chapter. If I have time today, I'll make it up today. If I don't have time, I'll make it up during the May Day holiday. Chapter 94 Huo Yuhao, I want more. 10,000 words. You dare? Put away your evil thoughts. If you dare to do anything to me, my father will not let you go, and Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu will not let you go either. Ning Rangrang was fearless. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Ning Rangrang had already fallen on the table, shouting in a daze. I'm not drunk. Continue. Yes, yes, drunk people say they are not drunk. No, I must drink you down today. I can't beat you, and I can't drink you down. Some other time. Don't move me, my father will not let you go. If you yell again, I will throw you here. On the streets of Xiandao City, Huo Yuhao supported Ning Rangrang and walked unsteadily. No need for your support. I can walk by myself. Okay. Huo Yuhao let go. With a pop, Ning Rangrang fell to the ground. Woo woo woo. Why is this road shaking? Hold it steady. Ning Rangrang felt dizzy and the scenery was blurry. Stop it, we'll be at your house soon. Huo Yuhao was somewhat helpless and helped Ning Rong up and sent her to a courtyard of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect in Xiandao City. Huo Yuhao returned to the hotel where Zhu Zhuqing was, reeking of alcohol and a little confused. Ning Rong looked like a noble lady, but her alcohol tolerance was amazing, and Huo Yuhao almost couldn't control himself. Hey, little Yuhao, you're quite cool. Are you happy to drink with the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Ma Xiaotao heard the door open and walked out of her room. Where's Ning Rong? Ma Xiaotao asked. I sent her back. Huo Yuhao stared at Ma Xiaotao and said, otherwise I would bring her back. Sister, don't get me wrong, there's nothing between us. Huo Yuhao explained, and then went to take a shower. Through the operation of his soul power, he eliminated all the alcohol in his body, and he was much more energetic. Back in the room, Zhu Zhuqing woke up from her practice. Brother Yuhao, you're back. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes and looked at Huo Yuhao. Yeah. Huo Yuhao walked in front of Zhu Zhuqing and touched her head. Zhu Zhuqing asked tentatively, Brother Yuhao, nothing happened between you and the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, right? What are you thinking about? Ning Fengxi asked Ning Rong to teach me the technique of distraction control. I practiced for a day and then had a meal together. Huo Yuhao said. Then will you go tomorrow? There are probably 3 days left. I can fully master this technique and I won't go in the future. Huo Yuhao said. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing moaned softly. Don't worry, I won't have anything with her in these 3 days. Huo Yuhao chuckled. This girl is a little jealous. Yeah, I believe Brother Yuhao. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Huo Yuhao to sit on the bed, then stood up and kissed him. After a long time, Zhu Zhuqing woke up from her hazy state and said, Brother Yuhao, let's start practicing. Huo Yuhao licked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied, but he also knew that practice was the most important thing. The next day, Huo Yuhao found Ning Rong in the courtyard of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Huo Yuhao, I didn't do anything strange last night, did I? Ning Rong felt a little painful. The pain after the hangover made her face pale. Nothing, just clamoring to suppress the Shrek classmates and fight me for 300 rounds. She cried and made a fuss. It was quite tiring. Huo Yuhao smiled. Ning Rong covered her face and felt a little hopeless for a while. She originally thought that with her drinking capacity, it would not be a problem to deal with Huo Yuhao. At least when she was in Shrek Academy, she dealt with the other 5 people from Shrek Academy by herself, and even Tang San, Damu Bei and others were no match for her. Ning Rong believed that the reason why her innate 9th level soul power did not reach the 10th level was that some of her talent was in drinking. Who would have thought that she would be knocked down by Huo Yuhao last night? Hangovers are not scary. What is scary is that someone helps you recall what happened last night. Ning Rong's pale face was a little hot at this moment, especially after seeing Huo Yuhao's meaningful smile. She felt even more ashamed to face people. What happened last night is known to heaven, earth, you and me. You are not allowed to mention it in front of others. Let's start today's practice. Ning Rong wanted to change the subject. Okay. Huo Yuhao laughed in his heart. You, a little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, are going to have a drink alone with a teenager. How could there not be elders from the sect waiting nearby? Otherwise, when the fire is dry and the fire is raging, the sheep will fall into the tiger's mouth. Wouldn't it be a big loss? Huo Yuhao could vaguely feel that there was a strong man hidden in the next room of the restaurant last night. After the two left the restaurant, the breath of that strong man followed them all the time. If Huo Yuhao did not send Ning Rong back here last night, but took her to the hotel, I'm afraid that some bad facts would happen. Although Ning Fengxi intended to let his daughter get close to Huo Yuhao, he did not send her away in vain. Wouldn't that be a pure injustice? So when the two of them were eating and drinking last night, Bone Douluo, one of the two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, was guarding beside them. I was just afraid that Huo Yuhao would do something to Ning Rangrong that everyone would understand. When that happens, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be anxious. If the opponent uses a 3 of spades, your trump card will be taken away. Ning Feng's plan is just to get close to the younger generation first and be friends. If he wants to truly become the son-in-law of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, at least he can't let Ning Rangrong suffer any grievances. After a day, Huo Yuhao has mastered the skills of the 3 aperture control heart. As long as he is more skilled, he can control the 3 spider legs to engrave the core array at the same time. Ning Rangrong was also very shocked by Huo Yuhao's progress. You know, she, an authentic 7 treasures glazed tile tower soul master, is only trying the 3 aperture control heart now. If she wants to master it thoroughly and use the 7 treasures glazed tile tower martial spirit to control it, it will take some time. And Huo Yuhao mastered the 3 aperture control heart in just 2 days, which has broken the record left by Ning Fengzi that year. Huo Yuhao, you are the real monster. Compared to you, we are all too ordinary. Shrek Academy is known as the Monster Academy, but it failed to take in the biggest monster like you. Aren't you almost mastering it? Huo Yuhao said. This is different. I have been practicing this skill for a long time. Let's not talk about this. Are you going to drink tonight? Huo Yuhao smiled. Ning Rangrong's face was slightly red, and she looked at Huo Yuhao unnaturally. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? I don't believe I can't drink more than you. In the middle of the night, Huo Yuhao helped Ning Rangrong back to the courtyard. The next day, in the courtyard, Huo Yuhao saw Ning Rangrong, whose face was getting paler and paler. 2 consecutive days of hangover had a great impact on her spirit. Do you want me to help you recall what happened last night? Huo Yuhao smiled. No, why are you so annoying? Ning Rangrong was furious. In one day, Huo Yuhao mastered the 4 apertures of the heart. Are you going tonight? Yes. If you don't go, you're a dog. Then let me make a promise first. Keep quiet after you get drunk. Don't make a scene. It's disturbing people in the middle of the night. HMPH. In the middle of the night, the unyielding Ning Rangrong was carried back by Huo Yuhao again. On the 3rd day, Ning Rangrong's face was pale, her eyes were dull, and she looked very haggard, as if she had been hollowed out. In the evening, in the restaurant, at the table. Just bring some casual food today, otherwise it will seem like I'm bullying you every time you get drunk. Huo Yuhao explained in advance. It's not certain who is bullying whom. Ning Rangrong was a little stubborn. When it comes to drinking, it's best to be slightly tipsy. Drinking too much will make you feel uncomfortable. Huo Yuhao said as he filled Ning Rangrong's glass. Ning Rangrong rolled her eyes at him and said, Huo Yuhao, are you going to participate in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a year? I heard that the rewards are very generous, and you may get soul bones. Soul bones? Of course I want them, but I have to join an advanced academy before I can participate. Huo Yuhao said bluntly. In the original novel, Shrek Academy won the championship of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, and was awarded 3 soul bones. Only a giant like the Spirit Hall can take out 3 soul bones at once as a reward for the competition. However, the previous champions were all won by the representative team of the Spirit Academy, and the soul bone rewards were not considered to be outflowed. After all, they were used on their own people. I have decided to leave Shrek Academy. My father said that he would arrange for me to go to Xiandao Royal Academy. Although my soul power level is not high, I will definitely be able to break through the Soul Master before the competition starts. With the powerful auxiliary ability of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, it will not be difficult to enter the Xiandao team. Ning Rangrong said, if you want to participate, I can ask my father to recommend you to Xiandao Royal Academy. With your strength, you will definitely be able to lead us to win the final championship. Sure, then thank you first. Huo Yuhao raised his glass and clinked it with Ning Rangrong. By the way, this is a little gadget I just researched recently. It's better than the one in your hand. Huo Yuhao took out a level 5 soul guide arm guard and placed it in front of Ning Rangrong. On Ning Rangrang's arm, there was an arm guard. It was a level 4 soul guide arm guard that Ning Fengzi had bought at the auction. He gave it to his daughter as soon as she got home. It's better than mine. Ning Rangrang was a little surprised. She naturally knew about the deal between Huo Yuhao and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The palm-sized gadget in her hand was worth 200,000 gold soul coins, which was very expensive. In the current 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, only a few disciples with outstanding talents have it, and they are awarded after completing many sect tasks. Huo Yuhao explained, the one in your hand can defend against the full strength attack of a Soul King, and the one I gave you can defend against the attack of a Soul Emperor. Sometimes it is quite useful to deal with emergencies. Thank you. Ning Rangrang happily put away the arm guard given by her father, and then put on the arm guard given by Huo Yuhao. While drinking, they talked about interesting things in the Soul Master world, but Huo Yuhao was the one who talked about many secrets. Ning Rangrang was responsible for pouring the wine, and then laughed. Huo Yuhao, are we friends now? Ning Rangrang suddenly asked. Of course we are. We are not just friends, but also drinking buddies. Huo Yuhao laughed, eating meat and drinking wine. Humph, eating with you, I gained 2 pounds in the past 2 days. Ning Rangrang was a little dissatisfied. It's good to be fat, it's good to be fat. Eat more papaya or something when you have nothing to do on weekdays. Eat your big head ghost. Ning Rangrang was not a simple little girl. As soon as she heard it, she knew that Huo Yuhao was laughing at her. After returning to the hotel, Huo Yuhao found Zhu Zhuqing. Do you want to participate in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition? Huo Yuhao asked. If brother Yuhao wants to go, then I will go. Zhu Zhuqing said. You are so good. Patted her head. After nearly a month, Huo Yuhao stayed in the hotel and devoted himself to studying the method of distraction control. From Ning Rangrang, he had mastered the technique of distraction control, but he could not completely transform theory into practice. After nearly a month of contact, Huo Yuhao was able to control 7 spider legs at the same time to make soul guides. In the classification of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect's distraction control skills, the realm he is in at the moment is called the 7 Aperture Exquisite Heart, which is the highest realm of distraction control. Ning Fengzi is currently in the realm of the 7 Aperture Glazed Tile Heart. Of course, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has not mastered the skill of dividing the heart into 8 users, perhaps because it is not used. The 7 Aperture Exquisite Heart corresponds to the 7 soul skills of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower. As the first auxiliary martial spirit on the continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower has a great limitation. That is, no matter how strong the talent is, it can only stay at level 79 in the end, and cannot break through level 80. Ning Fengzi is the first auxiliary spirit master on the continent. With his assistance, an ordinary title Douluo can fight 2 title Douluos at the same time, which shows how powerful he is. However, with previous experience, Huo Yuhao already has a vague idea of controlling the 8 spider legs of the 8 spider lance at the same time, and it will take time to verify and practice. Moreover, after mastering the 7 Aperture Exquisite Heart, Huo Yuhao's speed in making soul guides is 7 times faster than normal. Although it is said that splitting the mind consumes a lot of mental energy, Huo Yuhao's mental energy is far beyond his own realm, so it is not a problem to use it to make soul guides. In a month, Huo Yuhao made 104th level soul guide arm guards. This also allowed him to obtain rare metals worth 20 million gold soul coins in the transaction with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Looking at the rare metals piled up like a hill in the system space, Huo Yuhao smiled. With more and more accumulation, perhaps in the future he can establish a sect with soul guides. Of course, this is far from enough, and the transaction must continue. Yuhao, Rangrang said that you only took 3 days to master the method of distraction control. This is really amazing. Ning Fengzi looked at Huo Yuhao with more and more satisfaction. When he saw Ning Rangrang at that time, he thought Huo Yuhao had done something to his little princess. Her face was haggard and her spirit was listless, not like the vigor of a 13-year-old girl at all. After knowing the result, he couldn't help but laugh, and he also secretly blamed Huo Yuhao for bringing his well-behaved daughter to this state in 3 days. My martial soul is of spiritual attribute, so I have some talent in this aspect, Huo Yuhao said. Martial souls of spiritual attribute are extremely rare and very powerful. I heard from Rangrong that you have the idea of participating in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Are you willing to join the Xiandao Royal Academy? If possible, then of course I'm willing. Leave it to me, Ning Fengxi said. He is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the teacher of the Xiandao Empire's Crown Prince Zhu Zhuqing. He is the Emperor's master of the Xiandao Empire. It only takes a word to arrange for 2 people to enter the Xiandao Royal Academy. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. You're welcome. You and Rangrong are about the same age. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Ning in the future. Okay, Uncle Ning. You and Rangrong are young people. I'll ask you to take care of her more in the Xiandao Royal Academy in the future. Rangrong has good talent, but she is a little lazy and wastes time. I believe that with your encouragement, Rangrong will definitely work hard to practice. Ning Fengxi smiled. I will. 7 days later, Ning Rangrong came to the hotel where Huo Yuhao and the other 2 were staying. Huo Yuhao, it's time for us to leave, Ning Rangrong shouted. Soon, Huo Yuhao opened the door and walked out of the room with Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Xiaotao. This is the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rangrong. We met before at Shrek Academy. Zhuqing, my girlfriend. Ma Xiaotao, my sister. Huo Yuhao introduced them to each other. Ning Rangrong took a step forward, looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and said, Zhuqing, you have a good figure. Zhu Zhuqing took a step forward, took Huo Yuhao's arm, smiled and said, you are also very beautiful. Seeing that the 2 of them were getting along well, Huo Yuhao smiled, which was caught by Ning Rangrong. You must have been showing off a lot to find such a good girlfriend like Zhuqing. Ning Rangrong glanced at Huo Yuhao. Who said I was lucky and Zhuqing came to me herself? Huo Yuhao showed a hint of pride. Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly, remembering that she had been in a panic and actually broke into Huo Yuhao's house. So-called fate, isn't this fate? Hello, sister. Ning Rangrong looked at Ma Xiaotao behind Huo Yuhao, somewhat surprised by her face and figure. Ma Xiaotao had an exaggerated figure that was no less than Zhu Zhuqing's, and she was taller and full of royal sister charm. Hello, little sister. Ma Xiaotao smiled. After getting to know each other, Huo Yuhao took the 3 girls to have breakfast in the hotel, and then headed towards Xiandao Royal Academy. Xiandao Royal Academy was not in Xiandao City, so Huo Yuhao and the other 2 did not know the exact location, so they could only be led out of Xiandao City by Ning Rangrong. 20 miles away from Xiandao City, Huo Yuhao looked at a mountain in front of him, and was a little stunned. Although he had long known that Xiandao Royal Academy covered a large area, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. This mountain in front of us, the forest behind it, and the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left all belong to the scope of Xiandao Royal Academy. Ning Rangrong introduced. You don't go to such a good place, but go to a rubbish academy like Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao glanced at Ning Rangrong. What's good about this place, except that it's a little bigger? My father will still control me here, so I don't want to go. Ning Rangrong was a little annoyed. Ning Rangrong led Huo Yuhao and the other 2 into Xiandao Royal Academy, and there was no obstruction that Shrek Academy encountered more than a month ago. Because Ning Fengxi had already greeted them, the students of Xiandao Royal Academy all knew that the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was about to enroll in Xiandao Royal Academy. Along the way, the 4 of them attracted a lot of attention. Many students wanted to know what the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect looked like. After taking a look, hey, it turned out to be the right place. However, more people's eyes fell on Ma Xiaotao. Because although Ning Rangrong and Zhu Zhuqing were beautiful, they were still young after all, and Ma Xiaotao was a real queen. With that figure, face, and temperament, many young men who were full of vigor and vitality couldn't help but stare at her. Some of the bold ones wanted to approach her and chat her up. However, most of these academies are for soul masters or great soul masters, so not only Ma Xiaotao, but even Ning Rangrang didn't take them seriously. Most of the academies here are for children of nobles, who are not very talented, but have high expectations. If it weren't for participating in the all-continent high-level Soul Master Academy competition in a year, Ning Rangrang wouldn't want to come here. An old man came from a distance. When he saw Ning Rangrang, he immediately showed a happy expression and said, "Miss Rangrang, I have been waiting for a long time. Now I will lead you to go through the admission procedures. Thank you for your help." Under the leadership of the old man, Huo Yuhao and the other three came to the education committee. The education committee is located in the center of the main campus of Xiandu Royal Academy. When they arrived at the door, Huo Yuhao and the others saw three old men. They were all wearing red dresses, which were specially made by the Spirit Hall for Soul Douluo level masters. This also shows that these three old men are Soul Douluo level masters. The three old men turned around and looked at Huo Yuhao and the other three. When they saw Ma Xiaotao, the three of them stared at her with shock. Because they couldn't feel Ma Xiaotao's cultivation, there were only two situations. One was that Ma Xiaotao had some secret method that could perfectly hide her cultivation. Even Soul Douluo level masters could not detect it. Another situation was that Ma Xiaotao's cultivation was far higher than the three of them. If it was just the former, it would be fine. If it was a second situation, it would be amazing enough. If she is stronger than the three of them, she can only be a titled Douluo. The old man in the middle of the three stepped forward and asked, "I'm the chief of the Academic Affairs Committee, with the Spirit Black Demon, and the 86th level 8-ringed Battle Soul Douluo of the Control Department. May I know who you are?" "My name is Ma Xiaotao, and my title is Fire Phoenix." Ma Xiaotao stepped forward, and suddenly an extremely powerful pressure descended. Feeling the pressure that belongs only to the title Douluo level, the three old men were shocked. "Meet Her Majesty the Fire Phoenix." The young and beautiful woman in front of them turned out to be a titled Douluo. Meng Shenji hurriedly introduced, "This is the second seat of the Academy Education Committee, Bebe Ocean Soul Douluo, with the Spirit Xiang Xinglu, and the 85th level 8-ringed Battle Soul Douluo of the Defense Department. Meet Her Majesty the Fire Phoenix." Bebe Ocean is 4 feet tall and has a 4-foot waist. He has a kind smile on his face, but at this moment, facing a titled Douluo, he is very respectful. This is the third seat of the Education Committee, Soul Douluo Zilin, with a martial soul of Azure Ivy, and a control system Soul Douluo of level 83 and 8-ring weapon. Zilin stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Meet His Majesty the Fire Phoenix." Zilin has an ordinary figure and appearance, but his eyes are very bright. Ma Xiaotao nodded and said nothing. As a titled Douluo, the most powerful person on the continent, these are all respects that should be obtained. "I wonder what the Fire Phoenix crown has to do here?" Meng Shenji asked cautiously. Facing a titled Douluo, he had to be careful. After all, there were no titled Douluo level strongmen in the Xiandao Royal Academy. If he accidentally angered the other party, I'm afraid that the Xiandao Royal Academy would be demolished. "Don't worry about me. Huo Yuhao is my brother. I'm only here to protect my brother," Ma Xiaotao said. Meng Shenji was relieved when he heard this, but he obviously paid more attention to Huo Yuhao. There was a titled Douluo standing behind him, so he couldn't help but pay attention to him. However, Ning Rangrang was also the same. As the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, she must be treated as a prince in the Xiandao Royal Academy. Under the arrangement of Meng Shenji, Huo Yuhao and the other two quickly completed the admission procedures and were assigned to an independent courtyard as a dormitory. The mountain courtyard had beautiful scenery and the fragrance of plants and trees, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking up the Shrek 7 Devils, Ning Rangrang leaving Shrek Academy, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 150,000 luck points. From the second day, Huo Yuhao and the other two officially enrolled. The teachers and students of the Xiandao Royal Academy are divided into 3 levels, namely Xianwei level, Xianxi level and Xiandao level. As long as the martial soul cultivation breaks through the soul master, they can become a Xiandao level student and enjoy the best cultivation resources. The teaching teacher is also a Xiandao level teacher, with a cultivation level above the Soul Emperor. Although Ning Rangrang did not break through the Soul Master, she also became a Xiandao level student with her identity and martial soul quality. The Royal Dao team that Huo Yuhao and his companions had encountered in the Soto City Great Dao Soul Arena was also the best among the Xiandao level students. Generally, Xiandao level students would be assigned special teachers to teach. A Xiandao level teacher would only teach 5 to 10 students. However, after Meng Shenji knew that Huo Yuhao and his companions had a titled Douluo level expert by their side, he did not assign a teacher for them, after asking Huo Yuhao and his companions. In the Xiandao Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao and his companions could arrange their own time freely, and they only needed to participate in the assessments every semester. Half a month later, in the library of the Xiandao Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were each holding a book and reading, but Ning Rangrang, who was standing beside them, looked up at the two of them from time to time. She could not concentrate on reading at all. It's so boring. Ning Rangrang sighed in her heart. She originally thought that she could have a good time with Huo Yuhao at the Xiandao Royal Academy, but she never thought that she would be dragged to the library. Your father asked me to urge you to study and practice more. If you don't listen, I can only go to your father. Huo Yuhao said. You are so abominable. Ning Rangrang was so angry that her teeth itched. If Zhu Zhuqing and Huo Yuhao were not inseparable, she would have jumped up and bit him. An hour later, Huo Yuhao and the other two left the library and went to the cafeteria for dinner. Xiandao Royal Academy has hundreds of thousands of volumes of books, which is simply a treasure. Although Huo Yuhao is familiar with the plot, he still needs to learn. For example, the book he just read is called Douluo Continent Soul Beast Atlas, which records the information of more than tens of thousands of soul beasts, which is very useful for him at this moment. When hunting soul beasts with Zhu Zhuqing before, Huo Yuhao didn't even know the names of most of the soul beasts he encountered, except for some soul beasts with obvious characteristics, so he could only rely on Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, Huo Yuhao thought that he still had too little knowledge. This time he came to Xiandao Royal Academy, he could make up for this knowledge. The cafeteria of Xiandao Royal Academy is completely comparable to the big hotels in Xiandao City. The decoration is very luxurious, and the food is naturally expensive. However, the soul masters who can come to this academy to practice are almost all nobles, and they don't lack this little money. Some of the food is even hard to find in the outside world, such as some rare herbs, or some high-level soul beast meat. After a meal, the three of them could feel their stomachs warm and energy surging. Of course, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of soul beasts can be completely ignored for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, but it has a good effect on Ning Rangrang. Her soul power level is only level 29 now, and there is still a distance from level 30. If she eats this kind of soul beast flesh and blood every day, she can speed up her practice. After half a month of experience, Huo Yuhao thinks that Shrek Academy is simply a garbage academy, shabby and nothing. Ning Rangrang also realized this, and secretly cursed herself in her heart. Why did she insist on going to Shrek Academy? Maybe if she practiced in Xiandao Royal Academy, or stayed in the sect, her soul power level would have exceeded level 30 long ago. She was very upset about her title of Xiandao level student. If it weren't for her status, she might not be able to enjoy the treatment of a Xiandao level student. Therefore, she wanted to break through level 30 quickly and then become a soul master, so that she would be worthy of the title. Zhu Zhuqing, I remember that you were only a soul master at the beginning. How did you break through to Soul King in such a short time? Ning Rangrang was shocked beyond words after knowing Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation. After spending half a month together, she also knew Zhu Zhuqing's age, which was younger than her. Such a young Soul King was able to become a Xianjiji teacher in Xiandao Royal Academy. How did he do this? Am I dreaming? Ning Rangrang was doubting her life. Why did she feel that she was practicing while others were cheating? Huo Yuhao's soul master at the age of 15 was already amazing enough, and Zhu Zhuqing broke through to Soul King at the age of 12. How the hell is this possible? I can't tell you. If you want to know, go ask brother Yuhao. Zhu Zhuqing refused to let go. She knew that those elixirs and immortal herbs were Huo Yuhao's secrets. Without Huo Yuhao's permission, she couldn't say it. Huo Yuhao, do you have any way to increase the speed of cultivation? Tell me, okay? Ningrangrang begged. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything, pretending not to hear. Just tell me, I won't tell anyone, okay? Ningrangrang hugged Huo Yuhao's arm, revealing a pitiful look, which made people think Huo Yuhao was bullying her. But who could bully this little witch from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? There is no shortcut to cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing and I have achieved what we have today, step by step, through hard practice. Huo Yuhao advised kindly. I don't believe it. Even if it is full of innate soul power, there is no such terrifying cultivation speed as Zhu Zhuqing. Ningrangrang's mouth shrank, and her big eyes were filled with mist, as if she was about to cry out. Believe it or not, Huo Yuhao didn't buy it at all. This was not the first time Ningrangrang used this method in the past half month, but Huo Yuhao was hard-hearted and was not moved at all. I'm going to cry. Ningrangrang threatened. It's no use crying. I'm really going to cry. Huo Yuhao held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, you're suffering. Woo woo woo. Ningrangrang's tears suddenly burst out, falling in big drops, her eyes slightly red. Damn, you're really serious? Huo Yuhao was dumbfounded. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was like this? She cried as soon as she said she would cry. So shameless. Woo woo woo. Ningrangrang cried loudly, attracting the attention of many students. If eyes could kill, Huo Yuhao would have been cut into pieces by now. That's the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, with a precious identity and so beautiful. Who are you to dare to bully her? Let go of that little princess. Let me do it. Huo Yuhao naturally knew what these aristocratic losers or lickers were thinking. Don't you see that she is pestering me? Huo Yuhao reminded the people around him loudly. But the knifed man's eyes could not be hidden. Let go. Let go. People are misunderstanding. Huo Yuhao wanted to pull his arm out, but Ningrangrang held him tightly in her arms. Tell me, or I'll yell, that you molested me. Fuck you. Huo Yuhao had never seen such a shameless girl. Zhu Zhuqing, stop laughing. Come and help me. Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was laughing secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Huo Yuhao's rudeness aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Finally, someone couldn't stand his goddess being treated so rudely by another man, and jumped directly in front of Huo Yuhao. Miss Rangrong, is he bullying you? Don't be afraid. Damn it, I will teach him a lesson right now. A man in his 20s stood in front of Huo Yuhao and was about to take action. However, such a brave act was exchanged for Ningrangrang's words. Whether he bullies me or not is none of your business. Get out of the way. Miss Rangrong, you. The man staggered back a few steps, feeling so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. This was completely different from the scenario he had imagined, where a hero would save a beautiful woman, the beautiful woman would give herself to him, and the woman would be a rich lady on the list from then on. Stop it. Huo Yuhao frowned. Oh. Ningrangrang quickly wiped the tears from her face and quickly recovered. Humph, men are all pigs. Ningrangrang snorted. She didn't expect that her tricks that always worked at home would be useless in front of Huo Yuhao. She didn't want to be too unreasonable and make Huo Yuhao feel disgusted. The man was also stunned when he saw his goddess's expression change so quickly. He miscalculated. He thought the goddess was bullied, but who would have thought that she was just pretending, and the goddess still looked like this. The three of them left, and the students who had gathered there also dispersed. The goddess was still so far away, but only for losers like them. A month later, Ningrangrang broke through level 30. Huo Yuhao, do you want to go out and play? Ningrangrang asked. Going out to play? Where? Sunset Forest. I heard the scenery there is nice. Haha, the soul beasts there are also very cute. Huo Yuhao sneered. I'm going to get the third soul ring. You and Zhuqing accompany me. Ningrangrang said. I don't want to go. There are so many powerful people in your sect. Do I still need to take action? Huo Yuhao said. I haven't told my father about this news yet. I want to give him a surprise after getting the third soul ring. Surprise, I think it's a shock. Huo Yuhao said. Then are you going? Go. Wait a minute. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, his consciousness immediately sank into the sea of spirituality. System, come with a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Ding, 100,000 luck points have been deducted, and the current luck point balance is 550,000. The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining tempering pills asterisk 4, mysterious water pills asterisk 3, and soul raising pills asterisk 3. Huo Yuhao took out 2 jade bottles containing tempering pills and threw them to Ningrangrang. Take these 2 pills before you go. Take one at a time. What kind of pill is this? Ningrangrang took off the bottle stopper and immediately smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Trust me, take it when you go tonight. If you don't believe me, throw it away. Huo Yuhao said. Oh. Ningrangrang looked at the jade bottle in her hand hesitantly. At night, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were practicing and suddenly heard miserable cries of pain from the next room. Huo Yuhao couldn't help laughing for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him blankly and asked, Brother Yuhao, is Rangrang in trouble? Doesn't she want to get stronger quickly? I gave her 2 body tempering pills. Brother Yuhao, didn't you remind Rangrang that she would suffer great pain after taking the pills? I forgot. Brother Yuhao, you are so mean. You also said you forgot when I took the Zuanshu pill for the first time. You made me look bad the next day. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? You really forgot that time. Then Rangrang did it on purpose this time. The next morning, Huo Yuhao heard rustling sounds from next door. With strong mental power, all 5 senses will become extra sharp. At breakfast time, Ningrangrang's long hair was not dry yet, and a few strands stuck to her forehead and cheeks. Her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and she was very tired. Just like the state after a hangover. Her eyes were like knives, staring at Huo Yuhao tightly, as if her eyes could eat people. Huo Yuhao, what on earth did you give me to eat? Ningrangrang asked angrily. She was in extreme pain all night, fainted halfway through, and then woke up again. A night passed in the blink of an eye, but it felt like a year. Don't you feel any changes in your body? Huo Yuhao asked. Body? It still hurts. Ningrangrang gritted her teeth. Stupid, feel it carefully. Huo Yuhao was speechless. Ningrangrang seemed to have noticed something, stood up and moved her body. Suddenly, she punched the wall. With a bang, a small hole was smashed into the wall, and her delicate fist was only slightly red. Ningrangrang said in surprise, Huo Yuhao, I feel that the strength of my physical body has increased a lot. Take the second body tempering pill tonight, and try to absorb a 2000 or 3000 year soul ring when the third soul ring. Is it still possible? What else? Huo Yuhao, thank you. Ningrangrang said gratefully, but she suddenly came to her senses, looked at Huo Yuhao with great grievance, and asked, but why did you tell me in advance that taking this kind of pill would cause great pain? Well, Zhu Zhuqing and I have taken this kind of pill before. Look at the 2 10,000 year soul rings on her body. Zhu Zhuqing must have suffered much more pain than you. We are used to it. You two are really perverted. After finally getting through the day, Ningrangrang kept crying at night, but it was much more suppressed than last night. After knowing the powerful effect of the body tempering pill, her ability to endure pain has also become much stronger. After all, as long as she survives a night, she can become stronger. So she is in pain and happy at the moment. The next morning, Ningrangrang found that her strength had been significantly enhanced again. Although her soul power level did not break through, her physical strength was greatly improved. The effect of these 2 pills far surpassed the 3 months of weighted running training at Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao, I want more. I will make up 2000 words first, and the remaining 2000 words will be made up later. Chapter 86 has been released. The subscription data is too bleak. I deleted and revised a few hundred words. I probably only need the support of 7 coins, brothers. It has a great impact on the average subscription. I won't do these tricks next time. Chapter 95 The Perfect Spirit Master. Just talk, don't jump on me. Huo Yuhao pulled Ning Rangrang off him. Here are the last 2 body tempering pills. Huo Yuhao took out the last 2 body tempering pills he got from the 10 consecutive draws. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep. Since Ning Rangrang has left Shrek Academy and has become his friend, Huo Yuhao will not be stingy with these body tempering pills for his friends. Although the body tempering pill is precious, it is no longer effective for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing now. Huo Yuhao, thank you. Ning Rangrang stood on tiptoe and kissed Huo Yuhao on the face. Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Rangrang. He didn't expect to be attacked. Ning Rangrang pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She was excited just now, but now she reacted and was a little at a loss. Looking at Huo Yuhao's face, she ran back to her room with a slightly red face. At breakfast time, Ning Rangrang still blushed a little. She looked at Huo Yuhao and then turned her eyes to Zhu Zhuqing. 3 days later, on the way from Xiandao Royal Academy to Sunset Forest, a luxurious carriage sped past. In the carriage, Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Xiaotao closed their eyes to rest, but Ning Rangrang was a little excited, and from time to time she lifted the curtain to look outside. The goal of this trip was to obtain a 3rd soul ring for her, so she was still a little excited. In particular, her physical strength has been greatly improved. This time, her 3rd soul ring will also exceed the normal lifespan. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Sect Master, Miss Rangrang and Huo Yuhao have left Xiandao Royal Academy and went to Sunset Forest. Oh, Rangrang has broken through to level 30? Yes, Miss Rangrang is going to obtain the 3rd soul ring now. Huo Yuhao has a titled Douluo level powerhouse by his side, so there won't be any accidents, so let them go. Okay. Xiandao Royal Academy is only a few dozen miles away from Sunset Forest. After setting off in the morning, Huo Yuhao and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Sunset Forest in the afternoon. Huo Yuhao put the carriage into the storage space. Ning Rangrang said in surprise, Huo Yuhao, your storage ring can actually store living things. Huo Yuhao nodded, but did not explain. Ning Rangrang felt that Huo Yuhao was very mysterious. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect also had storage soul guides that could store items, the space was extremely small, and it was impossible to fit a carriage. The 4 of them entered the Sunset Forest, and Huo Yuhao immediately released the shared spiritual detection. Suddenly, Ning Rangrang's mouth opened slightly. After feeling the mystery of Huo Yuhao's shared spiritual detection soul skill, she was very shocked. This soul skill was like a god for team combat. Ning Rangrang could feel that her field of vision seemed to have expanded to a range of 10 kilometers in radius, and even a firefly from a long distance could be captured. In a dangerous place like the Soul Beast Forest, with shared spiritual detection, the risk factor will be greatly reduced. From the afternoon to the sunset, Huo Yuhao and the other 3 were looking for the soul beast that was suitable as Ning Rangrang's 3rd soul ring. The 3rd soul skill of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower is soul power amplification. There are not many suitable soul beasts, but there are some. Yazoo. Suddenly, Ning Rangrang exclaimed. 8 miles away from the 4 of them, there was a bamboo forest. The bamboos there were all black, as if they were carved from black jade. The tallest one among them was as thick as a waist, and tens of meters tall, like a tall stone pillar. And around him, there were also many bamboos that were 10 meters tall. The black jade bamboo was exactly the right soul beast to be Ning Rangrang's 3rd soul ring. And in that piece of black jade bamboo forest, the tallest black jade bamboo was even tens of thousands of years old, and the others were hundreds or thousands of years old. Huo Yuhao, I found a suitable soul beast. Ning Rangrang shouted. Yeah, I saw it too. Ning Rang absorbed 4 body hardening pills, and her physical strength increased rapidly, comparable to that of an ordinary strong attack type soul master. Therefore, the best age for her to absorb at this moment has also been raised to the level of 3000 years. And under spiritual detection, Huo Yuhao also found a lot of black jade bamboos about 3000 years old. Huo Yuhao led the 3 women to the black jade bamboo forest quickly. Plant type soul beasts also have the ability to attack, but generally as long as the age does not exceed 100,000 years, they cannot get rid of the ground. They take root here and basically spend their whole lives here. Unless they practice for a breakthrough of 100,000 years, they may uproot and no longer rely on the land and water. Even in the bamboo forest in front of them, the tallest black jade bamboo has not reached the level of 100,000 years. Plant type soul beasts are generally not very aggressive, so Zhu Zhuqing made a move and easily cut off the black jade bamboo. Then Ning Rang took the long knife in Huo Yuhao's hand and quickly made up a blow, completely cutting off the black jade bamboo and killing it. A purple 1000-year soul ring emerged. Ning Rang sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. Mo Yazhu, who was nearby, wanted to attack, but was restrained by the terrifying pressure from Ma Xiaotao and dared not move. 3 hours later, Ning Rang successfully absorbed the spirit ring, and her spirit power level jumped to level 32. Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, Sister Xiaotao, thank you. I have finally become a quick soul master. Ning Rang stood up and said happily. It went smoothly this time. I didn't expect that it only took 1 day to get the spirit ring. Huo Yuhao sighed. In fact, it was not very difficult to obtain a spirit ring for Zhu Zhuqing, and it would not take long to find a suitable spirit beast. But Huo Yuhao was in trouble, because spirit beasts with spiritual attributes were really rare, so it took a lot of time to obtain a spirit ring every time. Huo Yuhao is now level 47, and he has made a considerable improvement after absorbing the 8 spider spirit bone. Of course, although he is only 3 levels away from level 50, it will probably take a year to reach these 3 levels of spirit power. This is his normal speed without the help of fairy herbs or various elixirs. The few of them rested for 2 hours before dawn. Huo Yuhao was about to take the 3 women away from the sunset forest, but his spiritual detection discovered movement several miles away. There was a team being chased by spirit beasts. Yu Xianheng. Ning Rang exclaimed. The unlucky kid who was being hunted by the soul beast was none other than Yu Xianheng and the others. Not only him, but also the other members of the royal fighting team. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling and the others were also there. Every one of them was injured. If it weren't for the super nurse Yi Lingling and the team, someone would probably have been seriously injured and left behind. Brother Yuhao, should we go to help? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Help? After all, we are all from the same academy. In the future Soul Master competition, maybe we can still be teammates. Huo Yuhao made a prompt decision and rushed towards Yu Xianheng with the 3 women. There were a total of 7 people in the royal fighting team, but they were chased by more than 10 soul beasts. Among them, there were 2 soul beasts of 10,000 years, and the others were all of 1,000 years. The 7 people were in a miserable state, with bloodstains all over their bodies. Yi Lingling's martial soul was released all the time, but perhaps because the soul power was almost exhausted, the healing effect was greatly reduced. Yi Lingling possessed the 9-heart begonia martial soul, which was extremely special. Only 2 9-heart begonia soul masters could exist at the same time. It was considered an extremely rare existence in the soul master world. If it weren't for the fact that the number was really too much to absorb, perhaps the first auxiliary martial soul of the continent would not be the 7 treasures glazed tower, but the 9-heart begonia. This martial soul is said to be able to save you, as long as your head is not lost, or your heart is pierced. Basically, if there is a 9-heart begonia soul master in the team, you can charge with confidence. Anyway, it is difficult to die. And now, Yi Lingling's face was gloomy. Although she was well protected by her companions, accidents were inevitable. There were 12 soul beasts in total, 2 of which were 10,000 year level, and 10 of which were 1,000 year level. With the strength of the royal fighting team, they could fight against the 10,000-year level soul beasts, but this time they had stirred up a hornet's nest and broke into the territory of two 10,000-year soul beasts. They were directly chased and killed by the two 10,000-year soul beasts with a group of younger brothers, and they were in a miserable state. Yang Lion, didn't you say that your grandfather was in the Sunset Forest? Do you know the exact location? Let's go and seek your grandfather's help, Yu Xianheng said. Du Guyan said, I don't know the exact location either. My grandfather's whereabouts have always been erratic, and I haven't seen him for a long time. The 7 members of the Royal Dao team have basically been identified as candidates to participate in the future All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, and are the most outstanding students in the Cheyenne Dao Royal Academy. Therefore, their training is different from that of ordinary students. In order to be able to achieve good results in the Soul Master competition, the teachers of Cheyenne Dao Academy can be said to have taken great pains for this group of students. This trip to the Sunset Forest was a task arranged by the academy teachers to obtain the 4th soul ring for Du Guyan and the team. Although the mission was successful, they inadvertently broke into the territory of a 10,000-year soul beast when leaving the Sunset Forest, and then the scene in front of them appeared. Yu Xianheng's face was extremely ugly. The task of obtaining the soul ring for Du Guyan was not difficult. The 7 of them acted together, and hunting a soul beast of about 4 to 5,000 years old was not a problem. As long as they were careful, they could do it. It's just that their luck was really bad this time. Yang Lion, take them away first. I'll hold off for you for a while. Yu Xianheng made up his mind. As the team leader, he was also the only soul sect member in the team except for Du Guyan who had just obtained a soul ring. He had to be the one to cover the rest. Xianheng, are you crazy? That's a 10,000-year-old soul beast. No matter who we are, we can't resist it. Du Guyan was shocked. It's not that they didn't try to resist, but they were defeated in just a few minutes and were scattered by the beasts. If Yi Lingling hadn't started the treatment at the moment, some of them would have become food for the soul beasts. There's no way now, Yu Xianheng growled. The situation was critical, and the speed of the soul beast was even faster than this. If they didn't make a decision now, they might not even have a chance to fight for their lives. Suddenly, a long howl sounded from a distance, and a emerald green spear suddenly rushed over, carrying an unparalleled sharp aura, and actually pierced through the body of a 1,000-year soul beast, and pierced into the shoulder of a 10,000-year soul beast. Raw, the 1,000-year soul beast died on the spot, and the 10,000-year soul beast was also injured, bleeding profusely and growling continuously. Who is it? Yu Xianheng and others were shocked. There were other soul masters nearby, so they were saved. Suddenly, a slender figure rushed out of the dense forest, stretched out his hand, and the spear inserted into the shoulder of the 10,000-year soul beast flew back into his hand. Behind him, there were 3 women. One of the girls in a black skirt had an exaggerated figure, so I won't go into details here. She held a half-meter long dagger in her hand, and her figure was as swift as a ghost, leaving a trail of after images. Suddenly, when she was about to rush in front of Yu Xianheng and the others, the girl's figure suddenly disappeared, and even her breath could not be detected, as if it was just a dazzle just now, and the girl had never appeared at all. Behind the girl in the black skirt was a woman in a green long skirt, gentle and moving, with a noble temperament. In her hand, she was dragging a 7-story pagoda, and 3 soul rings appeared on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The 7 treasures have names. One is strength, the second is speed, and the third is soul. 3 soul skills, a total of 6 lights, fell on Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing respectively. Yu Xianheng and others could not see Zhu Zhuqing's figure, but Ning Rangrong sensed Zhu Zhuqing's position. Behind Ning Rangrong, Ma Xiaotao clasped her hands in front of her chest, stood still with a calm face, and had no desire to take action at all. If Huo Yuhao and others could not even deal with 2 10,000-year soul beasts, then all their talents and combat power would be completely wasted. Huo Yuhao held the blue-silver overlord spear, and the blue-silver emperor martial soul was the most powerful martial soul he had mastered so far. Although this martial soul knight is more inclined to assist, the 4 soul skills granted by the million-year soul ring all have powerful attack capabilities. The The fourth soul skill of the Blue Silver Emperor, Blue Silver Healing. This is a healing soul skill with a powerful healing effect. At this moment, for the 7 people of the Royal Fighting Team, it is undoubtedly a timely help. Yi Lingling's soul power is the lowest in the team. At the moment, she is only level 37. At the same time, assisting 6 soul masters with higher soul power levels than her is still too much of a drain on herself. At this moment, her soul power is exhausted, and her healing ability has greatly decreased. Therefore, many students in the Royal Fighting Team carried soul skills, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Huo Yuhao immediately released his healing soul skills to heal everyone. At the same time, he also rushed forward to intercept the group of soul beasts that were chasing after the Royal Fighting Team. Huo Yuhao, it's you. After Yu Xianheng got closer, he finally saw Huo Yuhao's appearance clearly. Isn't the person in front of him the one he has always wanted to defeat and regards as his most powerful opponent? Ever since they parted in Soto City, Yu Xianheng has wanted to fight Huo Yuhao all the time, to wash away the shame of defeat. Of course, Yu Xianheng actually thought that it was not a shame to lose to Huo Yuhao, but he was unwilling to accept it in his heart because he had not yet broken through to the soul sector that time. The Royal Fighting Team was very surprised to feel that the wounds on their bodies were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially Yi Lingling, she found that Huo Yuhao's healing ability was not inferior to hers at all. Possessing powerful combat power and being able to heal people, he is really a perfect soul master. Going home today, I will write the second chapter when I go home. Chapter 96 Mazioteo's Room. Wherever Huo Yuhao pointed his spear, countless blue-silver vines surged toward the soul beasts in front like a mighty army. The blue-silver vines were thick and extremely tough. Once entangled, the 1,000-year-old soul beasts would have difficulty getting rid of them. However, under Huo Yuhao's full strength burst, regardless of the consumption of soul power, the 9,000-year-old soul beasts were completely bound in place for a while. They roared, but could not get rid of them. Instead, they were stabbed by the sharp thorns on the blue-silver vines, bleeding. Roar. Another 10,000-year-old soul beast roared, shaking the mountains and forests, and the leaves rustled down. However, before it rushed towards Huo Yuhao, it had already been found by Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing moved a pair of slender and elastic thighs, agile and powerful, and every time it touched the ground, it could thrust forward 10 meters. She was so fast that even the people in the Royal Fighting Team could hardly see Zhu Zhuqing's movements. They felt as if she was passing by like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the two-headed Earth Dragon, a 10,000-year soul beast. She held a half-meter-long short knife, and after the injection of soul power, the short knife emitted a sharp edge. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was divided into 3, and then 3 parts were divided into 9. A total of 9 Zhu Zhuqings rushed towards the two-headed Earth Dragon from all directions. Of course, only one of them held a short knife in her hand, and the others used claws as weapons. After the martial soul cultivation broke through the Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing's claws were no different from a sharp blade that had been tempered 1,000 times, which could easily tear apart iron plates and cut iron like mud. At this moment, 9 figures rushed towards the two-headed Earth Dragon, and for a moment, this 10,000-year soul ring was confused. How did one enemy suddenly become 9? How to fight? Which one to fight? The 2 front hooves of the two-headed Earth Dragon suddenly jumped up, and then fell heavily to the ground. With a boom, dust rose up, the ground cracked, and a powerful impact force swept out in all directions. This is the skill of the two-headed Earth Dragon. Trampling the earth can produce a powerful shock wave in an instant, repelling all the enemies around. Of course, this skill is not the innate skill of the two-headed Earth Dragon. Many power-type Earth-attributed soul beasts can use it. For a moment, Zhu Zhuqing's 9 figures instantly became illusory, as if they were hit hard. However, the 9 figures still maintained the impact action. In a flash, it seemed that they exchanged positions with each other, but they were closer to the two-headed Earth Dragon. Netherworld slash. Zhu Zhuqing, holding a short knife, shouted, and suddenly jumped up with the short knife in both hands, splitting Huoshan with force. It seemed to split the world in half. The huge black blade swept out, instantly splitting the air, and was invincible. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing's other 8 clones also made the same action, putting their hands together and raising them above their heads, and suddenly slashed. Netherworld slash. A total of 9 blade beams swept towards the two-headed earth dragon, and there was no way to avoid it. The two-headed earth dragon could only curl up its huge head and try to block the attack with its powerful body. Because the 9 blade beams came from 9 directions, it would be hurt, no matter where it hit. It just underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's strength. Although Zhu Zhuqing was only a Soul King, it was not a match for the 10,000-year Soul Beast. However, she was not a simple Soul King. Her strength was enough to be compared with the Soul Emperor level strong. After taking the immortal grass acacia heartbroken red, Zhu Zhuqing's whole person underwent a transformation. Although her martial soul was still the Netherworld spirit cat, her overall power was greatly enhanced. Roar! The two-headed earth dragon screamed miserably. The blade beams cut off large pieces of flesh and blood from its body, leaving deep blood marks. The people of the royal fighting team looked at this scene, stunned, shocked, fear. With just one attack, the 10,000-year level two-headed earth dragon was injured. This kind of strength is very desirable. Yu Xianheng and others still remember that when the Spirit Cat team fought against the Dragon Snake team in the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena, Zhu Zhuqing was only a Soul Master at that time. But now, what's the matter with the 5 Soul Rings? 2 yellow, 1 purple and 2 black? 5 Soul Rings are fine, but why are there 2 black ones? In just a few months, Zhu Zhuqing actually cultivated from a Soul Master to a Soul King, and also obtained 2 10,000-year Soul Rings. This is really cheating. However, because Zhu Zhuqing is now taking action to rescue the people of the royal fighting team, the stronger Zhu Zhuqing's strength is naturally the better. Yu Xianheng believes that if Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were only as strong as they were in the first battle, they would probably be defeated here today. The 10,000-year Soul Beast is equivalent to the Soul Emperor among human Soul Masters. That is to say, Zhu Zhuqing's strength is comparable to that of the Soul Emperor. It may even be more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. Because the Soul Emperor level of the strong may not be able to do the same as Zhu Zhuqing to severely injure the 10,000-year Soul Beast with one blow. Although the two-headed Earth Dragon had just crossed the boundary of a 10,000-year Soul Beast, its own life level had already undergone a transformation, reaching a realm that a 1,000-year Soul Beast could not compare to. On the other side, Huo Yuhao trapped 9,000-year Soul Beasts by himself. Because one of the 1,000-year Soul Beasts had been killed when Huo Yuhao arrived. The blue silver vines bound the 9,000-year Soul Beasts, and Huo Yuhao looked at the 10,000-year Soul Beast, the Earth Violent Bear, which had just been stabbed by his blue silver overlord spear. Like the two-headed Earth Dragon, the Earth Violent Bear was a ground-attributed power-type Soul Beast. Its body was as hard as iron, and its brown hair stood up like steel needles. A pair of fleshy palms could easily break a tree in half. But at this moment, he was a little afraid when facing Huo Yuhao, and did not dare to step forward. Because Huo Yuhao had a black 10,000-year soul ring on his body, which exuded the powerful aura of a 10,000-year soul beast. Of course, this was not the main reason. The main reason is that Huo Yuhao's first soul ring is an inconspicuous white color, but if you look closely, it doesn't look like an ordinary 10-year soul ring. Because it is not pure white, it should be a bright white, or even platinum. That soul ring is larger than the other 3 soul rings on Huo Yuhao's body, and is full of a strong and terrifying aura. Judging from the aura alone, it can be known that the age of this soul ring is at least 10,000 years, and it is definitely not an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. Huo Yuhao's body has been tempered by ice and fire, and his physical strength has been greatly improved. At this moment, his physical body and mental strength are no less than that of a soul saint. Therefore, the age of his first soul ring has also increased from 10,000 years to the current 50,000 years. A 50,000-year level soul ring has a strong sense of oppression for ordinary soul beasts. If Huo Yuhao now simulates a 100,000-year level soul ring through his spirit martial soul, I'm afraid that this earth bear will be scared away directly and dare not fight at all. Huo Yuhao rushed forward with his spear. He was 1.87 meters tall, which was considered tall and slender, but the 10,000 year level earth bear was 5 meters tall, as thick as a small mountain, and as indestructible as a city wall. A flash of cold light flashed at the tip of Huo Yuhao's blue-silver overlord spear, and then it stabbed out like lightning. Clang! The spear had not yet landed on the body of the earth treasure chest, but it pierced through the air, making a clanging roar. The earth bear was not to be outdone, and slapped it directly, as brave as an iron rod, with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. With a loud bang, the blue-silver overlord spear collided with the earth bear's thick and powerful arm. What no one expected was that the 10,000 year level earth bear was actually beaten away by the soul sect level Huo Yuhao. Is this still the 10,000 year soul beast that was chasing us so fiercely just now? Some people in the royal fighting team were happy, but couldn't accept it. They were happy that they were saved. It was unbelievable that the 10,000 year soul beast was defeated so easily. And it was Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing who had met in Soto City 2 months ago who did all this. For 2 months, he had been practicing hard and suffered so much just to see Huo Yuhao again one day, to fight with him and win. At this moment, after seeing Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing easily defeat the two 10,000 year soul beasts, Yu Xianheng wanted to cover my old baby in his heart. Is it so bad? Of course, one of the reasons is that 2 of them got the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. Ning Rongrong looked exhausted at this moment. She just assisted Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing in the battle, which lasted less than a minute, and she completely drained the soul power in her body. She almost fell to the ground at this moment, looking at Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing in shock. I thought that, after having my own assistance, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's strength would be significantly improved and become stronger. In fact, it was done, but it lasted for too short a time. You don't have enough endurance, so what's the point of being stronger? You can't fight to your heart's content. The two 10,000 year soul beasts were beaten back, and the remaining 9,000 year soul beasts were also afraid to attack again under the powerful aura of Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. After being put down by Huo Yuhao, they gradually went away. The crisis was resolved. Yu Xianheng stepped forward and said to Huo Yuhao, Huo Yuhao, thank you for your help. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you in the Sunset Forest instead of Xiandao Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao smiled. Xiandao Royal Academy, you have joined our academy. Yu Xianheng was shocked. He knew that Shrek Academy had been madly pursuing Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, wanting to take them into Shrek Academy, but was rejected several times. Originally, it was thought that the two had no intention of entering the academy, but they had already entered Xiandao Royal Academy at this moment. Yeah, I was bored, so I thought about going to the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. We will be classmates in the future. Huo Yuhao patted Yu Xianheng on the shoulder. Yu Xianheng was naturally happy and excited when he heard this. The Royal Dao team was very strong, but they were not sure of entering the top 3 of the Soul Master competition, and they could not even touch the championship. But if Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing joined, then even the championship would no longer be so far away, and they could definitely fight for it. If they could bring the championship of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition back to Xiandao City, then their names would definitely be recorded in the history of the Empire and be immortal. However, some people looked surprised. The original Royal Dao team had been determined to be 7 people, and now Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing joined. 2 people would inevitably be squeezed out. Of course, the 2 people who were squeezed out could stay in the team as substitutes, but their chances of playing would undoubtedly be reduced a lot. Huo Yuhao, welcome to join the Xiandao Royal Academy. Yu Xianheng smiled. Since he joined the Royal Dao team, he has only one goal left, which is to get the top 3 in the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition 1 year later. But this goal is too ambitious and difficult to achieve. Now he has one more goal, which is to catch up with Huo Yuhao. Anyway, Huo Yuhao is in the Xiandao Royal Academy, and there is plenty of time for exchange and discussion. Yu Xianheng believes that, as long as he works hard, he will be able to narrow the gap between him and Huo Yuhao and become stronger. We are going back to the academy. What about you? Huo Yuhao looked at the members of the Royal Da team. Everyone was injured, but with Huo Yuhao's treatment just now, they have recovered a lot and will not affect their movements. It's just that they haven't recovered their soul power consumption yet, and their combat effectiveness is almost equal to 0. We also want to return to the academy. Please escort us out of the Sunset Forest. Yu Shai and Heng bowed. Of course. Huo Yuhao smiled. The original team of 4 people suddenly had 7 more people. Moreover, these 7 people were weaklings without any fighting power, so Huo Yuhao could only switch his martial soul again. As his mental power felt weak, Huo Yuhao opened the mental detection sharing. However, he only shared it with Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao and Ning Rangrang. Anyway, the people of the royal fighting team had no fighting power now, so it was useless to share it with them, and it would only waste mental power. Under the mental detection, Huo Yuhao chose a relatively safe way to leave the Sunset Forest. The luxurious and spacious carriage seemed a bit crowded at the moment. Because it was originally only Huo Yuhao and the other 4, it naturally felt spacious, but now 11 people squeezed in. Several soul masters of the royal fighting team could only sit on the ground. Under the protection of Huo Yuhao and the other 4, the 7 people of the royal fighting team began to restore their soul power through meditation. Having just experienced a life and death test, everyone in the royal fighting team did not dare to relax. Even though they had already left the Sunset Forest, the exhausted soul power in their bodies still made them feel insecure and needed to recover as soon as possible. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Master, the young lady is back. Ning Fengzi was a little surprised and said, it went smoothly. They got the right spirit ring in one day. At the gate of Xiandao Royal Academy, the 7 members of the royal fighting team looked at the familiar campus, but felt dazed. After a month of training, they almost died in the Sunset Forest. Now they are lucky to have survived. Huo Yuhao and the other 2 said goodbye to the royal fighting team and returned to their own mountain courtyard. The following days were ordinary. Huo Yuhao would trade a batch of spirit guide arm guards with Ning Fengzi every month. And Huo Yuhao's personal accumulation of rare metals was also getting deeper and deeper. Ning Rangrang, who had disappeared for 3 days, suddenly appeared and found Huo Yuhao directly. Huo Yuhao, I still want to become stronger. What can you do? Ning Rangrang asked. In 3 months, Xiandao Royal Academy will select teams to participate in the All Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy competition. With her training speed, she can only improve 1 level in 3 months, which means she will be level 33 at that time. This is obviously not enough for Ning Rangrang to qualify for the competition. Because at this moment, the royal fighting team already has Yi Lingling. A few months ago in Soto City, Yi Lingling was already level 35, and now she may have made a big breakthrough. The 9-hearted begonia is a powerful auxiliary martial spirit that is not inferior to the 7 treasures glazed tower. It is difficult to tell the difference when the soul power is the same. However, Ning Rangrang's soul power level is obviously lower than Yi Lingling. If she does not make great progress in a short period of time, then she can only become a substitute player. Yes, but Huo Yuhao hesitated. Ning Rangrang was impatient and said, I have something good to exchange with you. Ning Rangrang took out a wooden box, and after opening it, a crystal clear soul bone appeared. Huo Yuhao was shocked and quickly covered the wooden box in Ning Rangrang's hand, saying, how did you get this soul bone? Ning Rangrang said proudly, I found it in the treasure house at home. Take me there, I will help you look for it. Huo Yuhao said. The thought of a treasure house containing soul bones makes people very excited and want to visit it. What are you thinking about? Ning Rangrang rolled her eyes at him and said, that's my house. Why are you rummaging through it? Aren't you afraid of being caught and beaten to death by Grandpa Jan? I was just excited for a moment. Huo Yuhao said, you want to use this soul bone to exchange with me? Yes, otherwise I would be embarrassed to eat your medicine for free. The body tempering pill you gave me before is very effective. When I went home, my father, Grandpa Jan, and Grandpa Gu were surprised by the age of my soul ring. So they rewarded you with a soul bone. Huo Yuhao said. It's not their reward. When my father was happy, he told me to enter the treasure house and choose an item as a reward. I searched for a long time before I found this soul bone. Your family only has this soul bone. Of course there are more, but they are usually in my father's hands and not stored in the treasure house. This soul bone is a little special and ordinary people can't absorb it at all, so it can only be thrown into the treasure house. Ning Rangrang continued, according to what my father said, this is a soul bone of 10,000 years level, and the quality is very high. There were 2 predecessors in the 7 treasures, glazed sect who had absorbed this soul bone before, but I don't know why they failed in the end. Instead, they suffered backlash and fell. Huo Yuhao pulled Ning Rangrang into the room, opened the wooden box, and took out the soul bone inside. This is a torso bone, and the whole body seems to be condensed by flames. It is red all over. When you hold it in your hand, you can feel a terrible high temperature. Even after the soul bone was exposed to the air, the temperature in the room was rising jealously. Huo Yuhao, I will exchange this soul bone with you. I want to get more elixirs and improve my strength. But you can refuse, because I don't know the specific situation of this soul bone. 2 seniors of my 7 treasures glazed sect died directly. Think about it yourself. Ning Rangrang said. If it weren't for the huge problem with this soul bone, Ning Fengzi would never give it to Ning Rangrang. You know, no matter which force on the Douluo Continent, every soul bone is extremely precious. The 7 treasures glazed sect is known as the richest sect, but Huo Yuhao did not find soul bones on Ning Rangrang. Huo Yuhao looked at the soul bone in his hand, trying to figure out the reason. In the original work, there are also soul bones that ordinary soul masters cannot absorb. For example, the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion can only be absorbed by the owner of the ultimate Ice Martial Soul. Others cannot absorb it, and forcibly absorbing it may be backfired and killed. According to Ning Rangrang's description, the situation of this soul bone is very similar to the ultimate attribute. Does it mean that only an ultimate fire spirit can absorb this spirit bone? Huo Yuhao muttered in his heart. Suddenly, a figure pushed open the door and walked into Huo Yuhao's room. It was Ma Xiaotao. The moment Huo Yuhao took out the soul bone, she felt the strong aura of fire element in the next room. Sister, take a look at this soul bone. Huo Yuhao handed the soul bone in his hand to Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao already had 2 soul bones, the left leg bone and the right leg bone, and the torso bone at the moment was exactly what she lacked. Ma Xiaotao was not polite. After taking the soul bone, she felt a violent fire element contained in the soul bone. Huh? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, feeling a little surprised. She found that the fire element contained in this soul bone was even purer than her own. After the phoenix flame on Ma Xiaotao's body was purified of the evil fire by the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, it had undergone a transformation and reached the strongest under the extreme attribute. But in the end, it did not cross that boundary and become the true extreme attribute. But there is no doubt that in today's Douluo Continent, there is no soul master who can match Ma Xiaotao in the purity of the fire attribute. I'll take this soul bone back and think about it. It may be of great help to me. Ma Xiaotao's eyes lit up, and she showed great interest in the soul bone in her hand. Ning Rangrang quickly reminded her, Sister Xiaotao, this soul bone cannot be absorbed casually. 2 seniors in our 7 treasures, glazed tile sect wanted to absorb it before, but failed and were eventually killed by the flames. What is the cultivation level of those 2 seniors? Huo Yuhao asked. One is a soul saint and the other is a soul Douluo. Ma Xiaotao smiled slightly and said, I will be careful. After Ma Xiaotao left, Huo Yuhao looked at Ning Rangrang and said, the transaction is successful. I will help you improve your cultivation level to level 40 as soon as possible. Level 40, what? Ning Rangrang was shocked by Huo Yuhao's words. How soon is, as soon as possible? Ning Rangrang asked quickly. Maybe within 3 months. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Within 3 months, just in time for the selection of the Soul Master competition team. Ning Rangrang happily threw Huo Yuhao on the bed and lowered her head to kiss him. Huo Yuhao turned his head quickly and Ning Rangrang finally kissed him on the neck. It seemed that she was not satisfied with Huo Yuhao's resistance and avoidance. The little witch bit him directly, leaving a tooth mark on Huo Yuhao's neck. You are born in the year of the dog, right? Huo Yuhao raised his hand and flipped Ning Rangrang off the bed to the ground. Ning Rangrang covered her buttocks that had just touched the ground intimately, and she was not angry. She smiled sweetly. As long as I can break through level 40 within 3 months, I will belong to you. Such a fierce girl. Whoever wants it can take it. Huo Yuhao took out 2 jade bottles and threw them on the bed. Take one of these 2 pills tonight and take the other one 3 days later. Find me after you finish eating. Huo Yuhao said. Okay, brother Yuhao. Ning Rangrang said this in a coquettish voice. Huo Yuhao got goosebumps all over his body and left his room quickly. Ning Rangrang, a little witch, is not like a dignified and beautiful lady. Huo Yuhao thought he was thick-skinned, but he was embarrassed at the moment. Boys should know how to protect themselves when they go out. Especially in today's world, beautiful women will act like hooligans and force themselves on men. Huo Yuhao came to Ma Xiaotao's room. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao was leaning against the head of the bed, with her slender and straight legs lying horizontally, revealing her spring light. A pair of delicate and beautiful feet, pink and smooth, revealing a little bit of attractive luster. Because it was in her own room, and because except for Huo Yuhao, the other 2 were girls, Ma Xiaotao's daily outfit was also casual and cool, showing off her tall and perfect figure to the fullest. Huo Yuhao sat down next to Ma Xiaotao and asked, what's the matter with this soul bone? This soul bone came from a fire phoenix, and it may not even be 10,000 years old, but more than 100,000 years old. Ma Xiaotao raised her head and changed direction, resting her head on Huo Yuhao's legs. Then he said, the fire phoenix without any flaws has reached the ultimate fire attribute. There is a big restriction. To absorb this soul bone, that is, it must be a fire attribute soul master, and the attribute must be infinitely close to the ultimate fire plus the cultivation of the title Douluo level, or a soul master of the ultimate fire. In other words, you happen to be able to absorb it? Huo Yuhao was obviously happy. This soul bone was covered in dust in the 7 treasures glazed sect pearl, but by chance it was found by Ning Rangrang and used to exchange with him. If the soul bone is really of great use to Ma Xiaotao, then Huo Yuhao's sacrifice of a little elixir is nothing. Anyway, no matter how precious the elixir is, it cannot be compared with the soul bone. Ma Xiaotao said, after you helped me purify the evil fire last time, my martial soul has turned into a pure fire phoenix, but its attributes have not yet completed the final transformation. However, due to the compatibility of the martial soul and the soul bone, as well as my strength, absorbing it is difficult, but it can be done. At this point, Ma Xiaotao hesitated for a while and said, but even for me, I need to devote myself to it, and it will take a long time. Don't worry about absorbing the soul bone. We are staying in Xiandao Royal Academy now, and there will be no danger. Huo Yuhao said. Okay, wait for me to prepare for a while, and I will tell you when I really start to absorb it. Ma Xiaotao said. Indeed, Ma Xiaotao couldn't find anything to do during this period of time. She stayed in the room every day to practice, and practice. After talking about the real thing, the 2 suddenly fell silent, as if the temperature around them was rising. Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand through Ma Xiaotao's legs and held her horizontally in his arms. The 2 met each other's eyes, and they were affectionate and could only accommodate each other. Huo Yuhao lowered his head and kissed her, and the situation was out of control. Huo Yuhao, it's daytime now. Ma Xiaotao's breathing was a little hurried. Huo Yuhao looked around and closed the curtains. The room suddenly became dark. Only the soul bone placed aside still emitted a faint flame. It's dark now. Ma Xiaotao glanced at Huo Yuhao with a frown. The sky really darkened. The red sun set in the west, and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the mountain hut. However, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao were nowhere to be seen. Only Ning Rangrang. Rangrang, where is brother Yuhao? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Huo Yuhao went to Sister Xiaotao's room, and it seems that he is discussing something. Ning Rangrang replied. Chapter 97 Zhu Yuhao, let me down. Zhu Zhuqing had no doubts, because Huo Yuhao often stayed alone with Ma Xiaotao. And Huo Yuhao also explained that, because Ma Xiaotao's purification of the evil fire was not thorough last time, Huo Yuhao needed to use a soul skill blue silver purification to purify the evil fire in her body from time to time. Returning to her room, Zhu Zhuqing began to practice. That night, at Huo Yuhao's reminder, Ningrangrang took the first Zuanshu pill, then soaked in the bathtub, and began to refine the medicinal effect. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the room, Ningrangrang woke up from her practice, and then screamed, "Ah!" Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing next door were awakened directly. Huo Yuhao showed helplessness on his face. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, and reached out to touch her head. "I reminded Rangrang last night, why are you still making a fuss?" Zhu Zhuqing chuckled and said, "No matter which girl suddenly sees that she is so dirty, she will be scared." It was already dawn, and Huo Yuhao didn't plan to continue practicing. He picked up Zhu Zhuqing by the waist, came to the bathroom, and began to wash. The relationship between the two became closer and closer. Whenever they had time, they would stick together, and didn't want to be apart. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing had breakfast with Ma Xiaotao and Ningrangrang. After the meal, Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing to the library of Xiandao Royal Academy to read books. Ma Xiaotao stayed at home, and Ningrangrang continued to practice and absorb the effects of the Zuanshu pill in her body. What a magical pill. Even though my innate soul power has reached level 9, I can still feel a slight improvement. Ningrangrang could feel that her cultivation speed was increasing. In addition, this pill can relax muscles and activate blood circulation, nourish the meridians, and also contain a huge amount of soul power. If this pill is fully absorbed, the soul power can be increased by at least 1 level. 3 days later, Ningrangrang broke through level 34 and took the second pill given to her by Huo Yuhao. This pill is called Shenghen pill, which can increase the soul power of a soul master in the soul master realm by 1 level. After a night, Ningrangrang found that her cultivation had reached level 35. You know, she had just broken through to soul master for a few days, but she was already at level 35. This speed is impossible to achieve even with full innate soul power. Ningrangrang believes that her current soul power level may have caught up with Tangsan, Zhao Wu and others. A few months ago, Ningrangrang joined Shrek Academy and became classmates with Tangsan, Zhao Wu and others. During the entrance examination, Tangsan and Zhao Wu were already level 29 Great Soul Masters, and they broke through level 30 a few days later and successfully obtained the 3rd soul ring. At that time, Ningrangrang was only level 26. However, today, a few months later, Ningrangrang has broken through level 35. Her soul power level is definitely ranked at the top in Shrek Academy. At least it is not weaker than Mahanjan and Oscar. Ningrangrang was very happy and excited about the breakthrough in her cultivation, but she still followed what Huo Yuhao said and continued to practice for 2 days. After finally consolidating her soul power level, Ningrangrang found Huo Yuhao at breakfast in the morning. These 2 bottles are soul ascension pills, and the other 2 bottles are mysterious water pills. Take 1 soul ascension pill every 2 days, and take the mysterious water pill after taking the soul ascension pill. Huo Yuhao took out 4 jade bottles. At this point, the Zuanshu pill, Shenghen pill, and quenching pill in his body had all been consumed. There were only 3 recovery pills left in the system space. Huo Yuhao estimated that, after Ningrangrang finished taking these 4 pills, her soul power level should be able to reach level 37. After taking 1 Shenghen pill, the effect was halved, which means that 2 Shenghen pills were needed to increase the soul power of the soul master by 1 level. Although the Zuanshu pill's main effect was to improve the cultivation qualifications of soul masters, the actual value of this pill was much stronger than the Shenghen pill, and the price was also more expensive. The soul power contained in it was also huge. While improving Ningrangrang's qualifications, it was not a problem to increase the soul power by 1 level. Today, Huo Yuhao walked to the library of Xiandao Royal Academy as usual. He and Zhu Zhuqing would spend a little time studying every day. If many things can be solved with the brain, there is no need to waste energy. After reading a lot of books, Huo Yuhao became more familiar with this world. He used to only know the main storyline, but now he knows a lot of history that was not mentioned in the original book. The two were about to set off when Ma Xiaotao suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing stopped and looked at Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao frowned and said, "A titled Douluo has appeared." Titled Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing was a little surprised. Since leaving Soto City, she has met Ma Xiaotao, who is at the titled Douluo level, and Du Gubo, the poison Douluo she met at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. And now, the aura of a titled Douluo has appeared again. Could it be that there is a titled Douluo hidden in the Xiandao Royal Academy? Huo Yuhao blurted out and asked, "Is it Du Gubo?" "Very similar." Ma Xiaotao said, "I'll go and see." "Sister, Du Gubo is Du Guyan's grandfather. If possible, bring him here," Huo Yuhao reminded. "Yes." Ma Xiaotao hurriedly responded and turned into a beam of fire and disappeared. In the cafeteria of Xiandao Royal Academy, Du Guyan, who was eating breakfast, suddenly trembled all over. She turned around and saw the kind old face of her grandfather. "Grandpa, where have you been these days?" After seeing her grandfather, Du Guyan instantly transformed into a little girl and threw herself into Du Gubo's arms. Du Gubo hugged his granddaughter and said with a wry smile, "Grandpa also wanted to see Yanan, but he encountered a very powerful enemy some time ago and was injured in the battle with him. He went to find a place to heal his wounds. Grandpa is injured." Du Guyan was shocked. She knew her grandfather's cultivation very well. He was a titled Douluo, the strongest person on the continent. "Don't worry, Yang Iron, I have recovered now," Du Gubo explained hurriedly. "That's good. Grandpa must have won." Du Guyan was very confident in Du Gubo. Titled Douluo, the highest level of Soul Master, is the existence standing at the top of the continent. The number of titled Douluos in the entire Douluo Continent can be counted. Du Guyan was not a nobleman. She was able to enter the Xiandao Royal Academy entirely because her grandfather was Du Gubo. Du Gubo was considered a tribute to the Xiandao Empire, or more precisely, a tribute to Prince Zhuqing, because he owed Prince Zhuqing a favor in his early years. "Of course I won. Grandpa is a titled Douluo." Du Gubo laughed. In front of his granddaughter, he naturally couldn't lose face. "Grandpa is the best." Du Guyan smiled. At this time, a fiery red figure suddenly rushed from a distance and appeared not far from Du Gubo and Du Guyan. Sensing the powerful and familiar aura on the other party, Du Gubo trembled instantly, because the fact is that he was beaten and fled in embarrassment that day. If the other party hadn't shown mercy, he might not even have a chance to escape. "Yang Iron, leave here." Du Gubo saw Ma Xiaotao's figure and naturally knew that the other party was coming for him. If a battle could not be avoided later, Du Gubo had to at least delay time to let his granddaughter stay away from here. Du Guyan followed her grandfather's gaze and found Ma Xiaotao's figure. "Grandpa, do you know this sister?" Du Guyan asked. "Sister?" Du Gubo asked hurriedly. "Yang Iron, have you seen her?" "She is Huo Yuhao's sister. Huo Yuhao is my classmate." Du Guyan sorted out her thoughts and said, "A few days ago, the 7 of us in the royal fighting team were training in the Sunset Forest and were chased by 10,000-year-old beasts. It was Huo Yuhao who saved us, and it was also under their escort that we were able to return to the academy safely. Hunted by 10,000-year-old beasts. Yang Iron, are you okay?" Du Gubo was shocked. He knew his granddaughter's strength. Once she encountered a 10,000-year-old beast, it would be a question whether she could escape. "Grandpa, of course I'm fine. Am I not fine?" Du Guyan continued. This sister was there at the time. Du Guyan suddenly reacted and asked quickly, "Grandpa, the one you met before was not this sister, was she?" Du Gubo looked a little ugly and said, "Yes, you know, I have been living in seclusion in the Sunset's Forest. When I went back last time, I found that my place of seclusion was occupied by someone, so a fight broke out. It's just a secluded place. Let it go. Grandpa, they are my saviors. You can't do anything to them, otherwise I can't stay in the academy. Du Guyan grabbed Du Gubo's beard and said coquettishly, no, since they saved you, how could I do anything to them? Du Gubo looked bitter and thought to himself, I'm still begging them not to do anything to me. At the beginning, he was too impulsive. He didn't understand the opponent's strength and rushed forward. If he was given a chance, he would definitely turn around and run away. It was just a medicinal field. He gave way to it. Anyway, he didn't know how to use those herbs. Finally, Masaoteo seemed a little impatient and glanced directly at him. Du Gubo was shocked and said, Yang Lion, you leave here first. While speaking, Du Gubo found that Masaoteo had left the cafeteria and went far away. Du Gubo hurriedly followed. He understood what Masaoteo meant and didn't want to fight in Xiandao Royal Academy. Following Masaoteo, Du Gubo came to a mountain hut. Senior Du Gubo, Huo Yuhao stood up and smiled after seeing Du Gubo's figure. You are Huo Yuhao? Du Gubo guessed. Huo Yuhao nodded and motioned Du Gubo to sit down. Huo Yuhao sat opposite Du Gubo, while Masaoteo sat next to Huo Yuhao. She didn't say a word, but she was the biggest deterrent to Du Gubo. Young friend Huo Yuhao, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Huo Yuhao pretended not to understand. That valley is my retreat. Du Gubo said. It is still yours now. Huo Yuhao said, we just accidentally broke in at that time and didn't know it was the retreat of the senior. In this case, the misunderstanding is resolved and the previous conflict is over. Du Gubo was a little surprised. He didn't expect Huo Yuhao to be so easy to talk to. He had thought that for the sake of his granddaughter, he would endure the humiliation for a while. Otherwise, if Masaoteo took action, he would die here today. If Huo Yuhao hadn't stopped Masaoteo last time, I'm afraid Du Gubo wouldn't have lived to this day. Okay, let's get over it. I'm leaving. Du Gubo didn't even drink the tea in front of him. He couldn't wait to leave. He really didn't want to stay here because he was afraid that Huo Yuhao would change his mind at any time and then Masaoteo would take action. As for those medicinal herbs that no one knew, they were gone. Anyway, Du Gubo's purpose of living in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was just to use the special environment there to suppress the poison in his body. As long as the brothel is still there, it will be fine. Wait. Huo Yuhao called. Young friend, do you have any other advice? Du Gubo turned around and asked with a serious face. He was just a soul sect. In the past, Du Gubo would not have taken him seriously. However, next to Huo Yuhao was Masaoteo, a titled Douluo who was even more powerful than him. It's not about advice, but a deal. What deal? I heard that senior Du Gubo was poisoned. Huo Yuhao smiled. Poisoned? Ha ha ha. Du Gubo laughed and said, young friend, do you know my title? Poisoned Douluo. Who doesn't know? Huo Yuhao said. Then where did you hear that I was poisoned? This question is not important. What's important is that you are really poisoned. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, not only you, your granddaughter Du Guyan is also poisoned, but now her cultivation is lower, not as serious as yours. Du Gubo was shocked. As a titled Douluo, he already knew his own situation clearly. It can be said that he was poisoned to death and often suffered from the poison. However, he had a strong cultivation and had taken natural treasures, so he could barely suppress the poison in his body and prevent it from erupting in a short time. His son and daughter-in-law both died from the poison. The green phosphorus snake king is an extremely powerful martial soul, but it also has a great side effect. While cultivating the martial soul, it is like using your body to breed the poison. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the toxicity of the green phosphorus snake, and the deeper the degree of poisoning. Du Gubo's son's cultivation talent is not outstanding. The speed of cultivation cannot keep up with the speed of the growth of the poison, and eventually died early, leaving only Du Guyan. Du Guyan has a good talent. At present, the speed of his cultivation is the same as that of the green phosphorus snake venom. There will be no problems in the short term. Since you know my situation, do you have any way to save me? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao. At this moment, he placed his hope on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao is not an ordinary person. He is definitely a leader among his peers, and he is accompanied by titled Douluo level masters. Yes, but why should I save you? Huo Yuhao said. What do you want? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes condensed slightly. He was more certain that Huo Yuhao must have a way to solve the poison. Huo Yuhao said, with my current cultivation, I can solve the poison in your granddaughter. But for you, the difference in cultivation is too big. I can slow it down. If you want to solve it completely, at least I have to wait until my cultivation reaches the Soul Douluo level. And what you have to do is to ensure that I can successfully reach the Soul Douluo level. Huo Yuhao said. You already have a titled Douluo level master by your side. Isn't this enough to protect you from growing up? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Ma Xiaotao is stronger than him. If Ma Xiaotao can't solve the problem, wouldn't he be going to die? Then, if you help me do 3 things, I will detoxify you. Huo Yuhao said. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing agreed. He is a titled Douluo, but he does not belong to any strength. Even the spirit hall wanted to recruit him, but was rejected. Part of the reason is that the toxins in his body forced him to stay near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire for a long time. Another reason is that he doesn't want to be bound. Now I will prove my ability to you. Huo Yuhao said. Then, he released the blue-silver emperor spirit, and a green and tender blue-silver grass appeared between his palms. I saw a blue halo dissipating and falling on Zhu Zhuqing's body. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing was shocked, and he could feel a strong vitality and evolutionary energy flowing into his body. And the toxins that had accumulated in his body under the flushing of this energy actually lightened a bit. This is a very obvious change. As the speed in his body was partially purified, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have ushered in a new life. The long green hair on his head had faded away and turned black. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but let out a long roar. He was very excited. He had already accepted his fate and just wanted to insist that his granddaughter grow up and live one more day. Unexpectedly, he found a solution at this moment. After a long time, Huo Yuhao took back his martial spirit. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, Senior Zhu Zhuqing, now you should believe in my ability. Huo Yuhao, you are really a little monster. You have such a strong strength at such a young age, and you can even solve the toxins in my body. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed lightly and said, Little monster, what do you think of Yanan? Huo Yuhao greeted her, but Ma Xiaotao turned around and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with murderous intent. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, she is very beautiful. Huo Yuhao said. It's useless to be beautiful. You already have Yu Xianheng. Don't think about this matter. That's it, goodbye. Zhu Zhuqing changed the subject and left quickly, as if he was escaping. Sister, look, everyone is scared away by you. Huo Yuhao looked helplessly at Ma Xiaotao beside him. You don't want to leave, and you plan to be someone's grandson-in-law? Ma Xiaotao glanced at him. That's not the case. No matter how beautiful Zhu Zhuqing is, she can't compare to Sister Xiaotao. Huo Yuhao adjusted his attitude. I was originally planning to give him a fairy grass. Huo Yuhao said, no, this fairy grass originally belonged to him. Huo Yuhao took all the fairy herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Many of the fairy herbs were still stored in the system space and could not be used for the time being. Now that the relationship with Zhu Zhuqing has improved, he doesn't mind giving Zhu Zhuqing a fairy herb in return. With Zhu Zhuqing's talent, if he can have a fairy herb, it is absolutely certain that he will break through the title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing doesn't know the value of these fairy herbs, but Huo Yuhao knows it well. Each of these fairy herbs is a priceless treasure and cannot be measured by money at all. For example, if the Kilo tulip is sold to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it is hard to imagine what price Ningfeng's would offer. What is certain is that Ningfeng's will pursue it at all costs. Huo Yuhao does not want someone to catch all the immortal herbs and not leave even one, nor does he think of giving one to Zhu Zhuqing. In the original work, Tangsun and Douluo are brothers, and Douluo has protected Tangsun several times, even at the cost of being an enemy of the Spirit Hall. However, his only granddaughter has never received the favor of Tangsun. There are so many immortal herbs, you can just give one at random. Then I will call him back? Ma Xiaotao asked. No need, this guy is afraid of you in his heart, and he is so nervous. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao was shocked, and a series of prompt sounds rang in his mind. What's wrong? Ma Xiaotao keenly noticed Huo Yuhao's abnormality. Nothing. Huo Yuhao closed his eyes. Ding, the host has obtained the yin yang eyes of ice and fire in advance, and obtained a luck value of 1 million. Ding, the host has obtained the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, and the longing for the autumn water dew. Tangsun's luck value has been reduced by 30,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 300,000. Ding, the host has obtained the acacia heartbroken red, and congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 100,000. Ding, the host has obtained the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum, and congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 100,000. Ding, the host has obtained the 8-petal fairy orchid, and congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck value of 100,000. Ding, the host has obtained the host intercepted the coxcomb and phoenix sunflower. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 luck points. Ding, the host intercepted the narcissus jade muscle bone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 luck points. Ding, the host intercepted the 9th grade purple fungus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 luck points. Ding, the host made friends with Douluo. Tangsun's luck value decreased by 10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 luck points. Ding, the host's current luck value is 2.47 million. Huo Yuhao, what's wrong with you? Ma Xiaotao flashed, and came to Huo Yuhao's side. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was trembling all over, and even his facial muscles began to twitch. The whole person seemed to be crazy. His mouth was open, but he couldn't speak. Oh my god. Huo Yuhao roared wildly in his heart, excited to the point of being incomparable, and couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This wave directly became a huge rich. Have you ever experienced getting rich overnight? Huo Yuhao felt this way at the moment, and the joy in his heart could not be described in words. He looked around. Zhu Zhuqing had already gone to the library of the academy, while Ning Rangrang was refining the elixir in her room. So Huo Yuhao suddenly stood up and looked at Ma Xiaotao in front of him. Huo Yuhao, what do you want to do? Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao's greedy eyes and suddenly felt a little scared. Fuck. Huo Yuhao picked up Ma Xiaotao by the waist and walked towards her room. Huo Yuhao, I warn you, it's still daytime. Ma Xiaotao pointed at Huo Yuhao's nose and said. However, Huo Yuhao lowered his head and bit Ma Xiaotao's finger directly. Huo Yuhao, put me down. Ma Xiaotao frowned. However, Huo Yuhao didn't fall for this trick at all. After opening the door, he closed it with his foot. With a pop, the door of the room closed, and Huo Yuhao threw Ma Xiaotao on the bed. Ma Xiaotao screamed. She looked at Huo Yuhao, not understanding what was wrong with him. System, let's do a 10-drawer silver treasure chest. Ding, 1 million luck points have been deducted, and the current luck point balance is 1.47 million. Ding, the silver treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. Martial Soul Golden Dragon Soul Seal 2. 1000 Year Dark Gold Terra Claw Bear External Soul Bone 3. Tang Shen Wang's product, God King Transformation Technique 4. God-given Soul Ring 5. God-given Soul Ring 6. Tang Shen Wang's product, God King Transformation Technique 7. Soul Bone Evolution Potion 8. Soul Ring Evolution Potion 9. Soul Bone Evolution Potion 10. Ultimate Douluo Character Summoning Card. This wave is awesome. Huo Yuhao looked at the 10 items he had just obtained in the system space. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. Soul bones are precious, God-given soul rings are precious, and ultimate Douluo character summoning cards are nothing to say. It seems that something from the 7 monsters has sneaked in. Tang Shenhuang's product, God King transformation technique, can transform human gender. This is really amazing. Huo Yuhao remembered that in the original novel, in the story of Kyankan Wen King Valley, Ningxuan, the young master of the 9 treasures glazed sect, was a woman who was forcibly changed in gender by Tang Shenhuang using the means of the God King. How the hell did he come up with this? She was originally a beautiful woman, but you had to turn her into a man. Even if the body changed, can you change the soul of a person? Your mind is full of rice fields. You can't think of such a thing without 3 years of cerebral thrombosis. To show your omnipotence as a God King, Huo Yuhao looked at the God King conversion technique in the system space, which was a special soul skill, a one-time item. Who should use it? Huo Yuhao was thinking in his mind. The Tang Shenhuang product, Love is Stronger Than Gold Coral Lock, that he had obtained before had been used on Xiao Wu. Now he didn't know how Tang San was doing. Now a good sister can only be a good sister. Huo Yuhao didn't plan to use the God King conversion technique now. He kept it for a while and waited for an opportunity to use it. His eyes finally fell on the first item opened from the silver treasure chest. Soul Seal, Golden Dragon. After Huo Yuhao obtained the Blue Silver Emperor Soul Seal, he did not continue to copy other Soul Seals. Because the more Soul Seals he copied, the heavier the burden on Huo Yuhao's mental power. And in these years, Huo Yuhao has not encountered a martial soul with higher quality than the Blue Silver Emperor. Ma Xiaotao's Fire Phoenix is a good choice, but even if he obtains the Fire Phoenix martial soul, it will not significantly improve Huo Yuhao's combat power, so there is no need to copy it. The Golden Dragon Soul Seal that he obtained at this moment is a kind of martial soul that has surpassed the category of top martial souls and truly reached another realm. The Golden Dragon martial soul has the ultimate power. In terms of power comparison, no martial soul can compare with it. Even the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear or the Titan Giant Ape. Not to mention the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex or the White Tiger martial soul. In front of the Golden Dragon, they are all garbage. The soul seal of the Golden Dragon martial soul is a golden dragon shape, which looks very complicated. Huo Yuhao immediately decided to use the martial soul mirror pupil to copy it as his own martial soul. At the very beginning, Huo Yuhao felt the power of the Golden Dragon spirit. Even with his current spiritual power, that had been improved by the longing for the autumn water dew, it was not easy to replicate the Golden Dragon spirit. It would take a long time and energy. An hour later, Huo Yuhao finally succeeded in replicating the Golden Dragon spirit in his spiritual sea. After the one-eyed white tiger and blue silver grass, there was another golden dragon. Sister, get up and have lunch. Huo Yuhao shouted. No, I'll sleep for a while. You're so old, and you're still lying in bed. Get out. Okay. Huo Yuhao got up and dressed neatly, went outside, called Ningrangrong, and started to prepare lunch. It was late for lunch at this time, but it was time to eat. Huo Yuhao was in a good mood today, and took the initiative to cook. Huo Yuhao. Ningrangrong was talking while eating, but was interrupted by Huo Yuhao. Call me brother Hao. Huo Yuhao said. Ningrangrong was stunned for a moment, then said, Brother Hao, why don't you let me call you Hao brother? That's exclusive to Zhuqing. Huo Yuhao laughed. Ningrangrong rolled her eyes immediately. She lived here, and was filled with dog food every day. Sometimes it was dog food for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. Sometimes it was dog food for Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. Ningrangrong felt that she might have thought too much. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were a couple, but it seemed that the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao was not just a simple brother and sister. Brother Hao, where did you get these pills? Can I buy some from you on behalf of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Ningrangrong asked tentatively. Don't even think about it. Huo Yuhao refused decisively and said, I don't have a single pill on me. I gave you the mysterious water pill, the body tempering pill, and the soul ascension pill. Okay, don't worry, I didn't tell my dad about the pills. I was just asking casually. Ningrangrong explained. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, even if you said that, because the last of the pills are on you, and I really have no more. But after taking all the pills, I still can't reach level 40. Ningrangrang said. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "Yes. Anyway, I told you that it would take 3 months to reach level 40. There is still time. I will find a way. You can practice with peace of mind." Okay. In the evening, after the 4 of them had dinner together, Masaoteo said, "Starting tonight, I will be in seclusion to absorb soul bones. It will take half a month at most and a month at most. You should be as careful as possible. Although you will not encounter any danger in this academy, some emergencies are hard to predict. If it is an emergency, wake me up." Ningrangrang asked nervously, "Sister Zaoteo, are you sure you can absorb that soul bone?" She gritted her teeth and said, "If not, I will go find my dad and ask him to change a soul bone." Masaoteo smiled and said, "This soul bone is just right for me. There is no need to change it." Huo Yuhao said, "Don't worry, we will be careful." Zhu Zhuqing said, "Come on, sister." Masaoteo entered a state of seclusion, and Huo Yuhao finally made up his mind to use 1 million luck points to open a golden treasure chest. Brothers, double the monthly tickets. Please support us. Chapter 98 Blue Silver Emperor Yin, Master. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing went out, and Huo Yuhao took out the dark gold Terra Claw Bear's external soul bone from the system space. This soul bone was 2000 years old. It was the same soul bone that Huo Yuhao obtained in the Stardao Great Forest in the original work. And the external soul bone has the possibility of evolution, and its rarity can be compared with the soul bone of 100,000 years. At this moment, Huo Yuhao already had an external soul bone, the 8 spider lance. The dark gold Terra Claw Bear's external soul bone made both Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing stronger after absorbing it. Huo Yuhao chose to absorb it himself. First, because absorbing soul bones can improve soul power to a certain extent, but his current soul power is a bit low, 8 levels lower than Zhu Zhuqing. Second, because this soul bone was originally one of the soul bones he absorbed in the original work. Putting the right palm bone of the dark gold Terra Claw Bear together with his right hand, Huo Yuhao began to absorb it. As one of the soul beasts with top bloodlines, the dark gold Terra Claw Bear is so powerful that no soul master can carry it as a martial soul. There has indeed never been a soul master whose martial soul is the dark gold Terra Claw Bear on the Douluo Continent. A dark gold Terra Claw Bear with 100 years of cultivation can fight against an ordinary 10,000 year soul beast. Once the dark gold Terra Claw Bear reaches the 10,000 year level, its powerful strength can even be comparable to that of an ordinary 100,000 year soul beast. This shows how powerful this soul beast is. Therefore, not every soul master can absorb the soul bone of the dark gold Terra Claw Bear. At least the physical body must be strong. And Huo Yuhao undoubtedly meets this condition. After one night, Huo Yuhao successfully absorbed the right palm bone of the dark gold Terra Claw Bear into his body. He stood up and moved his body, and suddenly there were crackling sounds from his body joints. Huo Yuhao could clearly feel that his physical body had been strengthened again after absorbing this soul bone. At this moment, he felt that his physical body was no weaker than that of an ordinary soul saint. After absorbing the soul bone, Huo Yuhao's soul power level also increased by 1 level, reaching level 48. Now, his right hand can easily tear steel. He no longer needed a carving knife to carve array patterns on rare metals, because the 5 claws of the dark gold Terra Claw were the sharpest knives. Huo Yuhao tried to make a soul guide. Sure enough, with the help of the dark gold Terra Claw Bear soul bone, his speed was even faster, and his 5 fingers were like 5 carving knives. Even the 8 spider lance behind Huo Yuhao could not compare with the dark gold Terra Claw, because there was a huge gap between the human-faced demon spider and the dark gold Terra Claw Bear. Huo Yuhao took out a bottle of soul bone evolution potion from the system space and ripped it on his 8 spider soul bone. The next moment, a buzzing sound rang out, and Huo Yuhao immediately felt the pain of his flesh being torn apart. The 8 spider lance was growing and becoming thicker and thicker. The originally dark purple 8 spider lance was gradually fading at this moment, slowly turning into a white jade color. The 8 spider lance underwent a transformation. It evolved directly from less than 2,000 years to 10,000 years. The white jade-like 8 spider lance was harder and sharper, as if it had been tempered by thousands of hammers. Huo Yuhao could feel that the 8 spider lance had significantly strengthened. Without hesitation, he took out the second bottle of soul bone evolution potion and ripped it on the 8 spider soul bone again. Sizzle this time, the white jade-like 8 spider soul bone transformed again, emitting a little golden light from the inside out, as if it was cast from gold. And the 8 spider legs were now like 8 golden blades. Huo Yuhao took out a piece of extremely hard metal to test the sharpness of the 8 spider lance. The 8 spider legs stabbed out at the same time, cutting through the air like a blade, and pierced directly into the hard metal, and even only felt a weak resistance. And this piece of metal, even the Soul King powerhouses could hardly leave mark on it. After 2 evolutions, the quality of the 8 spider soul bone has caught up with the dark gold terror claw that Huo Yuhao had just obtained. Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand and grasped a piece of metal, and his claws as sharp as knives burst out and tightly grasped the metal in his hand. Then, Huo Yuhao exerted force, and the metal block in his palm was crushed like paper, turning into fragments and powder. He looked at this scene with satisfaction. His strength was constantly getting stronger. Although the soul power level did not increase rapidly, Huo Yuhao's strength was improving all the time. He had just reached the soul sect level, but he already had 3 soul bones, 2 of which were external soul bones. After undergoing 2 metamorphoses, the 8 spider lance had not only reached the level of 100,000 year soul bone in terms of rarity, but also improved a lot in quality. Perhaps after evolving once, the 8 spider lance will reach the level of 100,000 year soul bone. In the original work, Tang San's 8 spider lance eventually evolved into the 8 wings of the sea god. Huo Yuhao was unwilling to lag behind and wanted to become stronger. System, open the golden treasure chest once. Huo Yuhao said in a deep voice. Ding, 1 million luck points have been deducted, and the current balance of the host's luck points is 470,000. Ding, the golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water of life. Water of life, it can accelerate the growth of soul beasts, and can instantly upgrade them to the 100,000 year level. Even if they transform into humans, they will directly have the strength of the title Douluo level. This kind of thing cost me 1 million luck points. Huo Yuhao's excited heart trembled, and his hands suddenly froze. The water of life has another effect, which is to bring the dead back to life. As long as the physical body is still there, it can be resurrected. 1 million luck points in exchange for a chance to be resurrected. If calculated this way, it is quite worth it. Anyway, it is not a loss. System, if I use this life creation water on the blue silver emperor, can I revive it? Yes. Then will she be able to obey me after she is resurrected? If the system chooses to use the life creation water's function of resurrection, then the one who will be resurrected will be Yin, the blue silver emperor who died more than 10 years ago. And if the host chooses to use the life creation water's function of accelerating growth, then the one who will be transformed will be the new generation of blue silver emperor. Yin is dead, and the seeds left behind are the continuation of life. It can be said to be her bloodline, but not necessarily her. Then use the life creation water to ripen the blue silver emperor. Huo Yuhao took out a flower pot from the system space, and there was a crystal clear blue silver emperor in the pot. It was the one Huo Yuhao dug from the cave in the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village when he went there. This blue silver emperor not only provided Huo Yuhao with the blue silver emperor soul seal, but also obtained 100,000 luck points, which was the first pot of gold Huo Yuhao earned before he became rich. Huo Yuhao took out a small jade bottle and opened the bottle stopper. He smelled a strong breath of life. In just one breath, Huo Yuhao felt his brain clear and his fatigue was swept away. He dropped the water of life on the root of the blue silver emperor. The green light rippled and was soon absorbed into the body of the blue silver emperor. Then, the blue silver emperor began to grow wildly and soon reached several meters in length. Huo Yuhao quickly dodged and brought the blue silver emperor to the forest. He released a mental shield that covered a radius of hundreds of meters. With his current cultivation, the mental shield he released could only cover a few hundred meters at most, and once a being with mental power greater than his passed by, it would be easy to see through it. However, this is the back mountain of the Xiandao Royal Academy. Except for Huo Yuhao and others, it is sparsely populated. The vines of the Blue Silver Emperor quickly extended hundreds of meters and reached the boundary of Huo Yuhao's mental barrier. However, not only was the Blue Silver Emperor's body growing wildly, but her consciousness was also growing. She realized that once she exceeded the range of her spiritual power, she would most likely attract powerful humans. Therefore, her long vines bent and overlapped, trying to curl up her huge body in Huo Yuhao's spiritual barrier. At this time, the Blue Silver Emperor was like a towering tree, with thick and powerful vines hundreds of meters long. Near her body, a strong breath of life began to surge. The plants growing here were also well nourished, and began to grow wildly at this moment. Huo Yuhao watched this scene intently, and even held his breath. Finally, the Blue Silver Emperor stopped growing. After stabilizing for a period of time, it actually began to shrink gradually. She exuded a powerful and terrifying breath of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But at the same time, she also had a strong breath of life. The Blue Silver Emperor's vitality was extremely strong. Even as a martial soul, it was also a life attribute. The Blue Silver Emperor's body, which was originally hundreds of meters tall, was shrinking rapidly at this moment, and the momentum on her body was also weakening. Finally, when the Blue Silver Emperor was only 2 meters tall, the whole body suddenly became energetic, as if a ball of life energy gathered. However, the life energy began to flow, and slowly condensed into a human figure. There was only a faint breath of soul power on her body, which seemed to be level 10. However, this did not conform to the setting of the water of life, so Huo Yuhao continued to wait. This figure was in human form, but the facial features of humans had not yet appeared, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. As time passed, the momentum of the figure suddenly increased, and the soul power level also began to increase from level 10, level 20, level 30, level 50, level 80, level 90, titled Douluo. As the soul power level gradually increased, her human characteristics also emerged. This was a perfect body, 1.72 meters tall and plump, about 25 or 26 years old, full of mature breath. The skin was white like jade, the legs were round and straight, the long blue hair was scattered on the chest and back, the eyebrows were like paintings, the face was delicate, and the eyes were clear as water. Yin. Such a name appeared in Huo Yuhao's mouth. Yin. Thank you for the name, Master. The woman bowed. The action was simple, but she was naked now, and just the action of bending down was enough to ignite the fire in the hearts of humans. Name, Yin. Identity. 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor recultivation. Martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor. Soul power level, level 91. Soul ring ratio, yellow yellow purple purple black 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 black. Favorability. 95. Compared with Masaoteo's soul ring ratio, Yin's is much worse. The gap between a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring and an ordinary titled Douluo is too big. I feel a little bit of a loss. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. However, Huo Yuhao knew Yin's strength. Her martial soul was the original Blue Silver Emperor, and her abilities tended to be auxiliary and healing. Of course, she also had good combat abilities. Huo Yuhao finally looked at Yin's body. His unscrupulous gaze made Yin's delicate body tremble slightly, and her snow-white skin turned pink. She lowered her head delicately, one hand on her chest and the other between her legs, feeling very shy. Huo Yuhao took out a black robe from the storage space and put it on Yin. Thank you, Master. Yin hurriedly thanked him. Let's go, I'll take you to buy some clothes. Huo Yuhao took Yin's hand and walked towards Xiandao City. Yin was wearing a black robe at the moment, which completely covered her upper body. However, the wide black robe could not completely cover her plump and hot figure. The length of the robe was just above the knee, revealing 2 slender calves like white jade. She was naked with delicate and small jade feet, white and tender, with a pink halo. The white jade feet fell on the mountain path, but they were not stained with a bit of dust, and they were still so flawless. After arriving in Xiandao City, Yin's stunning beauty inevitably attracted countless hot eyes. Yin, who had just transformed, seemed to be very interested in everything in the world. She was like a blank sheet of paper, and today she had just been born with intelligence and possessed the wisdom of an adult. Under the guidance of Huo Yuhao, Yin changed into a light blue long skirt, which outlined her graceful figure to the fullest. The slit of the long skirt revealed her snow-white thighs, straight and slender. Fuck, boss day, look at the girl in front. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from not far from Huo Yuhao's soul. Huo Yuhao turned around and saw Mahanjan pointing at Yin and shouting to Dame Bei beside him. His wretched little eyes were as wide as possible at this moment. Yin, who had the temperament of a mature woman, had a somewhat naive look on her face. Her ignorance of the world was extremely lethal to any man. Dame Bei was also somewhat tempted. However, when they saw that the person who turned around was an acquaintance, they couldn't help but tremble all over, and their faces instantly became very ugly. Hey, isn't this the evil-eyed lecherous tiger and the brothel phoenix? Why, you can't stay in Soto City, so you run to Xiandao City to harm your mother's women. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Dame Bei was about to say something, but he saw Mahanjan actually walked forward angrily. Did you kill my teacher, Dean Flanders? Mahanjan's eyes were red, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Huo Yuhao. What if it is? What if it is not? Huo Yuhao chuckled. I will kill you. Mahanjan roared and was about to do it, but was hugged by Dame Bei behind him. Fatty, calm down. Dame Bei hugged Mahanjan and stepped back, pulling away from Huo Yuhao. Fatty, you are not his opponent. But he killed my teacher. At this moment, Mahanjan's eyes were red, and his face was actually painful. He was originally a poor boy. After his martial soul awakened, he was accepted as a disciple by Flanders and brought to Shrek Academy. Although Flanders looked down on him, he also loved him very much. Apart from other things, Mahanjan's martial soul's shortcomings and evil fire problems could not be completely solved, so he could only go to the brothel to vent. Mahanjan used to be just a soul master, or a great soul master, and the soul master subsidy he received every month was not enough to go there several times. It was Flanders who took out his own money to take Mahanjan to vent his evil fire. Therefore, in Mahanjan's heart, Flanders had long been a father-like figure. However, Flanders died, and his body was not found. According to Master Yu Xiao Gang, Flanders and Zhao Wuji went to hunt down Huo Yuhao, and there was no news after that, and no trace could be found. If he hadn't died, he would not have returned to Shrek Academy for several months. The master was also sad, but he used this hatred to motivate the remaining 5 students of Shrek Academy to let them practice harder, so that they could take revenge in the future. At this moment, when Mahanjan saw Huo Yuhao, the anger in his heart instantly broke out. He had lost his mind and wanted to kill Huo Yuhao to avenge his teacher. However, Huo Yuhao just stood there quietly, smiling and showing his white teeth. As long as Mahanjan dared to make a move, he didn't mind killing him directly. The law enforcement team was everywhere in Xiandao City. Soul Masters were not allowed to fight in the city. Once discovered, they would be punished and pay a heavy price. Therefore, Huo Yuhao waited for Mahanjan to make the first move. However, although Mahanjan's mind was devoured by hatred, he still couldn't break free from Dame Bei's restraints and was furious. This is Xiandao City. You dare to make a move here? Aren't you afraid of death? Dame Bei roared, slapped Mahanjan's fat face, and finally woke him up. Huo Yuhao, I swear, I will definitely kill you. Mahanjan looked at Huo Yuhao. If I could kill, Huo Yuhao would probably have been cut into pieces at this moment. Huo Yuhao took a step forward and said disdainfully, who do you think you are? You want to kill me as soon as you open your mouth. Do you have the strength to do that? Mahanjan's suppressed roar was instantly detonated, and he rushed forward. However, Huo Yuhao just fixed him on the spot with a glance. The powerful mental pressure was like the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. With a heavy pressure, Mahanjan's forward figure froze instantly, and his body was constantly shaking, as if he was enduring a huge pressure. With a pop, Mahanjan finally couldn't hold on. His knees softened, and he actually knelt directly in front of Huo Yuhao. That's it? Huo Yuhao looked at Mahanjan with disdain. Huo Yuhao, don't go too far. Damubei was also furious. Flanders and Zhao Wuji were the two people he respected the most. If possible, he also wanted to kill Huo Yuhao and avenge the two deans. But he knew his own strength and could not be Huo Yuhao's opponent, so he could only endure it. Now, Huo Yuhao humiliated Mahanjan like this, which was undoubtedly rubbing his face repeatedly on the ground. Any man would not be able to bear this. Oh, I was too much. What can you do to me? Huo Yuhao smiled. Damubei clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, and the veins jumped. He really wanted to attack, but he couldn't. Because he knew that once he attacked, he would definitely be the one who suffered the loss and injury. At this time, 3 figures were rushing over from a distance. Huo Yuhao looked carefully and saw that they were Tang San, Zhao Wu and Oscar. You are all here, so it's a good opportunity to attack together. Anyway, you want to kill me, and I don't like you either. Huo Yuhao said. Huo Yuhao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Tang San looked at Huo Yuhao with a sullen face. Since you don't dare to attack, don't block the way. Huo Yuhao took Yun's hand and walked straight over. I heard that your Shrek Academy has moved to Xiandao City. We will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Remember, when you meet me, Huo Yuhao, in the future, bow your head and behave like a human being. Huo Yuhao and Yun left. This is too much. Zhao Wu was so angry that she was shaking all over, and the panda on her chest rose and fell. I can't stand it anymore. Let's go fight him to the death. Oscar couldn't stand this humiliation either. Fight to the death. Who's going to fight? Anyway, I don't want to die. Damubei snorted coldly. Let's go back and ask Dean Yuerlang to help. But Dean Flanders and Dean Zhao Wuji both failed to kill Huo Yuhao. Can Dean Yuerlang do it? After this, everyone was silent. Huo Yuhao was not just a soul sect, he also had a titled Douluo level strongman behind him. If he wasn't a titled Douluo, he wouldn't have been able to kill Flanders and Zhao Wuji. Titled Douluo. These 4 words made people feel powerless. Brother San, what's wrong with you? Zhao Wu suddenly noticed that Tang San was in a daze, so she reminded him. Tang San came back to his senses and said, do you know the woman next to Huo Yuhao? I haven't seen her. No. Zhao-san, what's going on now? You still have the heart to think about these things? Damubei thought that Tang San was moved by her beauty. Tang San shook his head and said, I don't know why, but when I saw her, I felt very close to her, and even my blue silver grass martial spirit got excited. But I've never seen her before. Tang San suddenly felt very sad. He wanted to get close to the woman, but he couldn't. Because he didn't know her name, and even if the woman stood next to Huo Yuhao, she would only be his enemy. Ding, the host suppressed the Shrek 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 luck points. The current luck value balance is 500,000. Huo Yuhao took Yun's hand and continued to wander around Xiandao City. At this moment, Yun was completely a blank sheet of paper. She had never been exposed to the outside world and was very curious about everything. While wandering around, she continued to increase her knowledge of the world. Yun had the wisdom of an adult and easily accepted the impact of the world and continued to increase her knowledge. In the evening, Huo Yuhao took Yun to a hotel in Xiandao City for dinner. The various delicious dishes and drinks made Yun smile. Master, thank you. Yun looked at Huo Yuhao as if she was an ignorant little girl, feeling that Huo Yuhao knew too much. After eating and drinking, let's go back. Huo Yuhao took Yun back to the mountain villa of Xiandao Royal Academy. Brother Yuhao, who is this? Zhu Zhuqing was delighted when she saw Huo Yuhao coming back, and then she saw the stunning woman behind Huo Yuhao. Her name is Yun, and she is also my sister. Huo Yuhao introduced. Sister? Zhu Zhuqing said. Brother Yuhao, how many sisters do you have? Huo Yuhao was also a little embarrassed and said, there are only 2 at the moment. By the way, Aryan is also a titled Douluo. Huo Yuhao said. Titled Douluo. This time, not only Zhu Zhuqing was shocked, but even Ning Rangrong, who just passed by, stopped. This sister, who looked about 25 years old and looked a little older than Ma Xiaotao, turned out to be a titled Douluo. After Ma Xiaotao, Huo Yuhao actually had a second titled Douluo sister. Hello, sister. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrong hurriedly greeted Aryan. Zhuqing, Rangrong, hello, I heard the master mentioned you. Aryan smiled slightly. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrong looked at Huo Yuhao with a strange look. Master? What's going on? Your sister called you master? Rangrong, go and help Aryan clean up an empty room. She will live with us from now on. Huo Yuhao said. Oh, Oklahoma. Ning Rangrong walked to Aryan and said, sister, come with me. Okay. After the two of them walked away, Zhu Zhuqing came to Huo Yuhao and asked, Brother Yuhao, I remember you ran away from the family. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Sister Xiaotao and Aryan are my sisters, but they are not from that family. I met them after I got out. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao suspiciously, obviously not believing it. Can you casually meet two titled Douluo? Or such a beautiful big sister? However, Zhu Zhuqing did not ask more questions. She knew that Huo Yuhao had a secret in his heart. He naturally had his reasons for not wanting to say it. Zhu Zhuqing took Huo Yuhao's arm and asked, Brother Yuhao, have you eaten? I have. Shall we go for a walk? Okay. Zhu Zhuqing took Huo Yuhao's arm and strolled on the mountain path. As night fell, the bright moon was in the sky, casting a layer of hazy moonlight. The surrounding scenery seemed to become dreamy, the air in the mountains was fresh, and the eyes were full of dark green, which calmed people's mood. Suddenly, a suppressed panting sound came from the jungle not far ahead. Through the lush green leaves, two white bodies could be vaguely seen fighting. Their movements were already very suppressed. After all, who wouldn't run to the back mountain of the academy to spar in the middle of the night? Naturally, they didn't want to attract other people's attention. It's really crazy. They still have to practice combat in the middle of the night. Huo Yuhao pretended not to hear it and continued to move forward. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing also noticed something wrong. She quickly pulled Huo Yuhao's arm and turned away. Zhuqing, why don't you keep going? Huo Yuhao asked deliberately. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she secretly spit. It was really shameless to run here, to have a wild battle in the middle of the night. Brother Yuhao, I want to go over there to take a look. Zhu Zhuqing pointed in the opposite direction. Then let's go. The two snuggled together and continued to stroll under the moon until the embarrassing voice gradually faded away. The blush on Zhu Zhuqing's face finally faded away. HMPH. Suddenly, a man's muffled groan sounded. Although it was very suppressed, it was still very harsh in this quiet night. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face flushed. It was rare for her to want to go out for a walk, but she encountered such restless young people one after another. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly looked at Huo Yuhao and thought to herself, Brother Yuhao is still good. He has never asked me to do such bad things in these years. The relationship between the two became closer and closer. When they were not practicing, they slept in the same bed. But they really slept honestly. Huo Yuhao would at most satisfy his desire to touch her, and would never force Zhu Zhuqing to eat her. This made Zhu Zhuqing feel an unprecedented sense of security. Although she also felt that with the relationship between the two, everything could go smoothly. If Huo Yuhao wanted, she would not refuse. Brother Yuhao, let's go back. Zhu Zhuqing heard the shy voice, and her heart rippled, and her cold temperament disappeared at this moment. What's wrong? Huo Yuhao pretended not to hear. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face flushed, as if it was about to drip blood. She had chosen both directions, but she didn't expect to encounter such an embarrassing situation. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's embarrassed face, Huo Yuhao couldn't hold it in anymore, and laughed out loud. Brother Yuhao, you are teasing me. Zhu Zhuqing also reacted. Even she could hear the noise. Although Huo Yuhao's cultivation was not as high as hers, his strength was stronger, so it was impossible for him not to hear it. Zhu Zhuqing was so angry that her face was puffed up, and the exaggerated part of her chest seemed to rise and fall like a mountain. Haha. Huo Yuhao chuckled, then picked up a small stone from the roadside and threw it at the culprit who affected their mood for walking. Pa, followed by a scream. Then the scream stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangled by the neck. The night suddenly became more silent, as if two hearts were beating rapidly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao in a daze, not expecting him to do such a thing. Brother Yuhao, you are so bad. Zhu Zhuqing's voice sounded at an inopportune time. Although she could have suppressed it, it still spread far away at this moment. Who? That bastard. A roar sounded, followed by the rustling sound of people putting on clothes. Huo Yuhao pulled Zhu Zhuqing's hand and hurriedly left the crime scene. Zhu Zhuqing held her breath and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the two returned to the room. Just now, she even forgot her identity as a spirit king of the agility attack system and was dragged away from the fairy grass by Huo Yuhao. So exciting. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and glanced at Huo Yuhao beside her with a light in her eyes. Huo Yuhao touched Zhu Zhuqing's head, looked at her silly and cute appearance, and couldn't help pinching her face again. Brother Yuhao, you are so bad. Zhu Zhuqing discovered Huo Yuhao's naughty side and couldn't help laughing. You are the bad one. Did you know that I would run into something like this, so you dragged me out for a walk, so late at night? Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Zhuqing. No way. I've never been out so late at night. How could I know that I would run into something like this? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head frantically in denial. Haha. Huo Yuhao laughed and hugged Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes that were closed because of shyness, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. He found that Zhu Zhuqing was pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands at this moment. Because of nervousness, she was pinching it very hard, and her knuckles were white. Huo Yuhao lowered his head to look for that soft and sweet scent. Woo. Zhu Zhuqing cried out softly, unable to help herself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 99. Go back and ask Uzaya Gang to wash his neck and wait. The next day, after breakfast, Ningrangrang stayed in the room to continue refining the elixir. During this period, because of the elixir, Ningrangrang felt the pleasure of the rapid increase in soul power level and almost fell into it. Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing and Ayan to the library of Xiandao Royal Academy. Ayan's understanding of the world at this moment was too shallow, but Huo Yuhao did not have time to take Ayan to the mainland to experience, so he could only enrich her cognition through the knowledge in books. In this way, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing stayed in the library every morning and read books with Ayan. After lunch, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing began to practice martial arts, and Ayan continued to stay in the library to read. As a titled Douluo, Ayan's learning ability was very terrifying. It only took a few days for her to master the characters on the Douluo Continent and began to read books. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Ningrangrang's soul power level soared all the way through Huo Yuhao's elixir and reached level 37. It was just 3 levels away from level 40. After the pills were used up, Ningrangrang's cultivation speed began to return to normal. Although the 3 Zuanshu pills had raised her cultivation qualifications to a level close to that of a congenital full soul master, but it was obviously impossible to break through level 40 in 3 months. Ningrangrang was a little anxious, and Huo Yuhao asked Ningrangrang to be patient and start to consolidate her cultivation at a normal speed. Her soul power level had increased too fast during this period, and she needed to consolidate it in time. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the pills were, it would cause an unstable foundation. After Ningrangrang enjoyed the convenience of the pills, she became restless. It was difficult for her to calm down and practice. After taking the pills, She could clearly feel her progress in practice. Now that the effect of the pills has been consumed, although she can still feel the soul power increasing, the speed is so slow that it is unbearable. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Brother Huo, do you have any more pills? My current cultivation speed is too slow, and I can't break through level 40 in the remaining time. Ningrangrang looked embarrassed. There is no more pills left. You should work hard on your own cultivation method first. I will find a way. Huo Yuhao comforted her. In fact, he could take out a fairy grass right now and directly raise Ningrangrang's cultivation to level 40. But that might harm Ningrangrang. After taking just a few pills, Ningrangrang couldn't stand the temptation of the rapid improvement brought by the pills. If she took out the fairy grass again at this moment, she would probably be ruined. Even if she wakes up, it will take a long time to adjust her state and her mentality, otherwise it will be difficult for her to return to her previous state of cultivation. Since he decided to help Ningrangrang, it is not just to help her improve her cultivation, but also to train her character. Although pills are good, you can't become a titled Douluo just by taking pills. Fairy grass is also good, but fairy grass can't make a soul master break through to a titled Douluo directly. Ningrangrang tried to find her state of cultivation, but it seemed as if she had just embarked on the road of Soul Master, and everything seemed to become unfamiliar. She couldn't stand the extremely slow improvement. You know, during this period, Ningrangrang could break through the first level of soul power in 2 or 3 days. Now, the efficiency has been slowed down to 1%, which is hard for anyone to accept. It used to take 2 days to break through the first level, but now it may not be possible to improve the spirit power by 1 level in 3 or 4 months. Ningrangrang was about to collapse. Since he had no intention of practicing, Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing, a yin and Ningrangrang to Xiandao City to relax. Ma Xiaotao was still in seclusion, and her room was filled with terrifying high temperature, which ordinary people could not get close to. Shopping, eating, shopping. Near dusk, Huo Yuhao ran into a group of people from Shrek Academy who had just come out of the Xiandao City Great Soul Fighting Arena. They were relaxed, with smiles on their faces, discussing the previous soul fighting, until Tangsun suddenly raised his head and saw Huo Yuhao not far away. He then shifted his gaze from Huo Yuhao to a yin. That kind of instinctive closeness was like seeing his own mother. Damubei suddenly lost his voice and his face turned as hen. It was really unlucky to meet Huo Yuhao again. He saw Huo Yuhao, and also saw Zhu Zhuqing and Ningrangrang beside Huo Yuhao. He was not surprised that Zhu Zhuqing was beside Huo Yuhao, but why was Ningrangrang also beside Huo Yuhao? Ningrangrang looked at the 5 former classmates, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Rangrang, why are you with him? Xiao Wu, the only girl left in Shrek Academy, looked at Ningrangrang angrily. I dropped out of Shrek Academy and joined Xiandao Royal Academy, and I met Huo Yuhao. Ningrangrang looked at Xiao Wu, feeling a little apologetic. After all, the two of them lived in the same room and were already sisters. Traitor. Oscar trembled all over, pointing at Ningrangrang and roaring. Why do you say I'm a traitor? There is no grudge between Huo Yuhao and me. Now we are classmates and friends. Ningrangrang's face instantly turned cold. Do you know that he killed Dean Flanders and Dean Zhao Wuji? Oscar's face was as hen, and what was even more difficult to accept was that his goddess actually stood beside the enemy. In this way, he really had no chance. TSK, you all look so bitter and resentful, as if I bullied you. Huo Yuhao chuckled. I don't know what the grudge is. Your 2 soul saint deans were determined to hunt me down. They chased me for hundreds of miles all the way from Soto City. However, they were not strong enough, and were killed by me. A person who kills others will be killed. What? Do they want to kill me, so I have to extend my neck to them? If I had died, maybe you would have forgotten about this matter by now, and even if you think about it occasionally, you would just laugh. Huo Yuhao sneered. I tell you, this matter is not over yet. I think Flanders and Zhao Wuji must have received instructions from Yu Xiao Gang to take action. Let him clean his neck and wait. I will go back to settle the account. This matter has nothing to do with the teacher. Tang San said hurriedly. Huo Yuhao was able to kill Flanders and Zhao Wuji, which means that there is at least a title Douluo behind him. It is too easy for a title Douluo to kill a level 29 Great Soul Master. Huo Yuhao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You don't have the final say. I will go and confront him. Huo Yuhao planned to leave with the 3 women. Except for Tang San. He didn't mind getting rid of the others as soon as possible, otherwise it would be disgusting to look at them. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Who dares to be rude to the young master? A huge strong man over 2 meters and 3 meters tall came from a distance. He had an extremely strong aura. His hair and thick beard were grey, and he was an old man in his 60s or 70s. However, his figure was as strong as a tiger or leopard, and his thick muscles bulged, as hard as pieces of stone. His back was very straight, and the whole person was full of energy and spirit, without a trace of old man's decadence. The old man came in front of Tang San, and knelt on one knee to salute. I'm Taitan, and I'm honored to meet you, young master. Tang San quickly helped Taitan up and said, Senior Taitan, you are embarrassing me. Taitan stood up, and glanced at Huo Yuhao and the other 3. He took a step forward, looking very arrogant. You are the ones who dare to be rude to the young master? Taitan's eyes were sharp and his aura was powerful. His face was very cold at the moment. After knowing Tang San's identity not long ago, Taitan took the initiative to guard Tang San's side, to prevent his young master from encountering any accidents before he grew up. TSK, what a loyal old dog. Huo Yuhao said, the Clear Sky sect abandoned you, but you still didn't learn your lesson, and came up to them with such a shameless face. You are old, and have lost your dignity. Does the Clear Sky sect take you seriously? Being exposed in public, Taitan was furious and said sternly, do I have to explain to you how I acted? Whose child are you? I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Taitan's face was gloomy. He strode forward. His aura rose, and soul rings emerged from his body. Yellow, purple, black. 8-ring soul Douluo. The 5 people from Shrek Academy knew Taitan's strength, and were overjoyed at this moment. As a soul Douluo level strongman, Taitan's strength was unfathomable. As long as he was not facing a title Douluo, he could completely defeat all enemies. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang's faces changed in shock. They didn't expect that a soul Douluo would appear on the other side. Just by looking at the aura of Titan, one can tell the opponent's strength. He is definitely strong in the soul Douluo realm. Brother Yuhao. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Huo Yuhao's hand fearfully. Don't be afraid. Huo Yuhao comforted him. He looked at Aryan beside him. Aryan nodded and then stepped forward. Isn't it just a bright soul ring? It's like someone has 8 or 9 soul rings. Aryan wore a blue long skirt and moved her lotus step slightly. A large area of snow white jade legs was inadvertently exposed between the hems of her skirt. With every step taken, a soul ring appeared under Aryan's feet. Yellow, purple, black. Titan didn't think so. He didn't think that this beautiful young woman in front of him would be so powerful. Black. However, 2 more black soul rings appeared. Titan's face finally became solemn. Such a young soul Douluo? However, Aryan was not finished. When the last black soul ring emerged, a total of 9 soul rings were pulsating on Aryan's body, and the aura that belonged to the title Douluo level spread out. The powerful pressure instantly crushed Tang San and the other 5 people behind Taitan to the ground. They could not stand up at all, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. Even though they were outstanding monsters of the younger generation, their martial spirit talents were shocking. But they were still only soul masters, and in front of the title Douluo strongman, they were like ants. Taitan's face changed drastically, and it was very ugly. He couldn't even protect Tang San and others behind him. I'm blind and didn't recognize your majesty. May I ask your title? Taitan apologized with his hands clasped. Facing an unknown title Douluo strongman, he also felt powerless. After all, no matter how powerful he was, there was still an insurmountable distance from the title Douluo. He only hoped to protect the young master Tang San behind him, and it didn't matter if he lost face. Aryan did not speak. Since Huo Yuhao asked her to take action, she would teach the other party a lesson. The sixth soul ring under Ryan's feet glowed brightly. A slender and graceful spear appeared in her hand. It was the blue-silver overlord spear. Ryan was an auxiliary titled Douluo. The sixth soul skill was the only combat soul skill she possessed. With the blue-silver overlord spear in hand, Ryan looked more heroic. She thrust the spear at Titan. Seeing that Ryan did not want to talk at all, Titan thought to himself that he was unlucky. He did not expect that he had finally found an opportunity to stand up for the young master, but he actually met a titled Douluo. There are so many titled Douluos these days. How come I bumped into one when I went out? I returned to school yesterday and did not write because I was driving all day. I have something to deal with today. I will write 3,000 words first and make up for it later. Chapter 100. This titled Douluo is a bit weak. Titled Douluo, that is a group of people standing at the top of the entire continent, powerful and unfathomable. As the patriarch of the power clan, Titan himself is just a soul Douluo. But soul Douluo level strongman, in most cases, can already shock a party. Behind Titan, the 5 people from Shrek Academy looked at Ryan beside Huo Yuhao. Could this be the titled Douluo who killed Dean Flanders and Dean Zhao Wuji? Just the powerful pressure emanating from her body made it impossible for them to stand up. Their bones creaked, unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. Titled Douluo. Who would have thought that this beautiful woman who looked only 25 or 26 years old was actually a titled Douluo? Especially Dame Yubei and Mahanjan. The two had seen Ryan not long ago and even had evil thoughts in their hearts at that time. If they knew that Ryan was a titled Douluo at that time, they would have turned around and ran away long ago and would not dare to look at her for a while. Young master, you go first. I will resist for you for a while. Titan's face was extremely ugly. Facing an unknown titled Douluo, he had no idea what to expect. Titled Douluo was a completely different level of powerhouse, and ordinary soul Douluo was no match for him. As for Ryan, a titled Douluo, he had never even heard of her, and he didn't know what her martial spirit was, or what abilities it possessed. None of you can leave. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Ryan took a step forward, and the pressure on her became even stronger. Soul Masters were not allowed to fight in Xiandao City, because even in the capital of the Xiandao Empire, Soul Masters were a minority after all, and they had great strength. Once a fight broke out, it was very likely to affect ordinary people and even destroy buildings. However, it also depended on what level of Soul Master they were. Titled Douluo had an extraordinary status, and even the Emperor of the Xiandao Empire had to show courtesy and receive them with the highest etiquette. The commotion here had already attracted many people to watch, and they stood far away, watching the commotion here. A powerful person at the titled Douluo level was simply out of reach for ordinary people. At this moment, they could witness the battle between a titled Douluo and a soul Douluo with their own eyes. Even if they might be affected, they couldn't suppress their curiosity and yearning and wanted to stay and watch the battle. At the same time, the Imperial Capital Patrol team also noticed the situation here. If they were ordinary soul masters, they would have rushed forward and controlled the troublemakers. But now they are facing a titled Douluo and a soul Douluo, and they dare not approach, even if they have 10 courage. Your Majesty, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Titan stepped forward to explain. Misunderstanding? Huo Yuhao sneered. Isn't there a saying in Shrek Academy that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre? Weren't you very brave just now? Why are you cowardly now? Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. I think they are bullying the weak, and bullying the weak. Huo Yuhao's words were like a knife piercing the hearts of Tangsun and others. Yes, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. At the beginning, I thought this saying made some sense and even acted accordingly. But now they are facing a titled Douluo. Do they really want to cause trouble? No, they have already been provoked. Young friend, do you insist on fighting? This is Xiandao City. Titan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had secretly prepared for the battle, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. As one of the 2 super empires of Douluo Continent, Xiandao Empire is vast and has millions of soldiers. Perhaps it can make the other party afraid. Titan has seen that the title Douluo in front of him completely obeys Huo Yuhao, so he looked directly at Huo Yuhao behind Aryan. Huo Yuhao looked at Titan and sneered, "I still like to see you being unruly and threatening to teach me a lesson just now. Otherwise, you can recover." Too much. Titan's hair and beard were erected, and his anger reached the extreme at this moment. "Aryan, teach them a lesson," Huo Yuhao said. "Yes, master." Aryan nodded slightly, and then tapped the ground with her toes, and the whole person rushed out. Her speed was too fast, and it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Huo Yuhao relied on his excellent mental power to vaguely see Aryan's movements. Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrangrong, Tangsun and others did not see Aryan's movements clearly. The next moment, Aryan suddenly appeared in front of Titan. The long spear in her hand shot out like a dragon, with a fierce momentum, as if it pierced through the space in an instant, and pointed directly at Titan's chest. Huo Yuhao's words were to teach them a lesson. But Aryan did not dare to hold back when facing Titan, because although she was powerful, she was at best an auxiliary spirit master. Her auxiliary aspect was at the level of a titled Douluo, but her combat power was absolutely weak. Moreover, Aryan only had the blue-silver overlord spear as an attack spirit skill. Facing the strong attack spirit Douluo level Titan, she must not be careless. Titan was an 86th level strong attack spirit Douluo, with a martial spirit of the powerful gorilla, a pure power spirit master. The spirit skills granted by his 8 spirit rings were all related to enhancing strength. At this moment, facing the titled Douluo, he did not hesitate, and directly used his 7th spirit skill, the martial spirit true body. Titan's originally tall and sturdy figure suddenly exploded. His original height of 2.3 meters was instantly raised to 6 meters. His body was covered with thick hair, and his arms were as thick as 2 stone pillars. When he stood up, they hung down to his calves. Titan roared to the sky, and the earth yellow spiritual energy waves on his body vibrated, and a fierce and terrifying aura swept the whole place. Facing Aryan's spear, he stretched out both hands and slapped the spear at the same time. With a loud bang, the spear in Aryan's hand collided with Titan's palms, and the direction was directly deviated, and the spear pierced into the air. Aryan narrowed her eyes slightly, somewhat surprised at Titan's strength. Although she was a titled Douluo, she had just transformed not long ago, and her control over her own strength was not satisfactory. At this moment, even if she was facing only a soul Douluo, she could not crush him. Fight again. The two fought in a group, and the terrifying power swept all around. Whether it was Huo Yuhao or Tangsun and others, they could not intervene at this moment, and could only stay away as much as possible. Huo Yuhao pushed the enemy several dozen steps away, his eyes slightly condensed, and he opened the spirit detection sharing. He also found that, although Aryan was a titled Douluo, she was an auxiliary system. Her combat power was not strong, and her combat awareness was weak, and she had no combat experience, so she was having a hard time at the moment. Huo Yuhao shared the spirit detection with Aryan. She was faster than Titan, and now she was helped by the spirit detection. Her combat power was improved for a while, and she gradually mastered the combat situation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ningrangrong, who were standing next to Huo Yuhao, also shared the spirit detection at this moment. They could not see the battle at the title Douluo level at all. Now that they had the spirit detection, they could see the battle between the two clearly. Watching the battle between the strong is very important for them, and it can improve themselves. As the battle continued, Titan found that, although the woman in front of him was a titled Douluo, her combat power was not stronger than his, and even the outcome of this battle became unknown. However, Aryan was fighting for Huo Yuhao for the first time, and she did not want him to be disappointed. The 7th spirit ring on Aryan suddenly lit up. The true form of the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.